I said it maybe 10 times. If you have, I'm not against service whatsoever, right? In fact, everyone I see right here, right, is on it. Right?
I'm saying that you're against receiving it, but it's provided by God.
I'm against receiving it, yes. For me. Because I'm not against this individual that I'm pointing. I'm not going to mention names. I'm not against any individual here receiving it.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
Mm-hmm. What are
you saying? You said you gave it up because you wanted to let God provide, but those government services are provided by God.
Well, yes.
Yes.
Okay, but just because that's provided by God doesn't mean that particular service by God is going to be the funnel or something by which I receive His blessings. Does that make sense, JJ?
No, it is a blessing.
You're just not understanding what I just said then. God is blessing me as we speak because I believe that God directed me to not rely on the government and do something special and better for me. And I believe this to be the case. One of the things, JJ, is that I didn't just do SNAP, which was $289 a month. I did General Relief, which they gave me $355 cash every month. But the last thing was I did Medi-Cal, which is kind of like Medicaid, California. I got rid of that. The reason why that's important, they're the one I need to re-up my medication pretty soon, and they're the ones that pay 100% of it, JJ. That's what I got rid of as well, meaning doctor's visits, medication.
I know these are all the things that I have.
Yeah. So my
provided by God.
My point is, I don't deny that at all for you, JJ. Right? That's the grace that God has, right? But God's grace is sufficient for me in a different way, right? We're not all the same. Just because if you receive, like, let's say I receive from the church, let's say, JJ, well, that's God. You receive from the government, let's say, well, that's God, right? Doesn't mean that just because you receive from God in that manner, that I also need to receive in that manner. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
I guess it's just your preference then. I mean, whatever.
I'm going to tell you it's God's preference, sir. I'm going to tell you it's His direction.
That's hard. That's actually, and that's hard to argue with, actually.
Yeah. I mean, this is my position, sir. That I am in obedience. Listen, I genuinely believe, JJ, that I was in obedience to God when I was off the medication. It was not my thought or desire. Are you kidding me? I fell and on my head when I missed my medication 2 days, JJ.
Oh, wow.
But it was the case that I was in prayer. I was moved, so to speak, or inspired, however what you want to say it, that I'm going to be healed from the medication and get off of it.
When did you bonk your head?
This was on August of 2023.
Oh, this was back.
This was long before the RV.
Timeline? Are you back on medication? Are you back on certain medications?
No, sir.
You said you were re-upping, so I wasn't sure.
I was due for a re-up.
Oh, okay. All right, that's all I needed to hear. That's it.
So, I mean, I don't know how. Listen, my situation, and it doesn't matter to me how people take it. This is just God, all over this thing. All circumstantial or willpower or whatever.
Hey, John Lee, there's another part to my question about that woman I'm concerned. Do you think she thinks you're competition?
Dude, I just talked to her yesterday for the first time. It was about a 15-minute conversation, maybe.
Okay.
Thursday. That's 2 days ago. I've been trying to reach her. Now the interesting is, if I did reach her, I only knew one guy, Maurice. I didn't even know about her until the associate pastor told me about her. It was only subsequent to I'm talking to people here, and they mention Jessica here, Jessica there. Oh, I've been trying to meet her. If you see her, could you tell her I'm trying to talk to her? And this went on for nearly a month. And it's like, I'm shocked. Oh, I saw her. Did you tell her? Oh, no, I forgot to tell her. This is like I will go to the church. It's just incredible to the point where even a person at my church, whom I know very well, by the way, and her husband, walks with her in the morning. And I go, what? You know how many times I've been trying to reach Jessica? And it was like that. So I was actually angry at the one point because the church was doing some weird things as to not relaying the message. This is what happened.
So it's not like
I had a handwritten note
like sketchy.
I had a handwritten note for the receptionist to hand to Jessica with my number and name on it. Okay?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
She said she quote unquote handed it to her. So I thought that she just ignored me. And I told Jessica that she handed you the note and you still didn't call me or something like that. And when I went back to the receptionist, I said, hey, I just want to tell you, Bethany, that I appreciate trying to contact her. I just spoke with Jessica, by the way. So I appreciate your help. You don't have to try to reach her anymore. And then she said something like that she emailed her, and I guess it got buried in her email. So that's what she did. She took my note and decided to email her and thought her job was done. And so when she told me that she handed her the paper that I gave her, that language is, the reality was she emailed her. So that's the kind of receptionist we're dealing with. Like, I would never employ someone like that, right? But I'm not an employer, right? But as a customer, and I'm not the customer, I'm not a member of their church, nothing, but I'm definitely a person with feedback. And I told not Brenda, oh my goodness, not Brandy. What's her name?
You remember a lot of names, John.
I do.
You looked up Brandy, I think you said, was the name you were trying to remember.
No, it's not Brandy.
Okay. We can figure it out later. You told her what?
I'm like messed up on this. I just said her name. Bethany. Okay. I just have to look. I have a cheat sheet, by the way. I can pull up names like that. Helps me to remember people. It's not Brand. It's Bethany. Okay.
I'm sorry. What did Bethany do though? And now I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I said Bethany the first time. I know. I just couldn't remember on the second time around. But so I told Bethany, listen, Jeff Wagner, your associate pastor, has not relayed the message. That's on January 25th, right? And so anyway, she somehow contacted him because now there's a whole stir within the whole faculty over there. Other people get involved, other higher ups get involved, and I told her to relay to him. I want to see you face to face and tell you something, right?
Oh wow!
But he messaged me email, right? Obviously, he didn't. But you know what he said to me?
What?
He said, "Oh, your reply to me I found in the spam folder. I don't know how it got in the spam folder. Kind of strange," he says. Okay. So if he emailed me and I reply to an email, how in the world does a reply ever get in the spam folder? Is that even possible, guys? Anybody?
No, it shouldn't be.
No. Unless he manually put it in there, accidentally put it in there, whatever. That's possible.
That's not how spam works, no.
So, what is that? And he said it was strange, but I do want to ask him about that because I sent him a message and another message, never responded once. And then he messaged by email all of a sudden, and a separate email, not a reply, a new email. And how he got my email without the old one, I don't know. But he says that he found it in the spam, and he said strange or something. So I wanted to talk to him because email wasn't the only way I tried to contact you. I've literally been here Friday, been here most of Thursday. And then he tells me something very strange too, like, I'm very sick right now, he says. And I said something like, your receptionist, Bethany, when I got there earlier today, said you just left 5 minutes ago or something like that. And so I said something like, so you went in to work sick or something like that when you're sick or something? And I thought about it. It wasn't in a good spirit, right? So I actually apologize forgive me if I am bitter, but I was just very frustrated, right? Because that comment was like, like, so what? You going to church when you're sick? Like, that's not a good comment.
Yeah, well, it's good that you apologize, John. It's good job.
I just want to live right, dude. But like, listen, I harbored anger, a lot of anger, because of the situation of non-contact and excuses and incompetence and circumstances, and it took a person, I talked to Jane first, and Mary, her supervisor, just happened to walk out, and I told Mary the whole situation, and she took charge. She literally got on her cell phone and called Jessica personally, said there's a gentleman out here. And so Jessica called me within like 2 minutes, like 1 minute, less than 1 minute. And so she got it done. Whereas the other people, oh yeah, I'll message him, I'll tell them, all sorts of things. It's just like, really? Like, I understand it's not a business in a church. I'm not completely over it emotionally. But hopefully by morning I will be. Because, His mercies never end in the morning. Sometimes I wake up after a rough day, and when I wake up, it's like fresh. And after a rough day, and when I wake up, it's like fresh.
I recommend you don't talk to her about your 30 years ago drug habit, though.
What are you talking about? Of course I will. Why would you say that, by the way?
Because if she does have other intentions, it could be bad. Intentions could be bad.
Listen, are you privy to something I'm not?
Yeah, a little bit.
Based upon what? Do you know her?
Of course not.
I don't get it then. What are you inferring? How? I just gave you facts.
Sorry, one sec, John. My wife's talking.
But it looks like, oh my God. Y'all been making the facts. I was supposed to charge my headset, but I've been using I pushed the button on my car thing, so nothing was charging. I'm just gonna still use a speaker because I gotta go out of here. And, hey, Felipe. You have something to do today, or you're gonna come by the barbecue later? Yeah, you're busy today, or you're gonna come by the barbecue?
Yeah, because the library, they open at 10.
Okay.
So, I can charge it over.
Okay. Oh, you couldn't charge your stuff here?
Where's the...
Oh, you didn't know about it? Yeah. you can charge your phone here. But if you're gonna go, you can do it right now, or you can go to the library. Either way, if you got stuff to do
Yeah,
at the
I gotta
library.
use the restroom.
Yeah, I hear you.
By the time I was done with the restroom.
Yeah, do whatever you gotta do. But I'm just letting you know. I'm
Two,
probably
right?
about to.
All right.
It's good seeing you, man.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. All right. Oh, here's Joseph. Hey, Joseph. I'm glad you're here, dude. Hey, I'm gonna have a barbecue again today, and this time I'm gonna get like the whole leg. They're on sale right now, and so I'm gonna get a whole bunch of. I'm gonna get potentially 20 pounds, and so I gotta go pick it up right now.
If you could do something like that,
Dude, that chicken soup came out so good with just those 4 thighs.
you know what I'm saying? You could probably do it. And if you were able to talk to somebody in some of these restaurants or places.
Dude, check this out. I
I
talked to somebody last night. I have blocked. His name's Daniel Nero, and he told me about this thing called Too Good to Go. Okay, he says, dude, you gotta see this company, Too Good to Go, and he sent me some pictures. See right here? This is the food that he says he gets for free. He says you can get all that for free.
The restaurants give
Yeah, yeah. He said like this kind of quantity. He's talking like 50 slices of pizza or something like that. And all I do is contact him. He's in Philadelphia, but he's telling me that I could find something. He just said go look up food to go is what he said. Dude, I'm getting, and I blocked this person online. He happens to have my phone number or something. He's trolling, dude. He's doing, huh? He's instigating a lot of negative stuff in my room. Cause you know what, man? He told me he's addicted to it. Trolling, like I said. And yeah,
he admitted that to you?
It's like an alcoholic telling me, man, I can't stop drinking. It's like that. He can't stop doing this thing. He told me, and I believe him.
Some people love to think that their voice.
Oh, this guy goes beyond. I'm telling you, he's a professional, whatever. Anyway, but he has my personal phone number, and even though I blocked him from the room, he heard what I'm doing with this right here. He's actually getting me information and leads to where I can actually, find it, without having to fork out my own resources. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to this Rouse Market and see the manager right now. I'm telling you, dude. He had, no joke, he had a cart and it had Hawaiian sweet bread. He had like about 40 of them on sale, and I'm thinking to myself, why did they even order that many? You've seen me buy this stuff with the day old sticker on there, right? On here, right? I'm telling you, I could probably get free from them if I talk to the manager. Dude, I've been so busy though. I'm telling you, I know what to do. But I literally am so busy. I'm just doing dishes. Anyway, I got a lot of stuff to do. I don't need to tell you. I know you were tired. Remember me? I was almost passed out here. I know you're always tired. Why are you always tired, dude? That kind of tired? I know. I hear you, man. But we'll change that, dude. We'll pep it up. We'll have you waking up in the morning wanting, huh? I know you're not. So I'm gonna get the chicken, dude. I saw you have fun when you were barbecuing that thing. Okay. We'll give you 20 pounds of meat to barbecue this time. Okay. And what was I gonna say? Yeah. Because to me, it looked like you enjoyed barbecuing personally. You've been doing it all your life, right? Hey, usually I like to command the grill, but I thought you actually do a better job than me, right? So, and I'm also busy, and you also seem to like it. So like I said, you're my barbecue dude now.
John Lee, the guy that's good in the bathroom.
Oh shit! What?
He said he has to go to the bathroom.
People who have threatened
No,
themselves.
the guy.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, so to answer your question,
My headphones messed up right now. I just realized, but
let me answer your question though.
Right now.
Let me ask you a question about Jessica, John, to answer now that my wife is gone. So, the reason that I would say don't tell her all that information is if there's anything going on where she's like,
basically, I have like a charging point where I actually plug it into my car. I don't have induction point. No.
God, I don't want to feel like I'm having
Judaism. They should abandon the Torah.
Ribono Shalom, the Jews will never abandon the Torah. How dare you insinuate such a heretical thing?
Yeah, but that's the purpose of the argument. It's not about whether it's false. It's not about whether the contents are false or whether they're true. It's about the tradition of the text itself. What can be known for certain about it? That's the point of
Certainty,
the conversation.
not faith. Certainty. So I was wondering, does anybody here think that the word hermetic and heretic are closely related? Hello?
What's a better text than the New Testament quoting the Old Testament? Wow.
What do you mean? There's a lot of texts that quote the Old Testament, even prior to the New Testament.
All right. Well, before you even challenge a Jew on your very remedial, or should I say, juvenile argument of the documentary hypothesis, this book, the top here, the thesis in Plato, the creation of the Hebrew Bible. This is for me to compare this, right, to the documentary hypothesis, which is the JEDP, right?
Yeah.
Well, this book itself, right, is not just tweaking the documentary hypothesis, but it's overturning it in its chronological foundation.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you.
No, trust me, I know.
And when you bring up documentary hypothesis, I'm thinking you got left back in the 8th grade and you didn't make it to high school.
Why?
Because this book is high school and on.
Well, no,
it's obvious that you didn't. You got to get to the next level, and you're stuck in the 8th grade. And what happens is you're getting too old. And they're just gonna have to push you through. But it doesn't mean that you're gonna excel.
Well, what's the next level, Bart? Exactly.
This book right here.
Okay. And what is it? What does it talk about?
So the Pentateuch was composed around 270, right?
Yeah.
It was written in the early Hellenistic period. It used Greek sources available at the Library of Alexandria, right?
Yeah.
The laws of the Pentateuch were strong parables to either Athenian legal institutions and Plato's laws. The Hebrew Bible, as a national library collection, was modeled on Plato's program for creating a state-sponsored ethnical corpus, right? So the Torah is a Hellenistic era constitutional project modeled after, partly on Plato. So this is radical because it places a position of centuries later than mainstream scholarship. And I'll get into it even more. So the Yahwist will be 950 BCE. The Elohimists, 850. Deuteronomist 620. Then we have the priestly 550. So the Torah, and the final redaction, in the Persian period. kilos
So,
of gold
remember
towers.
what I told you yesterday? Remember when you were asking me, you kept talking about this century? And I said, like, as long as you try to go back to 8th, 9th century, that's what you're appealing to now, because I know this. At best, it's 8th, 9th century.
Yeah, I got to steel man you first. I am giving my presentation
Right.
to make you understand that I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And I know this argument very well. So the Torah gradually developed, right? Its legal traditions evolved internally within it, though it reflects an ancient Near East context. Greek influence is minimal or linked. So, but I have a disagreement about the sources that they're quoting here. The Yahwist, the Elohimus, Deuteronomus, basically. This the way you're laying this out. I wouldn't go this route. Okay?
Okay, right.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you have to understand, like, for example, Inspiring Philosophy has a video on the documentary about politics. I like his theory on it as well. The whole purpose of
He wrote down this. Look, everyone's got them. We have 20 guys here.
Okay. So this is the reason why this book argues against it.
There's plenty of scholars who do argue. But when the point is, right, is that our opponents, they love consensus, right? And as of right now, this is the consensus. Because they hold to this, like they have other.
No, it's not.
It is.
No.
It really is the part. It can't be. The foundation of documentary have politics is. Would they revive? Yeah. Fundamentally is.
Never will be. You could say it's used as an abbreviation of some sort. I don't know.
Like a foundation.
You can't establish any of those claims. Who's a Yahwist? So I was in a strong argument. The foundation of
the Jews can't do it even if you're not a documentary, right? The Jews can't do it either. They can't.
I don't care what they like. I don't care. I don't care about them.
No, but what I'm saying is it can't be substantiated either way, no matter what the.
You don't care about the Jews? Come on now.
This ain't about the Jews.
No, what I'm telling you is no matter what alternative there is, each alternative is on equal footing. There is no hard case for the validity, validation, and preservation reform. There's always going to be pushback no matter what our alternative is. That's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
The reality of the situation is you're on a conference call app and you guys might be here the whole day.
No.
You might be here the whole day.
You think I'm doing other shit. I'm not like you jerking off in my fucking living room. Okay? Just listening to people.
Wait, how did you know I jerked off in my living room this morning? Are you omniscient?
Just because you do it doesn't mean that you have to project every time you're online because you wasted your day listening to fucking John.
I'm not. Not anymore.
Okay?
With certainty, I'm not doing that anymore.
Why the fuck are you getting mad at me?
I'm not getting mad. I'm just teasing a little bit, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm taking my daughter to college.
You got a kid in college?
Conversation. And you're recording the conversation.
Jesus.
Who's the fucking loser?
All right, I'm the fucking loser.
Yeah, you don't, and you're not even. Did you see my rank? See my rank?
I'm the fucking loser.
0.1%. Okay, top dog. You don't even have that, and you're on here more than me. Fucking worried about what the fuck I'm doing. You should be taking notes, motherfucker. You heard me? Fucking come in here and tell me, oh, what are you doing today? You might be talking about this all day. What the fuck is it to you? What the fuck are you doing today?
I'm about to read a book.
What'd you do today?
You want to hear a page from what's called a book?
No, I fuck your book.
No?
No. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Fuck your book.
Well, you're my favorite. You know, I'm dedicating an actual, recording room to what you're doing today. So I hope you appreciate it. And thanks for letting me record.
I can't talk shit online. I can't talk shit online because you think I should be doing something better.
No. You got it wrong.
Better than what the fuck I'm doing right now.
Keep doing it is what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't do it.
I'll do what the fuck I want.
I know.
I've been talking on these apps way before this app was something. We were talking about Jews on fucking PlayStation 2
Stereo.
or 3 a long time ago.
Oh, you're a professional at
Absolutely
this.
nothing new under the sun.
That's right. Everything that is has already been. So there's really no debate.
We were doing this shit on Discord. Way before your first cell phone. Are you out of your fucking mind? You're gonna give me advice?
Ooh, Daniel's here.
You're barking up the wrong fucking tree, guy.
The whole crew is coming. Assemble the army!
You know what I think happened with you?
What?
You've been away for a while.
How
They didn't
long?
tell you.
How long?
They didn't tell you. I don't know. Long enough, but I don't shine shoes anymore.
Well, get your fucking shine box.
Okay?
Get your fucking shine box.
Don't worry. Drinks are in the house. Hang out. Be back.
Tasty.
Drop my girl off at home. Piece of shit. Want to embarrass me in front of my girl?
Your wife or your kid?
Anybody.
Oh, Saxon. I see.
Okay? I don't shine shoes anymore, buddy.
I don't shine fucking shoes anymore, Jimmy.
Alright?
Get your fucking shine box.
Yeah.
Get your fucking shine box.
Awesome. Yeah. Asking stupid questions.
You got so far.
What are you doing?
You got so far with McZed the other day. I felt like I had heard as far as the conversation. It couldn't go any further, or we reached the limits of conversation. And it was interesting. I mean, you guys got to the Archon, and essentially, McZed, in my opinion, always has this type of supremacy or superior knowledge, and in the way that he communicates, to me, it's not accepting of your status as Megatron. And the fact that you go by the name Megatron, people come here and they want to open up to you, and they view the Megatron.
It's because this thing is not here. See that? You're always gonna have that. Look, the strike is not there.
Hello?
That's a permanent door.
Hey, Joanna.
No, I like that the cutout. Speak to you.
hear me?
Daniel can hear you.
Okay. Well, come with me to John Lee's room because he's talking all about you.
Request the door closure.
He's got to deal with the strike, the
You
latch
wanna
on the
come to John
door.
Lee's room? He's talking about you and not bad, but about the restaurant thing, and everyone's like going crazy in there.
Joanna, don't you know that John Lee is, a homeless vagrant living in an RV, and he's just here to beg. He doesn't want to read anything. He's just here to put on the John Lee show, which is so pathetic and lame and boring.
It's so gross. He's telling all these people about Daniel and the food and the restaurants. I would just love if Daniel popped his head in there.
Go ahead, Daniel. Why don't you delight Joanna?
Oh, you're blocked. But he's bragging about you so much, begging to see if you can come in the room.
I called him last night because he's doing some shit
Yeah.
with
He's
homeless.
telling everyone.
Yeah, he's feeding the homeless now.
Yeah, he's having a big barbecue today. 2:00.
Yeah. Dude, I saw pictures of him. I think he's like, for whatever reason, I think he's being honest, man. Something happened to that dude. His mom was dying or something. Like,
he trolls. He can't control his trolling, and yet he's not trolling here.
You asked me, do I think this food thing is a troll? Is what you asked me.
And you said no, but it seems like.
But you asked me again. That's my point.
Yeah, but it seemed like after you went on, you just kind of gave good reason to think he's trolling again. Is what I'm saying.
I'll tell you what, man. I know you're a friend of mine. I'm close to sending you down too when you act like this. Okay?
John.
I'm serious. I'm serious. When there's a certain standard of conversation.
So is this not just the dumbest, like childish, like immature, infantile, mediocre show in the world? Like, how is this glorifying Jesus? How does the John Lee show edify the Christ? Hello?
oh, you're horrible, Mr. Horrible. So John calls me I called him. And fucking, there's this app where restaurants throw away all this stuff at the end of the night. And I was just letting him know, like, if you're fucking getting horrible 2-day-old bread for these people, I'm like, bro, like, are you not like a complete fucking Jew like me who wants a cheap meal? And I'm like, go and use Too Good To Go, the app Too Good To Go on Apple or iOS. I mean, this app is fucking amazing. But anyway, at the end of the night, restaurants will list all the food that they're about to throw away that they weren't able to sell. They have excess, and you go in there and they just pile it up for you. Too good to go, man. Too good to go. And anyway, so I told him about that. I'm like, you're such a fucking dumbass piece of shit that you're feeding these homeless people fucking donuts. Number one, it's bad for their fucking health. Fucking retard. Number two, you're feeding them subpar food when you be feeding them free, like fucking expensive, like real food that we eat. You know?
I'm gonna see what.
So correct this motherfucker.
I'm gonna see what restaurants.
To the rhetoric.
No, Joanna, tell that motherfucker to go to, please. I'm begging you, Joanna. You know I love you.
Tell me.
Too Good To Go. Just go in there and say Too Good To Go.
That's all he's talking about right now. That's what I'm saying.
On Apple or iOS.
He's telling everyone Daniel Nero called me. He told me about Too Good To Go. He's on a rampage.
Oh, fuck yeah. Too Good To Go.
Come with me.
He blocked me from the fucking room.
Oh, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna tell him that I told you to tell him that.
Dude, go in
there. I don't know your number. Because I don't know your number. I don't know his number.
Yo, Barth.
Yeah.
He told me we were talking about you last night.
Yeah.
He goes, Johnny Hawes fucking. You said that you wanted to rape Johnny Hawes' wife.
I didn't say that. They have nothing on it. They're just making shit up. They just want to make it so that I never told
Johnny don't want you in there.
Yeah, that's his problem.
Yeah, Universe, pipe some of that fucking Pipe some of that fucking.
Yeah. I'm gonna go in there right now. Let me go in.
All right.
Dude, hold on. Yo, dude, pipe that in, please, Hooch.
There you go.
Everybody has a suggestion for me to do
Bro,
something.
you're so clutch,
And
man.
I try to take it like the best way that I can, but sometimes I don't. And a lot of the tone that I get here.
I love the John Lee show.
A grand opening.
It's pretty funny. It's funny because, like, he's pathetic, first off.
Are we losing him? Hey, John, you're breaking up pretty bad right now, John.
It's the new headset.
Yeah, he's in the matrix. He went to the store.
Because I'm deep.
Hello?
Okay, here we go.
Ooh, I'm looking at Tom and Jerry's Euros. Holy shit, $5 for dinner. Wow, they sell out. You get a surprise bag of food for like 70% off.
We can hear you pretty clearly now.
Wow. Oh my God, Whole Foods?
I have a question. Is there a limit on the chicken legs?
This is amazing. These are like some of my favorite restaurants.
Yeah, there's no limit here. I don't see a
No
limit
limitations.
on the advertisement. Some places like have 10-pound limit.
Oh my God, a
It's
donut.
okay. I
They
just
got a
want 20
donut shop.
pounds. Oh yeah? Yeah. Just give me a bag. Yeah. How much is a bag? 20 pounds? Oh, one bag is 20 pounds? Give me 2 bags. Perfect. Okay.
It's pretty good app. Ooh, Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Fuck yeah.
Bro, don't even think that you have to pay either. You just gotta tell them how good their food is and shit. You know what the fuck the deal is.
That's the same thing over there?
They tell you to bring your own packaging?
Wow, you have a lot. Perfect. 2 pounds? 2 bags? No, I just have somebody bought me a trucking headset. I'm just like,
Oh, wow.
go online, social media. But I do drive, and so it's
All right, I'm going to try my first one
But
tonight.
yeah, everyone asks me that. Are you a trucker?
Oh, you got to pay for it now.
Yeah, everyone asks me that.
This is really lame that, like, John Lee's show has essentially become, like, him live streaming his life.
Can't believe it's going to be, like, sort of weird. It's all Sunseat's fault.
All right, I'm going to raise my hand to try to
Wait,
speak.
John, what's all Sunseat's fault?
Daniel, I'll pipe you in.
Well, asking me, like...
Buttercup! Buttercup, will you...
Yo, pipe me in. I'm banned.
I know, hold on, I'm going to put it in the chat. He's not bringing me up. Hey, Buttercup.
What's up, Buttercup?
Hey, Daniel.
Buttercup, what's going on?
Are we streaming live?
Yeah, I'm looking at like 10 cell phones right now.
Wow, nice. I heard you had 70 cell phones. Is that true?
Yeah. I have 4 recording studios live streaming 4 different clubhouse rooms across 30 different cell phones right now.
How can you afford this whole operation?
Cell phones are only $30 a piece. These burner phones are only $30 a piece.
Yeah, but still 70 of them.
Yeah, that's not that much money. That's $2,100 bucks.
John, can you help me? I know I've supported your campaign, and the bullshit that they said about the petitions.
Yeah.
Let me pipe me through so that John Lee.
He's not bringing me up, but I will help you get your reach known as soon as he looks at the chat. He will know your power shortly.
I'm banned from his room, but I want him to know that my reach 20 people, whatever I want.
Yeah, I think it'll feed 20 people. Maybe even more.
Yeah, well.
But,
Buttercup, but I wanted to ask you, will you come to my house, Church of Buttercup, and will you do a one-on-one interview with me? And we're going to turn the chat off, and it's just going to be like an event. And I'm going to ask you, 100 questions or 50 questions, and it'll just be a Q&A. And, you know, it can be personal if you want. Like, we can talk about your biography. We can talk about, you know, your political opinions, etc. And we're going to, you know, it's basically publicity for you, for the Buttercup movement.
I don't think I'm looking for that kind of exposure, I'll be honest.
Oh, you don't want to do it?
It's just like, it opens me up to a lot of, like, I don't know, offending the wrong people and putting too much, and you're gonna, if you probe too, I don't know, first of all, what are your positions on my positions? Do you think I'm a reasonable person?
I think you're intelligent and reasonable. I mean, but I just don't think that well, I would just say that the law stands in your way with regards to your positions, because like people on this app will say that they actually support the October 7th terror attacks and claim and say that that was a valid military attack. Like, I've heard Prince and other people on here actually say they agree with it. So
what's your point? What does that mean?
Well, it's a little bit like having to go to the dean's office in high school for a fight that you didn't start. You know, it's like, who threw the first punch? And in my opinion, history starts October 7th. Like, you know,
history starts on October 7th.
Well, with this conflict, yeah, that's why I say it's a little bit like, you know, who threw the first punch. Like, so what I'm saying,
for a lot of us, it's been going our whole lives. For most Jews in America who are plugged into their,
I know, but this is like, I believe in trans time history. Like, I'm a trans timer, meaning that, like, you may believe, you might think that history goes back 300 years, or you might be living in like the year 1650. Because I asked a Muslim on here yesterday, I was like, what year is it? He's like, it's 1400. I asked a Jew on here yesterday, he said it's 5765. So I'm trying to figure out which time dimension that you're in. But Buttercup, the point.
What we're debating, the time dimensions.
Well, let me just.
I feel like you're doing some sort of like performance art where you're actually trying to like do kind of a Colbert Report kind of thing where you're satirizing the other side.
Yeah.
Like, right?
Yeah, I would say that's actually like probably really
like
really
you're
accurate.
Saying time stopped at October 7 and started from 0, and you honestly are going to push this theory as explaining why everything is.
Well, that's why violence
has no culpability at all.
That's why violence is the worst, because like I believe in 100% total.
This is brilliant, Lord. You really had us all fooled.
See, I believe in total 100% freedom of speech, because in a safe space like this conference call, no one can actually punch somebody's nose. So it's a good testing ground for the First Amendment. But Buttercup, my question to you is,
people are on this conference call, but be honest, besides who's in this room.
I can't see all the cell phones to see how many people are watching us, but my question to you is, like, if you were the king of Israel, the king, queen of Israel, you were the supreme leader, would you have pursued justice for those victims and the, you know, people kidnapped and abducted? Like, how would you have led the army against the enemy incursion? Because you have my opinion is you have so many descriptions that, like, you don't look at this from just like a very rudimentary, like, caveman type of thing, like, the fucking enemy came in and snatched hundreds of our women. Should we form a war party and go get justice? Like, how pathetic are you that, like, would you just sit there and be like, let's just call them on the phone and see if we can get the hostages returned in, you know, in and for a deal on the land or something? Like, how much of a pushover are you if you were the leader, you know, of the people?
Question. Yeah. I'm the biggest pushover.
So you are just weak. You're admitting that you're weak and you wouldn't have the courage to go fight to the death to save your fellow comrades.
Yeah, so I'm arguing that fighting to the death killed many hostages needlessly, wiped out a war that could have been finished a year earlier, as the former leadership of the army and Israeli intelligence have said that thousands of Gazans and dozens of hostages would probably be alive today if Netanyahu had taken earlier deals instead of kicking the can down the thing, because the people had this bloodlust for revenge and they wanted to see Gaza flattened. But that wasn't necessary to achieve the goal, which is to neuter Hamas and rescue the hostages. And even after a 2-year war, which was needlessly extended, according to Yoav Gallant and numerous current and former Israeli military and intelligence officials, even after they dragged it out an extra year, they still failed to achieve either of their goals. They had to negotiate. They thought they could just, by force, get the hostages back and destroy Hamas, and they failed on both counts.
I mean, have you ever played chess and like had a reversal where you?
And they killed dozens of hostages. They killed dozens of our sons and daughters, Lord, because of their foolishness and their bloodlust and their need for revenge.
Who, the Israelis or the Palestinians?
The Israelis.
You're saying the Israelis killed Palestinian hostages?
No, Israelis killed Israeli hostages when they bombed Gaza thwarting deals that could have rescued them.
You really think that?
I think that they were better off in that situation than. You don't know the intel.
I do know the intel.
No, you don't. You're not supposed to know. I don't understand how you think you know.
The IDF released a report on hostages, on how the hostages died and gave it to the families.
Yeah, they tell you the end result. They don't tell you what's going on and why they did it.
They did tell us that Yoav Gallant. Do you know who the defense minister Yoav Gallant is, Megatron? Have you familiar with this?
I don't care about your conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy. Yoav Gallant is the defense minister who led the operations in Gaza. He publicly, in interviews over and over again, has stated that
he made the call.
Netanyahu overrode his call for political gains. Oh, Megatron, you don't know anything. It's so cute.
So then, whoever made the call, they're making
Netanyahu made a political
call.
Home.
You're at home.
Complaining
about it.
I'm complaining that
you're not making any calls. You're not doing anything. You're not even risking your life. You're sitting home comfortable. No, you're not supporting anything but anarchy.
All right, Megatron. Listen, Yoav Gallant is a hero.
Megatron.
Why are you being rude to me?
Because you're honestly you're a provocateur. You're part of the problem.
Oh my God, I don't know.
You're part of the problem. Well, then that's fine. Then don't talk to me. I don't even like to talk about politics. But you want to come in here and do this bullshit? Fuck out of here.
Well, I kind of invited her to do it. You were gone. But I'm looking at a book that I have.
More harm than good. She talks about the shit every day.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you should be worried about getting fucking railed and pregnant. That's what she should be worried about.
That sounds nice.
For the life of me, I don't understand it. And Draco, with this stupid, what is it called? Documentary hypothesis. The fucking idiot.
Let me see if I can get John Lee on the line here for Daniel so he can understand Daniel's reach.
I'm fucking annoying. And the documentary, you know what he said last night? I said, you want historical records of Moses? I said, that's fine. Give me the historical. Yeah, I don't. And you know what to do? He had to concede that Jesus is the myth.
What was that?
He had to concede that he said Jesus is a myth.
Who said that?
Just to get one over on the Jews.
You can see Moses and Jesus were in the same camp in terms of historicity.
Yeah.
Who said that?
When you quoted him, my God, it was like Barth. He does it to himself. All right.
He does.
Draco does it to himself, so I would otherwise feel sympathy because I really like Draco. But that's on him. And you actually were really chill about it, too.
Let me know if you guys want to hear the John Lee show.
I want him to know my root, like, just because he banned me.
Puerto Rico. Fat?
You have John over on your side. You can enter any base. And there's no stopping it.
It's true. I'm like an octopus on this app. John Lee's gotten smart. Oh my God, he brought me up. Here we go. Here we go, Daniel. Megatron, can you mute up?
For the weekend. But the thing is, I know these onions. Like you cut them in half, and like there's certain peels.
Okay, Daniel, here you go. I'm gonna unmute.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Hi,
John. Hey, John. Hey, fat boy. Let me tell you one thing about my reach on this app. This is Daniel, by the way. If you think for a second that you can just stop me at any given moment.
He kicked me to the go.
I didn't realize that was Daniel I brought up.
It's all right. You couldn't have known.
John, is this all from your donations? This is awesome, man.
Wait a second. Can I ask, didn't Daniel help you last night? Why'd you kick him so fast? He called to help you.
Again, we're not litigating anything, Joanne. If you start to, I'm going to send you down.
No, I'm asking.
Are you listening to me?
Sure.
If you mention Daniel Nero one more time, you are going down. Is that clear?
I gotta clip this.
Threatening me? I don't understand. Yeah, I guess I have to say yes.
Okay.
I thought he helped you.
Again, are you listening? I'm going to assume that you didn't hear me.
This guy's busy working, and Daniel, you just put a fucking virus in his head. This is hilarious. Your reach is vast.
I'm asking people to act in a certain way, and I'm accepting of your initial comment. I'm also accepting of the comment of JJ that I'm acting like a jackass, quote unquote. But what I told him was that's fine. But if he starts repeating it, that's going to be a problem.
It's going to be a problem.
So anyway, back to my question, John. So is this all from the donations? Which I would just.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's freaking awesome, dude.
I mean, literally, I only spent a few bucks.
David and got off of all of it and blah blah blah. But it seems like you are
yes.
But you are okay accepting the benefits as long as they come through someone else. And I was curious how you were rationalizing that.
Well, the government is not going like, I support what you're doing.
I wish I had more accounts to try to bring you up, Daniel. Unfortunately, I don't have any more accounts in this office because, as you can see, the universe down there is live streaming this room onto multiple YouTube accounts. So, unfortunately, I won't be able to be brought back up. But Jane is really annoying and so critical. Like, what is the point of somebody coming on Clubhouse to just like attack John Lee? That's the one thing I can't really understand. It's like,
dude, she's a weirdo.
Yeah, she's an intense person. She's very critical.
Yeah. She used to sit in the audience and like listen to this.
Joanna, you shouldn't defend that psychopath, by the way.
Wait, JJ.
Sorry.
That goes for you as well as anyone else. Okay.
Well,
it's not an Andrew R room that talks about things like this for 4 hours.
Well, that upset me too.
Daniel, this guy JJ doesn't like you, huh?
Sharing your emotions.
I felt like it needed to be said to Joanna.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing your emotions, John.
As far as like, you could still.
Oh man, Daniel, you just caused a major problem in this room.
You understand that, right?
I
kind of like Joanna. I understand where you're coming from, and that's why you said that.
I don't understand where she's coming from, though. That's why I didn't mention any names.
I just gave an example, dude. Okay, of how you can communicate still within what's being requested on stage. Okay, I know you're a smart guy.
It sounds like a semantic game, John.
Okay. You want to start repeating that 3 or 4 times?
No, just the one.
That's what it sounds like to you. I'm not asking for an explanation.
Just informing you.
Okay, yeah. I accept.
The chats are all like, please focus, John. Don't get upset, John. Keep doing what you're doing, John.
And there you go. Sounds like a semantic game. I heard that.
Sounds like a semantic game.
But it beats Andrew's room by a million to one.
Andrew has deep intellectual conversations sometimes, if you like that. But John's
When I asked
doing a.
how long, when I asked how long you were going to be streaming, you were breaking up in the grocery store, and I didn't hear what the answer was.
Flocky! There's a boss,
To
Flocky.
me, I'm able to carry out my responsibilities and still communicate here. And if I'm totally busy to where I have to mute up or just listen, I can do that too.
The title of this room is Saturday Continental Breakfast, followed by a barbecue.
You're doing this food drive, and you're feeding homeless people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And less time you spent talking to people like JJ and Jane, the better.
I did want to ask you a question, though, Agamemnon. I want you to know I'm not anti-science at all. I'm not anti-medicine. However, it is my belief that this was a direction by the God I worship. And so that's just my thumbs and so forth. But it was the case that I actually fasted the first 7 days, Agamemnon. And from my understanding, because of that, it lowered blood pressure. And unbeknownst to me, it seemed to help in weaning myself off the medication. So right now that I'm off the medication, it seems to me that I also saw a doctor, just to let you know, Agamemnon, and he told me that it's slightly elevated, but it's not dangerous. And that's really hard, by the way. And he also said, he also said that if it does remain elevated, then I may have to go back to some of the medications at a reduced dosage or something like that. But it seems.
Listen, if you keep playing this fucking garbage, I'm gonna fucking block you, Lord. You hear me? I'm gonna kick you the fuck out of here.
This was for Daniel's.
Cut that shit off.
This was for Daniel's pleasure. This is totally pointless.
That's fine. All right.
I agree with you. It's totally fucking
I've been
stupid.
listening to these people for way too long.
So.
Okay. I don't think you realize how long I've known you. Going on 8 years or some shit.
Well, it's over. I'm out of there. So why do you have the semicolon and then atheism? Like you just wanted to throw that in there to.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. So I felt at the moment.
Oh.
It's the feeling, you know?
Well, we got Caleb here. Ribono Shalom. Good Shabbos. It's not work to use your cell phone.
Yeah.
I mean, is it the electronics?
I mean, it is. I don't pretend that using your cell phone counts as being Shomer Shabbat. It doesn't.
I mean, I've done Shabbos once with an Orthodox family in Beverly Hills, and he was like a retired music executive, and he married, and then they became Orthodox. He got married, and they're raising their children Orthodox, and it was a really nice, experience. I can't really remember all of it in detail, but very peaceful, super peaceful. But no electronics. Their life didn't revolve around cell phones. It was much more, like they were very aware of their lives in their house, I think that's why Clubhouse is like a good metaphor, because like a house can be used as like a metaphor, an analog for just about any conversation because it's compartmentalized.
What do you know about Jewish people? What do you really know? What do you really know? Besides the online bullshit. Be honest.
What do you mean? I spent my whole life, my uncles, my aunts, my cousins. I've been to Israel. I've been to synagogues. I mean, I've studied Jewish books. I go to Purim. I go to holidays. You know, I don't know. But I'm not really like, I'm not educated. You know, I'm not. It's not. It's never been a part of like my daily lifestyle. It's always just been like a hobby of.
Yeah, it's a hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a hobby.
But I agree with. I have a book called the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe, and to me, that's real Jewish wisdom, but it's universal and it's probably hermetic. But nonetheless,
you just want to read books.
Yeah, I'm in the book club, and actually, I'm going to a Jewish book club. It's about the Rebbe, you know. So, but to me, it's philosophy, and it's about God, and God is about love and intelligence.
When's the last time you went to a concert?
I go to a regular country bar near my house.
When was the last time you went to a concert?
Last week, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
How much was the ticket?
It wasn't a concert. It was a live band at a bar.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. You're talking about like a whole, you know, Live Nation ticket purchasing experience. Yeah. It's been
yeah.
I don't know, probably been 3 years. Downtown Chicago, Lollapalooza, Grant Park.
3 years. Yeah. It had to be more than that because we were in COVID back then. So try again.
I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It can't be that long. I mean, you know, I usually drink when I go to these concerts. What's your point? Do you have a point about it?
When was the last time you were like moving through a crowd of people and there was just nothing but a sea of people in front of you?
I went to a country western fest here in Chicago called Barbecue something Palooza. I don't remember what it was called.
Okay.
It's called Windy City Smokeout.
Okay.
Do you have a point?
Do I have a point?
Yeah.
No, I mean, you always ask me all the time what I'm doing on here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking the same. Like, what are you doing on here?
Well, I have a shared common interest. I have a shared common interest in the GOD, you know, but I'm about to read a book by Eliphas Levi, who was a Kabbalistic mystic in the 17th century in France.
How is that going to help?
I'm creating YouTube videos and I'm using it as my script. I'm reading it into YouTube and creating clips.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting book. I mean, there's a lot of fascinating. He's basically arguing logically using proofs, etc., for God. I see you're moving throughout the world. I'm sitting in a library here. You know, you can't do what I'm doing because you're working. You're doing things. I want to sit here and just read a book. You know, smoke weed and drink coffee. Hello?
I had a deadbolt, but they take all my shit all the time. I have stuff over here, but they're constantly taking shit over here. I try to think, but these fucking animals that come here, they don't know how to take care of anything. You know?
Hello?
And then the moment they get here, you know what they say to me? Oh, when are we going home? Why don't you just go home now? And they're asking, what time are we going home? What time are we going home?
Hello?
But seriously, you guys just got here. What do you mean what time we're going home? We're going home when we're done.
Hello?
No. Hold on, I got something here. I'm trying to get something for you. I'm trying to hook you up here. Hold on. I got it. Yeah, I got it. You got to give me a second.
Hello?
I only pull shit out of my ass at home for my wife. Yeah, you saw that, right? You want something? You saw that? You saw the snacks? What do you want?
Hello?
I don't got snacks in my bag in my desk. Yeah. It's gotta be something over here. But thank you for making me look, because I just made me reminding me I have potato chips in there.
Hello?
Look over here. In that chip, yeah.
saw a video of a homeless guy getting robbed of his candy in his bag. Very tragic.
Got a small one like that. Got a small one. See this? Yeah. I told you.
Mr. Barth, I didn't bring the
I told you, I'm the papa. You come the papa, and I take care of you.
Mr. Barth, I didn't bring the strike for the bolt on the dock and the door.
Nobody better than papa.
Okay, listen to this, Barth. This is Article 4, Solution of the Fourth Problem. Religion proved by the objections which people oppose to it. The objections which one may make against religion may be made either in the name of science or in the name of reason or in the name of faith. Science cannot deny the facts of existence of religion, of its establishment and its influence upon the events of history. It is forbidden to it to touch dogma. Dogma belongs wholly to faith. Science ordinarily arms itself against religion with a series of facts which it is her duty to appreciate, which in fact she does appreciate thoroughly, but which she condemns still more energetically than science does. In doing that, science admits that religion is right and herself wrong. She lacks logic, manifests the disorder, which admits the need that it has of being ceaselessly redressed and directed by the spirit of charity. Reason, on its side, examines dogma and finds it absurd. But if it were not so, reason wouldn't understand it. If reason understood it, it would no longer be the formula of the unknown. It would be a mathematical demonstration of the infinite. It would be the infinite finite, the unknown known, the immeasurable measured, the indicible named. That is to say that dogma could only cease to be absurd in the eyes of reason to become in the eyes of faith. Science, reason, and good sense in one. The most... Joanna, hey, thanks for prompting us to go in there. That was very funny. Daniel got a kick out of that.
Yeah, I got thrown out because I said, why'd you do that to Daniel? He helped you last night. And then I got kicked down. I mean, on one hand, he's bragging that Daniel helped him find the food. But then when Daniel came in the room, we kicked him out.
Welcome, Cora.
Feeling better?
I'm doing radiation right now, so...
Does that hurt?
Not really. Well, at least not yet. I've only had 2 treatments.
And I know Joanna always loves a good movie.
Yeah.
You gotta watch Blink Twice.
Okay, let me get my remote.
Yeah, it's on.
It's on Prime.
It's on Prime.
It's on Prime. Okay, I'm on Prime.
What's it about?
You gotta watch it. I'm not telling you.
Should I call my boyfriend in or let him stay in the back room? Let him stay back there.
Wow, Joanna, you don't want to share Blink Twice with the BF? Why not?
Let me see. Alrighty. Because Daniel's my boyfriend in my heart. I'd rather be here with him.
Oh, damn, sugar tits. Daniel, how do you like to make love to a woman? Like, do you have a way to, like, you know, how do you foreplay, Daniel? What's your foreplay game?
I wish I could say that it was something.
Blink Twice. Sorry, Daniel, I interrupted. I see it. It's a guy taking a picture. Okay, I'll mute up.
Yeah, that's very mundane. Very mundane.
Mundane?
Joanna, I've missed you, honey. Or I've missed you, honey. You're having radiation? What is going on?
She had the breast.
Normal. What are you talking about? What is going on? The same thing that's been going on since November 4th. Like, what?
Was there any new discovery or?
No, it's prophylactic. Basically, they do it all the time.
Okay.
They're trying to get any like little stray cells that might have escaped, you know.
Gotcha. Okay. How are you physically? Did you physically heal up well?
I mean, my scars are still healing, like in the scar way, but all my sutures are closed up now. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. Oh my God.
Still got kind of like the square boob look, because the scars at the bottom of my breasts have to soften up before my boobs will kind of.
Yeah, but hold on, Cora. But how's that ass? Is it still good?
Can I be
The ass is
Yeah, it's still good. Okay, all right. That's all that matters, man. As long as that fucking ass is still there, we're in good shape.
Cora, can that breast be
Don't try to sit down too much. Move around a little bit.
Gentlemen, she's going through radiation treatment. This isn't Kentucky Fried Chicken. You're not at the cash register.
All I can think about is
I think we should palpate that, Cora.
having my way with a sedated.
We'll get a nice round dome. We'll have to work it slowly. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cora?
Cora. Meditated Cora.
So we're completely
It won't hurt at all.
I'm not medicated right now.
It's still don't move.
Wild, dude.
Stop moving around so much.
I do have to go to the doctor for my boobs soon, though. Let's put it that way.
Oh my God.
Wow. Version now. Wow. You have like these virgin breasts, and I know that your old man probably,
Yeah, no one's blowing a load on them.
Yeah, they're fresh and
She's so fresh. Exciting. She's so exciting to me.
I'm trying to do the calculus. I mean, it's like still all the material in them is like 52 years old. Like, it's not like.
We'll determine that.
Well, you know the body. You ever have a scar? You ever have a scar that like disappears? You know, like the average. You can Google this, but the amount of time that it takes the human body to like fully regenerate itself by molting. That's why we have dust all over it. We're like snakes molting.
Yeah, I think my scars will fade pretty well because I had a mole removed from my breast where they like punch and stitch it up, and it took about a decade, but the scar completely faded away. You could never see it. Yeah.
Okay, I've rebranded the room. This is Transformers, Megatron and Nero.
Twice is starting. Oh, you're gonna watch it now? Yeah, when am I supposed to watch it? No, I didn't know you were gonna watch it now. I mean, of course, this is a good movie. You should put this movie on since you're home.
Yeah. Blink twice.
I'll do that later today. I haven't had any coffee yet, so I'm kind of low attention. It's like only 9:45 here.
I'm sure you need to keep
I'm
that
trying,
exercise
but I've been
protein,
stuck in bed for like freaking 2 months. Like, they haven't cleared me to go back to the pool yet. That's what I'm waiting for.
Some things never change, and one of them is Cora's personality. She's going to be Cora if Cora is not Cora, or if the Earth is, ablaze. Cora will be Cora. And we love you for that, Cora.
You know, the name Cora is actually from Planet of the Apes. It's one of my favorite names. Cora.
Planet of the Apes, but no, it's from the Greek for girl or name.
So,
a little deal you do at the end of any expression you make.
You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting about words is they're sounds. And so if you try to like visualize yourself as being like the first humans using those words and uttering those sounds, I think it's a little bit like onomatopoeia, where it's like you say boom, bang, like in Batman. So if you say God or you say Abraham or Babylon. Like, you know, they're like magical, incantations.
Do you know about the Kiki and the Booba effect?
No, what's that?
So it's like almost consistently across cultures, regardless of language spoken, like on a statistical basis, not on an individual basis.
To me, Megatron, is like the ultimate. But also it's like from that movie. And so this room has been rebranded Transformers. And so Cora, I know you're like kind of on the left. And again, this room is not about politics, but it's about God. And, I'm just like really annoyed with Andrew R., who his room devolves into basically an argument about pronouns and giving men who pose as women respect by talking to them with their preferred and suggested pronoun. And so I'm just, you just basically demonstrated that, blueberries and spikes, or spikes and blueberries, how in the world have we gotten to the level in 2026 where, we're arguing about the words, but real trans back in the day, they didn't like demand that you address them, with the chosen pronoun. But Cora, don't you think it's kind of performative? Like when you go to Target and a man wants to go into a bathroom that you just put your little, daughter in, and he wants to go in there and do his makeup or something. And then when you accuse him of being a man, he wants to put on a show and say, oh, first of all, my name is, Janet, and my pronoun is she and her, and I have the right to use this bathroom. Like, don't you think he's still putting on a performance, and therefore it's ridiculous? And you should be like, sir, you got to get out of the bathroom. You can't be in this bathroom, sir.
It depends on the person.
Does it really depend on the person, or shouldn't we have a level of standardization?
I've met some people that obviously do it because they're like narcissistic and have some sort of like histrionic personality disorder, and it feeds into that. It gets them the attention that they're seeking, right? But I also know people that are legitimately trans, and just because of the body they were born with, it takes a great deal of effort for them to pass, So.
Well, my point is, like,
I've been meaning to put these things on all fucking day, and I don't have scissors to cut them.
My point is, Cora, my point is that the law should dictate whether or not, men dressed as women should be able to go into a bathroom, because that could...
I think it's a social negotiation that's situational.
Well, that's what the law is in a way, but it's on the books. So until they change the law...
That's someone in Mississippi influencing whether or not I can do what I want to do with my friends in Oregon.
Got it. So what... Let me ask you this.
If you want to do it on a more localized basis of ordinances and laws, sure, I guess that might be more applicable, but I don't want any federal laws. Like, wait a minute.
Got it. You don't want a national law for bathrooms. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want a national law on gendered bathrooms.
No.
Okay.
That's stupid. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for clearing that up. And so let me ask you.
I mean, I think the easiest solution is just to like remove the fucking friction and have non-gendered bathrooms, period.
Mm-hmm.
Like have gender-neutral bathrooms for everything. You go to a fucking restaurant, there's 2 bathrooms. Doesn't matter which fucking one you go in. It's identical. Why would you need a sign on the door?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of places are going towards that.
Not for nothing, but I think the
gender-neutral bathrooms. The kids got more private, nicer bathrooms out of the deal. Yeah. Like they took 2 cruddy, small, stinky space.
When we built the Google, or like the Bloomberg building, Google things, they have these rooms, and they're all like a little different from one another. And some of them are in the middle. Some of them are for little couches and it has a TV. Or some are just a room with a high, like a high chair with like a looks like a bar stool. But each room you go into, it's a sliding door. You can't slam it. It'll self close in the end. And as soon as you close it,
sounds like Star Trek. It's crazy.
You can't hear anything. So they're designed for you to go in there.
Nice. So you can like rip a big old fart and nobody knows.
Well, that's the thing. Like, no, but they're all over the place and they're scattered and they're kind of like designed that way.
See, the trans are making life better for everybody. See?
Yeah, they do it so people don't get like overwhelmed and shit.
So I do want to confirm the word trans is short for transformation, right, Cora?
It's trans in and of itself, right? Like formation is its own word, right? So transformation means moving from one formation to another.
So it's change, right? It just means change.
Yeah, exactly.
So how does a man change into a woman? Because you're taking one word, you're adding a whoa.
Like outwardly, it's all cosmetic.
But not inwardly, not psychologically.
I think trans women are trans women. They're not women because, in general, they don't experience, unless they have like crazy parents, they don't experience girlhood.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big thing. You know, but
Yeah,
some trans men or some trans women may say that they did experience womanhood, but in a different way. Can you accept that?
Girlhood? No, they can't. That's what I said. Unless they have like, there was like this one of the sons of like Louis the 15th, I think, was raised as a girl, right? He experienced girlhood. You know, if he was treated like a girl in all the social ways, sure, right? So I would be more inclined to call him what's closer to a woman than someone that was raised as a boy and then decided they were a woman in like their mid-teens, you know, or something, or 20s.
Are there any like, you know, is there anything that you're opposed to with regards to like social conditions, you know, family or society? Like what in the world today do you disagree with?
Well, I mean, like, you know, pedophilia and incest, you know, that's problematic.
So pedophilia and incest. Anything else?
I mean, general abuse, authoritarianism, treating children like property, treating women like property. I'm opposed to that.
Okay, so pedophilia, incest.
So wait, hold on. This is good.
Who the hell is Carla?
I don't know. When is it appropriate? When is it appropriate for us to do incest? What is it appropriate?
Oh, they were related, right? Or you have that sort of thing where you have like familial sexual attraction, where people are separated at birth, they're not raised with their family, and they meet their family later, and they have this weird sexual attraction phenomenon. It's like
when is it socially acceptable for us to?
And they act on it, right? And even though that's completely 100% consensual, there's still a social stigma to it that's going to add a level of trauma, right? So I don't know that appropriate, like, but again, I would say incest that reduces all risk of harm or production of offspring that, you know, are put at risk, and is completely consensual and isn't, you know, I mean, I'm not going to be mad about it. I'm still going to get the ick from it, though.
Okay. So basically, if you don't know about it, so you're okay with it?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you're okay with it. I don't know why.
Well, no, they're making like kids. They're like a bird.
Yeah. What do you think? Eventually that's going to happen. They're going to be boinking each other. Yeah, it's going to happen.
Then that does a social harm by, you know, creating, like, if you look at that family, like the fucking
no, that was after years of abuse
in
the Germans,
Southeast Kentucky, you know, that.
Yes, that was years. It was generations.
Yeah,
that was generational. Yeah,
but
we're not
part of
talking
that
about
too
generation.
is like a level of like abuse and control and isolation, you know, involved in creating that situation where that happened over and over again, and it was like dumb abuse too.
Laura, when
like
is
not
it
all
okay?
abuse is intentional, right? Some abuse
When is it okay?
People are dumb and don't know how to keep it very well. You know,
under the atheist worldview, when is it okay for us to do incest? Because
when no harm is being done.
We We
when
have
no
the
harm is
famous
being done.
Anthony Flew. Not Anthony Flew. We have the guy. What was his name again? Guy that debated Darth. What was his name again?
Oh, I don't pay attention to that shit, so I wouldn't know.
Anyway, he's a philosopher. He says it's not incest if you wear a condom. How do you feel about that?
No. There's still the psychological factor to it. It's still incest. Like, no, that's not true.
What do you mean?
That's
come home drunk one night. Your brother's there. You know, you're saying that's wrong.
Why would you go home to your brother when you could just pick some dude up in a bar, though? That's the thing. It's like, if you're just looking for, like, a hard cock, it's like, why go to your brother? Gross. But anyway.
I'm not saying that you would.
I'm just saying.
What's the matter?
When no harm is done. That's when, yeah, okay. That's fine. That is fine. Right.
But no harm is done. That's what I'm saying.
So
I'm saying it's, like, really hard because the social norms and
no one's around. No one's gonna see it. Plus, you don't believe in God.
You're conditioned from You're conditioned from the point of being a youth.
No one's gonna judge you.
To feel shame about it, right?
Nobody's looking,
and
right?
so even if you do it, even if everything's around, you're still going to have an internalized shame from it, and that's a
daddy is going to tell you what to do.
A psychological harm.
You're going to do what you want.
Just see what your sister or your mom looks like while you're so fasting.
They're actually kind of good looking.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
So you're just trying to assuage
she looks like
you're trying to assuage your own personal shame about, you know, being sexually attracted to your family members. Like,
I'm not ashamed of it. I just want to know, according to you, when is it appropriate?
Like
when is it okay?
When no harm is
what kind of society? Well, then that could be any time.
Situationally, I mean, it would have to be pretty.
Like that could be when you get home drunk and you.
No, there's still, like I said, there's the amount of internalized shame causes harm. Period. It causes psychological harm.
Why does it cause psychological harm? You're not making any case. You're just suggesting that it might.
The more you argue with this part, the more I think you fucked your sister when you were drunk at some point.
Oh my God!
I think that's something.
Right now? Is this what we're talking about right now?
Yeah. Laura said that she has a problem with incest. She has a problem with incest.
Yeah, because it's almost impossible to have it, to do it without some sort of psychological trauma. Regardless of how nonchalant you act about it on the surface.
What if you don't remember?
My God, I can't believe what you're.
Did it really happen if you don't remember?
Well, we're gonna.
That's what I'm telling. That's what I'm saying.
John Lee's room, and this is what we're doing, bro.
Yeah. I want to ask her. She's the one who doesn't believe in objective morality, and she's a staunch atheist. So honestly,
just let it.
I'm more of a post-theist idealist, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like,
I'm not like one of those, like, new atheist, like, argument philosophy bros. No.
Cora, are you a pog?
A pog, a fat-ass white girl? Yes.
Oh, my God.
Really?
Dude.
I know what pog means. I get called pog all the time.
I don't know what that means.
I just told you what it means. It means fat-ass white girl.
PHAT. Come on, let's be PHAT. Look at this the rosy cheeks of this little snake.
Saxon. Who's this? Oh.
So what do we have the pleasure of your little...
I wanted to come in and criticize this fucking atheist, Cora. She makes me sick. This conversation makes me sick.
Oh, stop the voice, John.
What do you call your show? The Aristocrats.
What are you using them for? Because I gotta cut them up and use them for this.
You talking like the aristocrats, like the fucking vaudeville?
The comedy joke, the comedian's comedy joke. What do you call your show? The Aristocrats.
You never saw that movie, the documentary, The Aristocrats?
Syndication. I think it's pretty well accepted in the comedy world that the most epic rendition of the Aristocrats was done by Bob Saget.
Yeah, I've seen him. I saw him do stand-up in at a casino, and he was very funny, very dirty. But it was really just his fame. That show, you know, in San Francisco. What was it called with the family? Full House. Full House. Da-da-da-da-da-da. See, the sitcom is a special thing because it centers on the house, and you know, you sit on the couch. And I've been casting myself in sitcoms on Quora. It's kind of interesting, Quora, that Sora and Suno are two really powerful AI apps. Have you used those at all? Anybody? Hello? Hello? David. Welcome, David.
So, Saxton, when is it appropriate for us to this incest? Is it ever appropriate?
No.
Mood, you motherfucker. You son of a bitch.
Because it's not.
Planting a bomb in a nablus.
It's not.
The first generation doesn't get messed up.
So do you promote it then?
What?
Are you promoting it?
No, I'm not promoting it, but like if Corey was my sister, I mean, or you and my sister.
You son of a bitch. Planting a bomb in Nablus. Your sons of bitches in Norway, you bastard.
We're on vacation.
Dude, it sounds cringe already, man.
Ow!
You motherfucker mood, you son of a bitch terrorist.
The Muslims do it.
But we're not Muslims.
Wait, Megatron, what do you mean Muslims do incest? Like, that's a generalized statement. It's not, you know, do you have any evidence, and why is it so generalized?
What do you mean? What's general about incest?
You're saying that Muslims...
Nothing general about incest.
You're saying that, well, where in the Quran or the Hadiths does it legitimize incest within Muslim communities? And is there incest within Jewish communities and Christian communities? You know, well, which communities in the Mormon faith, like where do we see it most? Is it within probably, you know, like a Muslim? I mean, is it because they're closed communities that they don't bring in other? Anyways, I'm just saying that to me the conversation's ridiculous, but you know,
it's permissible though. It's permissible to marry your cousin in Islam, but majority of the time they just like to keep it within their own tribe.
This topic, because I don't think. See, this is my criticism of Andrew R. and these supposed Christian rooms is they don't really stay on topic. They don't provide any real education related to the topic of God or Jesus or, you know, the Bible history, etc. Like Megatron, at least he keeps the politics out of the room. And to me, the trans issue is a political issue, not a spiritual issue, not an intellectual issue. It's purely political. Do you agree with that, Cora?
I don't know what I'd be agreeing to. I wasn't in the room. I was getting my coffee.
I don't think there's a trans issue, so maybe that's your guys' problem. But I think allowing kids to be themselves at a younger age, because I don't believe in this whole body dysmorphia shit. I think this was just started so that the military could give, you know, people in the military, you know, estrogen, so they could find it easier to find a loophole so they could get the medicine, still be part of the military. So they invented this body dysmorphia. So so they could say they want to pay their lives. So I don't really think it's a real thing. I think it's bullshit. It's a made-up term.
So what would be like the top 10 list of made-up terms? I mean, CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, DEI, trans. I mean, to me, these are all words used in political, framing and discourse. So, if you, like I've told John Lee on his show, why don't you just read the Bible? I know you're walking around and roaming, but, to me, you are a subject matter expert on Islam, just like how other people are subject matter experts on other topics. Like Cora here seems to have subject matter expertise with regards to trans and to incest and, to abuse and to rape and abortion. So Cora is, all or nothing on certain topics. But Megatron, do you think?
Yeah, I worked in a women's center when I was in college. So yeah.
Well, I asked you earlier, Cora, a question, and you basically said, incest, rape, and abuse. Those are the three things in society. That pedophilia. Yeah. Like, anyways, what was my question? What was the original question I asked you? What in society are you opposed to?
Yeah, I think it was something like that.
Yeah. So what in society are you not opposed to? Like, what in society today do you just relish in and love?
I don't know. Like I said, things to me are situational.
Sure, that's the same for everybody, right?
Absolutes.
Didn't you just give us absolutes? Like 3 examples of absolutes? I mean, they're pretty absolute. Incest, rape, pedophilia, and abuse. Those are absolutes. And do you think there should be federal laws on those 4 absolutes?
Well, they are, let me put it this way, they are situationally almost universally inappropriate. Therefore, that you could treat them like absolutes.
You can treat them like absolutes, and they're situationally extreme. And so therefore, there should be standards of legislation with regards to laws.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I'm not going to talk about, like, a lot of the stuff that people try to legislate is situationally ambiguous 99% of the time. So
what does this have to do with incest? I was on the incest conversation. Where does this go with incest here?
What was that, Megatron?
Where does this? I was talking about incest. What happened?
Well, we're getting back to the law, which, I think ultimately all these debate bro rooms, technically, if you can't get back to the law, like, it's just so imaginative and such a huge waste of time. So I'm trying to, because, I don't get to talk to Cora that often, and she's so opinionated.
600 fucking thousand years without a legal system, and we managed,
We didn't have a legal system for 600,000 years?
We didn't have a legal system until, pretty much, you had tribes, or I would say until you had, agricultural civilizations.
I take my boots.
Well, there's natural law even in tribal functions, meaning that, if somebody commits a crime within a tribe.
That's a shoehorn fallacy. That's a shoehorn fallacy, John. It's not an actual legal system.
I know, but there's still a herd.
It's situational analysis by people that are respected, as wise people.
No, I'm saying.
It's not like a codified legal system. That's why it's a shoehorn fallacy, is we're trying to fit. Natural law comes from, Enlightenment era philosophers trying to shoehorn or understand how humans existed before, their idea of what the ideal society was.
No,
and
Cora.
they literally interpret it through their own.
Cora, you don't know history well enough, because I've read many Roman history books, and this all predates, Western Enlightenment.
Post-agricultural. I said
I know, but then you jump to the Enlightenment being the basis of our law. But what I'm trying to tell you, Cora, is naturally within a herd there is a law, and that law is strength. And at this very moment, Cora, you are giving up your strength. And, so energy preservation is a very important topic.
She's going to call you, and I'm like, this fucking guy's next phone over here. I'm supposed to call him.
Sometimes I like to tell people to take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds.
You can't leave without me, fucking. You can't leave without you.
Did you make pancakes this morning, Bert?
I just closed that because I hate when it's open because people are constantly looking at it.
Cora, do you think you're part of a tribe?
Just get started.
Cora, do you think you're part of a tribe?
What's that?
Not me in particular, but I do think people have sort of tribal things, particularly in
it'd be nice.
Identity politics and stuff.
So what is it about you that you wish people knew, but they fail to understand?
I got a new key.
I don't have an intrinsic identity.
Those are new locks.
To me, seems like just an absurd question.
What is an intrinsic identity?
Something that's immutable, unchangeable.
So can you give me an example?
Present from, the initial sort of present from the initial event of my consciousness,
Yeah.
I don't have
to finish what I was doing. He says, "Get the fucking car."
So, with regards to consciousness
where he was.
and situations,
I never know where
do
he
you
goes.
think you could force yourself into a different situation if you wanted to? I mean, primarily for money, you would, not to saying that you're greedy or anything, but
how you like sex work or something? What?
No, basically trying to psyop yourself. If you could brainwash yourself for money, but
yeah, I did that as a child all the time. For survival.
How?
I convinced myself that I was a good Christian because I had to survive. I behaved in that manner. I took on that role and identity. Right? I wholly embodied it in order to prevent being, abused and maligned by my parents. So.
But how did you do that though?
It's called masking. I'm autistic. I do it almost reflexively. I'm an autistic female.
But do you think so? You violated your own free will to do that, is what you're saying?
Well, the first tenet of my free will is survival, right? The second is reducing suffering. So, if I do things that are unpleasant in order to reduce suffering, is that really against my free will? No.
Well, what I'm saying is you view that masking as being unnatural.
It saps more vitality and energy out of me than just being myself. Yeah.
So, but you did it in order to placate, so you wouldn't have to suffer abuse.
Exactly.
So, would you call that intelligence?
Yeah, it's extremely intelligent. It's situational awareness. It's the ability to weigh cost benefit at an early age.
Is that like a chameleon type of trait, like a reptilian trait, like the reptilian mind?
I mean, I think the limbic system is definitely involved, but I don't know if I call it wholly reptilian. No.
What about the sympathetic nervous system?
It's you're constantly trying to balance the tension between your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system.
Mm-hmm. And the other part of your abusive parents are also trying to balance their, parasympathetic and lymphatic and sympathetic nervous systems to your balance. So in the end, what you're saying is your deceptive, acceptance of Christianity gave a balancing effect to an otherwise abusive situation. So the communication of peace within the Bible brought that equilibrium, right?
No, my own situational awareness did.
What about the other opposing party's situational awareness to your situational awareness?
They're not very aware. They're covert narcissists, so they're completely self-absorbed. They don't really pay attention to other people's. They lack empathy. So.
Do you think in your own life you've also?
I self-sacrifice in order to
put those clamps away on your own.
In order to like improve other people's lives, constantly. I always put other people before myself. It's because I was conditioned to be that way by covert narcissists. I was always conditioned to put their needs before mine. So.
Do you know, I often ask people here, like, what's your most painful memory? Do you think you could answer that?
Yeah, I was being forced to suck my babysitter's son's cock and having him ejaculate in my mouth.
Jesus. Sorry to hear that. Is that really your most painful memory?
Yeah, horror show.
Yikes.
But I've had a lot of EMDR, and so I could talk about it really matter-of-factly without getting triggered.
What's EMDR?
My movement, sensitization, and processing.
Did you have to spit or swallow? Or did you have to spit or swallow?
I went and threw up in the sink in the bathroom across the hall.
Wow. So do you?
I was 7 years old.
Well, the only reason
you didn't say that.
I guess
You didn't
what
say
I'm.
that before.
I guess what I'm asking, or not even asking, but like, do you think books can be therapeutic?
Yeah.
So
It's kind of like you can read some books that are like I like reading the book of it. I won't like write the Bible up wholesale. I love the book of it.
because do you think like the Hegelian dialectic can, basically reprogram and create new, traits within your personality for therapeutic purposes?
What are you talking, like CBT or something, or DBT?
No, just like dialectic.
I mean, there's literally dialectical behavioral therapy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Which is really just reading.
I think it works for some people. It didn't work for me very well because all my trauma I generally somaticize, which is why I went to EMDR, which is more, it's a more sort of unconscious bilateral stimulation process where you basically dredge up bad emotions and then you stare at a dot moving back and forth, and the bilateral stimulation helps you reprocess and sort of compartmentalize the things so that they're not so triggering. It's almost like hypnotizing yourself, which I'm sure you enjoy. Yeah, I mean, obviously it works for some people, but there's also, what is it, acceptance and something therapy as well, where you just fucking accept it, right? You learn to accept it. I mean, you don't do this dialectical thing where you counter it. It just depends on the person and what their nervous system responds to. Because that's the thing is like with mental health, is like people try to compartmentalize it into like all sort of like your brain and the way you think and whatever, but so much of it is like somatic sort of response to things. And if you start recognizing it, that it's like a general sort of like nervous system dysregulation rather than what you're thinking, then all sorts of other therapies open up to you that are probably more effective than like talk therapy or CBT or DBT.
What about TM, like transcendental meditation, just mantra recitation?
I think that works for some people. I mean, I don't know. It depends. Again, it's I think it's a method of like regulating. So yeah, it could probably work. People don't recognize that what they're doing is regulating their nervous systems.
Well, sorry to hear about the abuse you suffered. I've never.
What kinks have you developed since the abuse, or?
I don't really have any kinks. I did
Megatron
basically
for the
kind of
winning
try
question.
to take control of my own sort of sexual health and identity in my 20s, and was very open and exploratory intentionally. I did shit that scared me, or I didn't enjoy, or I thought I wouldn't enjoy, just to see if I did. And nothing really stuck. I'm just generally an open-minded person, and if it feels good, I do it. That's all.
So you know a lot about like witchcraft and the occult. Like, what in esoteric philosophy or science has been, most surprising or pleasing to you?
I'm eating right now, but I'll have to think about that for a while.
What are you putting in your mouth at this moment right now?
So in the military, when they speak about getting assaulted, other soldiers, part of the training is that they don't fight back, so that they'll survive.
Yeah, women are conditioned to do that from youth.
Well, it's almost protocol.
Yeah, so if we're teaching physically conditioned men that same strategy, imagine what we're teaching women who just lack, through sexual dimorphism, lack the upper body strength to fight back, period. Regardless of how fit they are, in comparison to probably 80% of the male population.
I think the chances are higher of you actually killing him when he's done if you don't fight back.
I mean, if I have access to something, he's going to end up with a fucking key in his eye or something. But, I'm going to be damn sure that whatever I do... Exactly.
You only have one chance.
Yeah, women, if they do fight back, it has to be, extreme and violent. Because you have to absolutely incapacitate the man. If you just wound them in a way that they're still functional, that just escalates the amount of harm that's going to come to you.
Yeah. This conversation make you feel uncomfortable, Lord? Who's this guy in the audience? What's up, Tim?
Hey, what's up, Greg?
What are you doing, Tim?
Just out taking the dogs for a walk.
¿Qué fue? ¿Qué? ¿Qué? ¿Del carro? No, ellos me están dando dinero. No estoy usando cash. Exactly. Yep.
Who's buying the dip on Bitcoin?
I don't know.
I was thinking about.
You got to have the money to buy the dip.
Dip, baby, dip.
Yeah, I dropped a chunk of my tax return into it.
That's interesting.
So, Cora.
I know you're into that kind of stuff.
Cora, back to the trans issue. You know, I went to a Jewish.
There is no trans issue.
Well, I went to a Jewish synagogue one time, and they have these women that present as men. You know, they look like little boys. And the girl that I was dating at the time, who had the most amazing ass, said to me, you know, it's very rare for women to present as men, but it's very common for men to present as women. And I think it's because it's a lot easier for a man to present as a woman as opposed for a woman to present as a man. Because
even in modern, trans medicine, it's a lot harder and more dangerous for a female to male transition, simply because like our bodies aren't meant to accommodate male-sized sort of vocal cords. You get vaginal atrophy from taking testosterone, which can cause all sorts of other problems. So like, yeah, it's a lot easier to do female.
Be that difficult. Yeah. When is it ever appropriate for incest to be the case? Do you have any scenario?
I mean, I can't think of any off the top of my head that are like would make it appropriate. Like I can't. I'm sure if I thought about it, you know, maybe if you're like down to the last two people on Earth, and you're like you're afraid that you're going to have some type of, if you all die, there's going to be no way to keep, if your goal is to keep the population on the Earth or to keep your family going, I suppose at that point you may think about something like that. But I just don't really think in general that it's a good idea.
Yeah, I would point to the same situation.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say last two people on Earth. Like, it's more. I mean, if you're the last two people on Earth, the human race is doomed anyway. You have founders effects problems. There's no way that two people could be populated here. Yeah.
Off the top of my head, thinking about it.
Yeah, like a small population, you're going to end up with, you can't, like, statistically, there's no way to avoid, you'll end up with some sort of founders effect. There's, at some point you'll get back to a certain level of genetic diversity. But like, I'm thinking more of like if you watch some sci-fi where they have like a limited number of people on a intergalactic or interstellar ship where they're like trying to organize like biologically who gets to like breed with who and marry who, and so in order to minimize, but it's like almost impossible to.
Yeah, but then at that point, it seems like you're just like it's because you have different goals at that point, right? The goal is like we're trying to stop extinction, so we're compromising the idea of like a short-term temporary problem.
Yeah, trying to
breed ourselves out of that.
Long enough to get to a colonizing planet.
Yeah. It just seems to me like from like a normative stance, like it's not a good idea to have incestuous relationships because there's power dynamics, there's all sorts of things.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Play with that.
From the social conditioning, I don't think it's possible to engage in it, no matter how much you feel like it's fine, without some level of trauma. Yeah,
there's been a lot of criticism lately of the. I don't know if you would call that if you're marrying your cousin, is that incestuous? Like in the same way that like there's a father knocking up their daughter? Like I don't know.
Like as far as level of risk, I think that like the differential is something like 0.0125 chance of like repeating, negative genetic factors. But it's like when you get to like something when you point to like the fifth, right? The famous Habsburg king, who was like more inbred through cousin and niece, uncle.
Yeah, that's what they're saying within the Muslim population, that like the top 5 lowest like IQ populations are heavily correlated with that with Muslim population because they have a lot of cousin marriage.
There's a family in Turkey, and I don't know if this has anything to do with cousin marriage. I should look into it. Where like the children have actually reverted to quadrupedalism. Like they're not bipedal.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah. Well, there's also the rat people, Muslims that look like rats. I think they may be Somali, they may be Pakistani, but there's like an even subset of smaller ones that they like literally inbreed themselves, and their faces look like rat faces. You can look it up.
But what if?
But the problem is too, it drives their IQ down, right? And then it drives them to the point where they're hovering about 85, 86, 87 IQ.
It's the same
there's a way.
Kentucky, they were just too dumb to quit the incest, right?
But wait a second. There's a way to systematically get out of any of this if there was one main family left, and let's just say this family was of all ages, and it was first cousins and brothers and sisters, and then cousins of, and then second cousins, right?
You run a lot of genetic risk. I mean, you might be able to endure, but there'd be a lot of like problematic sort of like even small things. Like for a long time.
Think about this.
For a long time, the people on Catalina Island, right? The people on Catalina Island, when they were more isolated, they actually had a founder's effect sort of. It was very benign, but they had an inverse secondary incisor and canine tooth, right? Okay. So you could tell if someone was from fucking Catalina if they had that tooth thing going on. And that was all founder's effect. It was just because of the small population on Catalina Island and like a couple generations of like inbreeding. But you know, it would if you had like an ultimate like sort of hyper genetically diverse family with like absolutely low sort of genetic diseases, right? You still run some level of risk. Like it's going to happen.
All right, there's a systematic way though that you can risk less. You have less risk.
Yeah, you'd have to genetically test everybody.
Can you fucking let me finish a sentence? Go ahead, Cora. Go ahead, Cora.
It was the spaceship scenario I was talking about. You'd have to genetically test everything.
Okay. So I think there's a way to do it if everyone is a child with every other person. And obviously this would have to be systematically. So if you and I had a child, then you would have to have a child with Tim, and I would have a child with Tim's wife, and then so on and so forth. So that eventually the gene pool will be mixed, not completely fixed on a specific gene, whether if we tested it or not. If we're in situations like this, we're probably not going to have the means to test DNA. Okay, Cora?
That's not all a single family, though.
I'll be a bit.
Yeah.
Bye, Tim.
Hey, Megatron, what am I watching?
Oh my God, it's so good.
Okay, I'll stick with it.
Yeah. What was the name of it again?
Blink Twice.
Blink Twice.
They're all in the commune kind of setting. Get high.
He's got to get in there.
It's getting there.
No.
Alright, I'm watching it.
Yeah, keep watching it. You haven't gotten to the good part yet.
Okay.
Wait till you get to the juicy part.
Waiting for the juice.
I gotta go take a shower and take care of my stuff. So. I might see you later.
Wait, Cora, before you go, Cora, can I read to you one page from this new book I bought?
What is the book?
It's called The Key of the Mysteries.
Can I pay you to read my book on Clubhouse?
Yeah, I will for you, for sure.
I'll let you read it to Joanna because it'll probably land better with her. But I really like when I smoke. Yeah, I've been chilling with Mark. Bye,
Okay, this is page 83. It says.
And then we're gonna work on reading my book on Clubhouse.
Oh, do you want to do it right now? Give me a link.
Okay.
You can text it to me too, to my personal phone, or you can message me on Instagram or other ways. Or maybe here. I very rarely look at these messages on this app. It's all spam. So if you click the YouTube link above, you'll see a YouTube live stream of a Clubhouse room going on right now. It's nothing important, but I'm going to update it to my office. Crazy, I can't update it. All right, well, let me read this page unless you have a link available, Joanna. Okay, this is page 83. It would be a mathematical demonstration of the infinite. It would be the infinite finite, the unknown known, the immeasurable measured, the indicible named. That is to say that dogma could only cease to be absurd in the eyes of reason to become, in the eyes of faith, science. A reason and good sense in one. The most monstrous and the most impossible of all absurdities. Remain the objections of dissent. The Jews, our fathers in religion, reproach us with having attacked the unity of God, with having changed the immutable and eternal law, with adoring the creature instead of the Creator. These heavy reproaches are founded on the perfectly false notion of Christianity. Our God is the God of Moses, unique, immaterial, infinite God, sole object of worship and ever the same. Like the Jews, we believe him to be present everywhere, but as they ought to do, we believe him living, thinking and loving in humanity, and we adore him in his works. It identifies itself as language does. Worship is a form of instruction. It is a language. One must translate it when nations no longer understand it. Okay, Joanna, could you have the ability for me to read it? Hello? We have translated and not destroyed the worship of Moses and the prophets. In adoring God in creation, we do not adore the creation itself. In adoring God in Jesus Christ, it is God alone whom we adore, but God united to humanity. In making humanity divine, Christianity has revealed the human divinity. The God of the Jews was inhuman because they did not understand him in his works. We are then more Israelite than the Israelites themselves. When they believe, we believe with them, and better than they do. They accuse us of having separated ourselves from them, and on the contrary, it is they who wish to separate from us. We wait for them, the heart and the arms wide open. We are, as they are, the disciples of Moses. Like them, we come from Egypt, and we detest its slavery, but we have entered into the promised land, and they obstinately abide and die in the desert. Mohammedans are the bastards of Israel, or rather they are his disinherited brothers like Esau. The belief is illogical. for they admit that Jesus is a great prophet, and they treat Christians as infidels. They recognize the divine inspiration of Moses, yet they do not look upon the Jews as their brothers. They believe blindly in the blind prophet, the fatalist Muhammad, the enemy of progress and liberty. Nevertheless, do not let us take away from Muhammad the glory of having proclaimed the unity of God among the idolatrous Arabs. There are pure and sublime pages in the Quran. In reading those pages, one may say, with the children of Ishmael, there is no other God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet. There are 3 thrones in heaven for the 3 prophets of the nations, but at the end of time, Muhammad will be replaced by Elias. The Muslims do not reproach the Christians, they insult them. One must not refute the Turks and the Arabs. One must instruct and civilize them. Remain dissident Christians, that is to say, those who, having broken the bond of unity, declare themselves strangers to the charity of the Church. Greek Orthodoxy, that twin of the Roman Church, which has not grown greater since its separation, which counts no longer in religion, which since Photius has not inspired a single eloquence, is a church become entirely temporal, whose priesthood is no more than a function, regulated by the imperial policy of the Tsar of all, the Russias. Curious mummy of the primitive church, still colored and gilded with all its legends and all its rites, which its popes no longer understand, the shadow of a living church, but one which insisted on stopping when that church moved on, and which is now no more than its bloated out and heedless silhouette. Then the Protestants, those eternal regulators of anarchy, who have broken down dogma, and are trying always to fill the void with reasonings like the sieve of the Danaids, these weavers of religious fantasy, all of whose innovations are negative, who have formulated their own use, an unknown calling itself better known, mysteries better explained, a more defined infinite, a more restrained immensity, a more doubting faith, those who have quintessentialized the absurd, divided charity, and taken acts of anarchy for the principles of an entirely impossible hierarchy, those men who wish to realize salvation by faith alone, because charity escapes them, and who can no longer realize it, even upon the earth, for the pretended sacraments are no longer anything but allegorical memories. They no longer give grace. They no longer make God seen and touched. They are no longer, in a word, the signs of the almighty power of faith, but the compelled witnesses of the eternal impotence of doubt. Ooh, we got Buttercup here. She's come in for her interview. I knew I'd catch you, Buttercup. I caught your vanity. I'm reading a book by Eliphas Levi. It's called The Key of the Mysteries. So, Buttercup, I like reading books. I'm wondering if you would ever read a book to create an audiobook, either something you wrote or AI wrote, or, Benny Morrison. You love to always go back to I wonder if you could answer this question. What is in these secret IDF files that, in your opinion, are so controversial? Because to me, they're just war chronicles of, people fighting. And you seem to think that they're secret, but there's no secret when it comes to war. It's like a violent, bloody struggle of survival of people individually competing to kill each other, which is horrible. But there's these immutable laws of countries and cliques or tribes, and unfortunately, violence and war. Yikes, Buttercup. What are we gonna do? They seem to be consistent. and status quo. So, yikes. Sucks, right? But a lot of things suck. She left. Buttercup left us. She wouldn't rise to the occasion. She is what we call a coward. Joanna, do you have it? Or shall I keep reading?
It's in the chat.
Okay, cool. I updated the room title.
Really? I'm gonna cry.
Don't cry.
I might. It's fun.
Nina Palma. Oh my God. Wow. Look at this.
It's me. What? It's one of my books. You don't have to read it.
Okay, I'm going to read chapter 2, Mrs. Levi.
No, I like chapter 1 better.
Okay, you want chapter 1? Your choice.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Iris Pace by Nina Palma, the art appraiser. Iris woke up early to get to the train on time. Do you have a way to record this actually?
No.
Do you have another cell phone that you can like hit record and record?
Yes. I can do that.
Okay, let me know when you're ready. Because I want you to take this recording and upload it to Audible.
Just that one page?
Yeah, it'll be the sample so people can like preview it.
Okay, hold on.
And if we ever make a sale, I want you to send me $10.
Okay, no problem.
10, not 11, 10, not 9. Rabono Shalom. But I need you to create like a hard copy file. And we just got the bull rush, so that means the spirit is with us.
Okay, I have another phone. I have another iPhone. Let me go to voice recordings. If I see the icon.
You can also upload this to Spotify with the Spotify Creators app.
I don't know if this phone has it. I don't see the voice record on here. Let me go down. Voice memo. Okay, allow. It's recording. 3, 2, 1, go.
This is The Art Appraiser by Nina Palma, read by John Kitover. This is chapter 1, Iris Pace. Iris woke up early to get to the train on time. The job interview was something she'd only dreamed of while at university, and she was determined not to be late. Iris tried to keep up with the latest fashion. Today she wore a blue dress with buttons down the front, fitted jacket over it, and her beige bowler hat. She slipped into her new shoes, and looking in the mirror, she felt suitably dressed for the occasion. Iris stepped onto the streets of Berlin, trying to pass the time. Lately, she'd avoided newspapers, so she left the one next. It's okay.
It's okay. Thank you so much for reading it. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to continue. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, I would love you to. I'm moved.
Iris got on the train and took. Are you still recording?
Well, I'm gonna upload it with all that noise.
That's okay. People, it's like filming the people filming. People like
Oh,
the reality. You know, it's just, again, it's just a sample. So whoever listens to this, I hope you buy the book because it's starting out great and I can tell it's amazing. So, but continue recording and we'll just finish it.
Okay, I'm still recording.
Iris got on the train and took the empty seat next to the door. She was not sure what she would be asked on the interview, nor did she know what the position actually required. She adjusted her hat and went through her purse, trying to pass the time. Lately, she'd avoided newspapers, so she left the one next to her unread. The nearer the train approached her stop, the more anxious she became, though she was well versed in the art world and had an art degree to show for it. As the train neared the station, Iris peered out the window. A few people were stranded on the platform, but one man in particular caught her eye. He wore a gray suit and shiny black shoes. He stood with an air about him, as if he hadn't a care in the world. Iris got off the train and he greeted her. "Miss Pace? Iris Pace?" He extended his hand. "Yes, sir. I'm Iris Pace. Pleased to meet you." "Nick Himmel," he smiled, tipping his hat to reveal his blonde hair and blue eyes. "We have important matters to discuss regarding your new position. Come, there's a delightful cafe in the corner." He held out his hand for her to walk ahead. "But, sir, I'm here to apply for the position. I have not been interviewed yet." Iris was puzzled. "You stand corrected. The job is yours. We have important business, and you're qualified, Miss Pace. We need a girl like you." God knows the other candidates were not as well educated. "Well, thank you," Iris said with confidence. "Say, you'll come with me to get some coffee." They walked 2 blocks to a cafe. They were seated outside at a table with a yellow umbrella. "My father has built quite a business in textiles, and now he has the notion of collecting art. Can you believe a man who worked his way up would want to buy art?" Mr. Himmel mentioned to the waitress. "What would the world be without art?" Iris smiled. "True. A successful man must. Appraisal, sir. Renaissance, Impression, Abstract, and I hear you have studied Romanian and Italian artwork as well. Mr. will do just fine. I'm sure the university familiarized you with all the well-known artists, as well as some up-and-coming ones," Mr. Himmel continued. "Response tomorrow will be fine," Iris agreed. They spent about an hour in the cafe. Mr. Himmel spoke about his business and mostly listened. They went back to the train station. Iris was glad her train was waiting. She was wary of this man she had just met and wondered if she had made a mistake by coming. She decided to talk with her father about it, but then thought twice about the idea. Was there anything that should cause her suspicion? After all, she was educated, yet how did Mr. Himmel know so much about her? Perhaps he inquired about her from one of her teachers, and it was no cause for concern. Iris decided to put her mind at ease and tell her parents the good news.
Thank you so much. She will be working for the SS, and it gets really good to those who want to give it a chance. She will find out she is working for the Nazis, and that was beautifully read. I'm forever grateful.
Okay, that's by Nina Palma, The Art Appraiser, Chapter 1, Iris Pace. So I'm also putting this in a Clubhouse room, so I'll send you the link to that as well.
Okay. I'm honored that you read that. I know it sounds a little funny, but it gets better.
I'm also going to put it on X.
Wow.
Do you have an X account?
No, not anymore.
Well, if you get one, you can share the link that I'm putting up. Because you can create a room here on Clown House and then post that room to X and use hashtags and title it.
Really, thank you again. I'm getting a lot of money from this book because I'm shocked that people are reading books about the war.
Well, it's your keyword. You're ranking for the word the art appraiser. So people are finding it because they're looking for, the art appraiser.
I'll be right back.
This has been The Art Appraiser by Nina Palma. We just read chapter 1, Iris Pace, a young girl who is going to a job interview, takes the train and gets offered the position on the spot.
That you just put your little, daughter in, and he wants to go in there and do his makeup or something. And then when you accuse him of being a man, he wants to put on a show and say, "Oh, first of all, my name is, Janet, and my pronoun is she and her, and I have the right to use this bathroom." Like, don't you think he's still putting on a performance, and therefore it's ridiculous? And you should be like, "Sir, you got to get out of the bathroom. You can't be in this bathroom, sir."
It depends on the person.
Does it really depend on the person, or shouldn't we have a level of standardization?
I've met some people that obviously do it because they're like narcissistic and have some sort of like histrionic personality disorder, and it feeds into that. It gets them the attention that they're seeking, right?
Okay.
But I'm also
This has been The Art Appraiser by Nina Palma. We just read chapter 1, Iris Pace, a young girl who is going to a job interview, takes the train and gets offered the position on the spot. This has been The Art Appraiser by Nina Palma. We just read chapter 1, Iris Pace. So that's on my YouTube account called Reading Books ASMR.
Thank you.
I'm a publicist, Joanna.
I know.
I'm a marketer.
Okay, if I get book sales this month, I'll give you a slice.
Yeah, give me a piece of pizza.
I will. I'm a woman of my word. Yep. She's working for the Nazis.
She's working to the limit.
Okay, I'm gonna change the room title. To prove to me your God and prophet are real. Okay, invite people to the room. I've updated the title and the link. Joanna, check out my YouTube channel. Subscribe to it. I'm wearing a new country western hat that I got on eBay. It's a giant white cowboy hat. It is a Scala Western style hat. It's pretty dope. It's extra large. It's like painted or something. They put glaze on it or something to make it hard. I know you love, what's big and hard. We're also going to modify the powerful Dennis James and make him a mod. Powerful green bee. Invite people to the room so they too can experience the power.
Yes.
Bull rush. Hello, Nuha. دلم برم خیلی تنگ شده. الله اکبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. الحمدلله. Okay, now's a good time to invite people to the room. Click at the top, hit the share button, invite people to the room. Take your little finger and click, 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 click. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على حي على Okay, we've updated the room to the Iran war because war is breaking out all across Iran at the present moment. A massive news break. The war with Iran has begun.
In your face. And ain't nobody jumping. That tells you everything about this country. It tells you everything about how these motherfuckers really move.
So is this a partisan issue where like Democrats are saying, "Oh, the Republicans are responsible"?
Both sides are involved.
Okay, gotcha.
And Republicans, yeah, this ain't a partisan thing.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they both involved.
A lot of laws regarding kids. I forgot which country it is. I was reading an article like a year ago where they made child pornography legal. Like you can legally have it and not get arrested. And then that thing that's going on in Florida where they went the age of I forget what it is.
Listen, man, take this room title out your mouth because the Epstein files are not more important than Black History Month. Jesse Jackson just died, for praise the Lord. Put Jesse Jackson in the Capitol building. Let Jesse Jackson have a state proper burial. Please, praise Lord Jesus. Jesse Jackson, please, Lord. Stop muting me, Lord Jesus. Jesus, Jesse Jackson died for your sins. Jesse Jackson died for your sins. Bury Jesse Jackson with some honors.
Oh, never mind. I had to realize it was. Yeah, that's a troll.
But you know what blew me that I really had to educate myself on? The adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome!
It wasn't just about the molestation. It wasn't about raping. It wasn't just about murdering. Whatever is released to our blood when our adrenaline is flowing, the wealthy white people thinks that keeps them youth. They inject that into themselves. They put it on their skin, all these different things. So all of them, because when you have kids with no birth certificates, obviously it's easy to get rid of. But they're breeding babies and just having them and raising them to be whatever ages and then like torturing them so that the adrenaline would enter their blood. Please just look the shit up. It's called adrenochrome.
Hello? It is then against faith itself that the Reformation protested. Protestants were right only in their protest against the inconsiderate and persecuting zeal which wished to force consciences. They claimed the right to doubt, the right to have less religion than others, or even to have none at all. They have shed their blood for that said privilege. They conquered it. They possess it. But they will not take away from us that of pitying them and loving them. When the need to believe again takes them, when their heart revolts against the tyranny of a falsified reason, when they become tired of the empty abstractions of their arbitrary dogma, of the vague observances of their ineffective worship, when the communion with the real presence, the churches without divinity, and the morality without grace, finally frighten them, when they are sick with the nostalgia of God. Will they not rise up like the prodigal son and come to throw themselves at the feet of the successor of Peter, saying, Father, we have sinned against heaven and in thy sight, and we are no more worthy to be called thy sons, but count us among the humblest of thy servants? We will not speak of the criticism of Voltaire. Their great mind was dominated by an ardent love of truth and justice, but he lacked the rectitude of heart which the intelligence of faith gives. Voltaire could not admit faith, because he did not know how to love. Spirit of charity did not reveal itself to that soul which had no tenderness, and he bitterly criticized the hearth of which he did not feel the warmth, the lamp of which he did not see the light. If religion were such as he saw it, he would have been 1,000 times right to attack it, and one would be obliged to fall on one's knees before the heroism of his courage. Voltaire would be the Messiah of good sense, the Hercules destructor of fanaticism. But he laughed too much to understand him, who said, "Happy are they who weep." And the philosophy of laughter will never have anything in common with the religion of tears. Voltaire parodied the Bible, dogma, and worship, and then he mocked and insulted that parody. Only those who recognize religion in Voltaire's parody, can take offense at it. The Voltairians are like the frogs in the fable who leap upon the log, make fun of royal majesty. They are at liberty to take the log for a king. They are at liberty to make once more that Roman caricature of which Tertullian once made mirth, that which represented the God of the Christians under the figure of a man with an ass's head. Christians will shrug their shoulders when they see this knavery, and pray God for the poor ignorants who imagine that they insult them. And the Count Joseph de Maistre, after having in one of his most eloquent paradoxes represented the hangman as a sacred being, and a permanent incarnation of divine justice upon earth, suggested that one should raise to the old man of Ferney a statue executed by the hangman. There is depth in this thought. Voltaire, in effect, also was, in the world, a being at the same time providential and fatal, endowed with insensibility for the accomplishment of his terrible functions. He was, in the domain of intelligence, a hangman, an exterminator armed with the justice of God himself. God sent Voltaire. Between the century of Bossuet and that of Napoleon, in order to destroy everything that separates those two geniuses and to unite them in one alone. He was the Samson of the spirit, always ready to shake the columns of the temple. But in order to make him turn in spite of himself the mill of religious progress, Providence made him blind of heart. Article 5, Solution of the Last Problem. To separate religion from superstition and fanaticism. Superstition, from the Latin word superstes, surviving, is the sign which survives the idea which it represents. It is the form preferred to the thing. The right without reason, faith become insensate through isolating itself. It is in consequence the corpse of religion, the death of life, stupefaction substituted for inspiration. Fanaticism is superstition become passionate. Its name comes from the word phanum, which signifies temple. It is the temple put in the place of God. It is the human and temporal interest of the priest substituted for the honor of priesthood. The wretched passion of the man exploiting the faith of the believer. In the fable of the ass loaded with relics, La Fontaine tells us that the animal thought that he was being adored. He did not tell us that certain people indeed thought that they were adoring the animal. These people were the superstitious. If anyone had laughed at their stupidity, he would very likely have been assassinated. For from superstition to fanaticism is only one step. Superstition is religion interpreted by stupidity. Fanaticism is religion serving as a pretext to fury. Those who intentionally and maliciously confound religion itself with superstition and fanaticism borrow from stupidity its blind prejudices, and would borrow perhaps in the same way from fanaticism its injustices and angers. Inquisitors or Septembrisors, what matter names? The religion of Jesus Christ condemns, and has always condemned, assassins. Okay, this is page 91, resume of the first part in the form of a dialogue. Faith, science, reason. Science. You will never make me believe in the existence of God. Faith. You have not the privilege of believing, but you will never prove to me that God does not exist. Science. In order to prove it to you, I must first know what God is. Faith. You will never know it. If you knew it, you could teach it to me, and when I knew it, I should no longer believe it. Science. Do you then believe without knowing what you believe? Faith. Oh, do not let us play with words. It is you who do not know what I believe, and I believe it precisely because you do not know it. Do you pretend to be infinite? Are you not stopped at every step by mystery? Mystery is for you an infinite ignorance which would reduce to nothing your finite knowledge, if I did not illumine it with my burning aspirations. And if, when you say, I no longer know, I did not cry. As for me, I begin to believe. Science. But your aspirations and their object are not and cannot be for me anything but hypotheses. Faith, doubtless, but they are certainties for me, since without these hypotheses I should be doubtful even about your certainties. Science, but if you begin where I stop, you begin always too rashly and too soon. My progress bears witness that I am ever advancing. Faith, what does your progress matter if I am always walking in front of you? Science, you? Walking? Dreamer of eternity! You have disdained earth too much, your feet are benumbed. Faith, I make my children carry me. Science, they are blind, carrying the blind, beware of precipices. Faith, no, my children are by no means blind. On the contrary, they enjoy twofold sight. They see by thine eyes what thou canst show them upon earth, and they contemplate by mine what I show them in heaven. Science, what does reason think of it? Reason, I think, my dear teachers, that you illustrate a touching fable, that of the blind man and the paralytic. Science reproaches faith. Instead of quarreling, science and faith ought to unite. Let science carry faith, and let faith console science by teaching her to hope and to love. Science, it is a fine ideal, but utopian. Faith will tell me absurdities. I prefer to walk without her. Faith, what do you call absurdities? Science. I call absurdities propositions contrary to my demonstrations, as for example, that 3 make 1, that a God has become man, that is to say, that the infinite has made itself finite, that the eternal died, that God punished his innocent son for the sin of guilty men. Faith, say no more about it. As enunciated by you, these propositions are in fact absurdities. Do you know what is the number of God? You who do not know God, can you reason about the operations of the unknown? Can you understand the mysteries of charity? It must always be absurd for you, for if you understood them, my affirmations would be absorbed by your theorems. I should be you, and you would be me, or to put it better, I should no longer exist, and reason, in the presence of the infinite, would halt, blinded forevermore by your doubts, which are as infinite as space. Science, at least you should never usurp my authority, or give me the lie in my own domains. Faith, I have never done so, and I could never do so. Science, so? You have never believed, for example, that a virgin could become a mother without ceasing to be a virgin. In the physical, natural, positive order of things, in spite of all the laws of nature, you do not affirm that a piece of bread is not only a god, but a real human body with its bones and its veins, its organs, its blood, such, in short, that you make of your children who eat this bread a little race of cannibals. Faith, there is not a single Christian who would not be revolted by what you have just said. That sufficiently proves that they do not understand my teachings in this positive and gross sense. The supernatural which I affirm is above nature, and consequently could never oppose itself to her. The words of faith are understood only by faith. Science has only to repeat them to pervert their proper sense. I employ these words because I have no others. But since you find my remarks absurd, you should conclude from that I give to the same words a meaning which escapes you. When the Savior revealed the dogma of the real presence, did he not say the flesh? By what right do you exclaim absurd? And do not reason about any of the things you know. By what right do you say that I talk unreasonably? Science. I begin to understand you, or rather I see that I shall never understand you. This being so, let us remain separate. I shall never have need of you, Faith. I am less proud, and I recognize that you may be useful to me, perhaps. Perhaps, too, you will be very sad and very desperate without me, and I will not leave you unless reason consents. I'm reading The Key of the Mysteries by Rabbi Eliphas Levi. Reason. Be well, where of doing so, I am necessary to both of you. And I, what should I do without you? In order to be just, I need to know and to believe, but I must never confound what I know with what I believe. To know is to believe no longer. To believe is not to know as yet. The object of science is the known. Faith does not occupy itself with that, and leaves it all to science. The object of faith is the unknown. Science may seek it, but not define it. She is then obliged, at least provisionally, to accept the definitions of faith, which it is impossible for her even to criticize. Only, if science renounces faith, she renounces hope and love, whose existence and necessity are as evident for science as for faith. Faith, as a psychological fact, pertains to the realm of science, and science, as the manifestation of the light of God within the human intelligence, pertains to the realm of faith. Science and faith must then admit each other, respect each other mutually, support each other, and bear each other aid in case of need, but without ever encroaching the one upon the other. The means of uniting them is never to confound them, never can there be contradiction between them, for although they use the same words, they do not speak the same language. Faith. Oh, well, Sister Science, what do you say about it? Science, I say that we are separated by a deplorable misunderstanding, and that henceforth we shall be able to walk together. But to which of your different creeds do you wish to attach me? Shall I be Jewish, Catholic, Mohammedan, or Protestant? Faith, you will remain science, and you will be universal. Science, that is to say Catholic, if I understand you correctly. But what should I think of the different religions? Faith, but what should I think of the... Faith, judge them by their works. Seek true charity, and when you have found her, ask her to which religion she belongs. Science, it is certainly not that of the Inquisition and of the authors of the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Faith, it is to that of St. John the Almoner, of St. Francois de Sales, of St. Vincent de Paul of Fenelon, and so many more. Amazing how we're named. Like, you know, there's a reason why I'm called John, and it's not just because of Christianity, because John in Greek or... Let me ask you a question, Cora. Besides talking all the time, do you know how to breathe?
Yeah, I know how to breathe better than most people.
You're a breather.
I would put my tongue up her nostrils. That's what I would do. I'm a trained breather. Thank you.
You're a fucking mouth breather, Arm.
No, I breathe through my nose.
Don't do that. John, don't do that.
Excuse me, Cora? Don't do what? Pardon me, madam? I'm odd Norm because I love Norm, and Norm is a good man. How dare you tell me not to do that, Cora? Don't you know the chain of succession for green beaning? I green beaned you, Cora. I green bean everybody. So, you know, why don't you learn to breathe instead of learning how to talk all the time? Hello? Spiritus. Breath. How do you say breath in Hebrew, El Normo?
I don't remember.
Ruach.
Oh, yes.
What does ruach mean to you, Cora?
Well, Ruach breathes the spirit into life into Adam. That's how I remember it.
Yeah, it's the breath of Sophia.
The breath of Sophia. I once knew a beautiful Greek girl named Sophia. Wow, what a beauty.
I know a beautiful Jewish girl named Sophia. Also a beauty.
It means rose, right?
What?
In, you know, Turkey or whatever, in Istanbul, isn't it called the Mosque of the Sophia? Doesn't it mean like the Rose Mosque or something?
Hagia Sophia?
Hagia Sophia. I was there recently. They took a
Busy Byzantine church. Yeah.
They took a Constantinople era Orthodox church and turned it into a big mosque. It's right across from the Blue Mosque, which was also a church. They didn't destroy it, though, which they sometimes do. They just hung banners over the pictures of saints and Jesus and Mary. Banners with Arabic lettering on them.
Well, you're talking Torah, the Torah.
Lord, check your dams.
Okay.
What about Totem Megatron?
You know what I really love about Clubhouse is when people say...
It's on all of the menstruation
Talmudic verses, and they fell in love with it.
Family parody, Nita. Yeah, that was a good day. Yeah, I'm glad you were listening, Megatron.
You know what I love about Clubhouse is when people say check your DMs. If everybody can click the YouTube link above.
Check the DM. Hold on a second.
Can everybody subscribe to my YouTube channel to help support the work of John Kitover? Because I've been reading a lot of books and I try to live my life by what I read, and it's transformative. One of the books I recently read.
Are you still taking donations?
We are, but we don't need financial donations.
Right now.
Clowntown? What was that, Cora? Did you just?
Well, I know you relish being a clown, but there's like other clown. It's like majority clown in the room right now.
Well, are you clown phobic? You're clown.
Yeah, there's actually a word for that. Yeah.
It's transphobic, right?
No, that's not nice. There's actually a name for that if you're scared of clowns. What is that, Norm?
Transphobic.
No.
Hello? I thought this was a transphobic room because Cora said she's clownphobic because right now there's a lot of clowns.
It's coulrophobia. C-O-U-L.
Yeah, thank you, Norm. Yes, you're welcome.
Isn't that just?
I like to provide solid information.
Isn't that just another word for clownphobic?
What's that, Cora?
All you did was Google it. It's not like you're like.
Well, I would have Googled it as well. I mean, I knew the term existed.
David.
Cora, you're very interested in me. You talk about me a lot. What's the deal with that?
She's having radiation procedure done on her breasts right now.
Throw yourself in every conversation. It's kind of hard not to talk about it.
Isn't that
what Mike, I don't know. Well, he has VIP Cora, so
also he has one of those medals.
Yeah, I'm a medal winner. I'm an Olympic clubhouse person.
Look at that, Cora. He's got more karma than you. And so does Daniel and Megatron.
I have 1,300 karma, but apparently that's too low. I don't know how much is a good karma.
El Normo's in the top.
I asked certain people, and they wouldn't tell me their karma.
Wow.
Somebody told me their karma, and there was 2,500.
Let's see Daniel's karma.
So
oh, my God.
It's like asking somebody their weight.
Like, the first time I went to Bitcoin, I was like, how many Bitcoin do you have? And they all yelled at me. So
David, you've got 2P.
You asked them how much Bitcoin they are?
Why, certain people, yeah.
David, I got a question for you. You have 2 PhDs, one in math, etc. And so if we look at El Normo's karma points, which is at 10% or 0.1%, I want to ask you a statistic question. Can you tell us what the word magnitude means, David, relative, to mathematics? Hello?
So when it comes to math questions, I only take them based on how much money can I make on the answer. So if you want to pay me, I will certainly answer your question.
Okay, I'll give you $1 in the honor of the Rebbe if you could define the word magnitude to me.
So for a question like that, I would request $150.
Okay, done.
Cash at me anytime.
Done. But I'll give you the money after you define magnitude. I will send you the $150.
Well, with all due respect, I don't trust you enough for you to send.
Why can't I get a straight answer out of you anymore?
I would respect Norman. I would trust Norman enough that he would give me the money, but no respect.
Why can't I get a straight answer out of you anymore?
Anymore? Have you ever been able to? Like, wait.
No, that's my Michael Corleone impersonation, Cora. Don't you watch movies? It's from The Godfather.
I haven't seen The Godfather since I was like 8 years old. Like, whatever.
Is that?
8 years old. You were that young when you watched.
El Normo, Cora shared a very traumatic story with us today.
To watch that movie at 8 years old.
Dude, I used to watch Falcon Crest.
Suck her babysitter's brother's cock.
I think you should say stuff like that.
No, this is part of the room history now because we asked her earlier what her most traumatic. And I just say that I called it the Aristocrats. Cora just called it her trauma story because we don't know if it's real or not. But we do know when a man goes into a bathroom at Target, he's not hitting the mark. The trans man at Target doing a performative art show, they, them,
to me, Cora doesn't believe in national federal laws with regards to gender bathrooms.
I mean, technically, non-binary people aren't trans. They're just kind of in the middle.
Non-binary trans people are not trans. They're in the middle. What does all that even fucking mean anymore? I don't even understand any of this. Do I care? No, I don't care.
I'm tertiary.
I'm trans. I'm racially trans. I'm a triracialist because I'm a Mischling, patrilineal, Jew, a Christian and a Buddhist, Iberian, German, English. I'm like a quadriracialist. Hello?
Have you asked John if he's a real Jewish person? Is he really a Jewish person?
What he's telling you, I believe to be the truth.
Yeah.
So he is a Jewish person.
My dad is Jewish, if that's what you consider to be Jewish.
People in other rooms who say that he's not real.
I'm not a Jew by the law. I'm not a Jew by the law.
He's more Jewish than most of the people I meet on Clubhouse.
Just about everybody.
Well,
Just about everybody in the world has some level of like Levantine or Arabian Peninsula.
I mean, he's more Jewish than Rabbi.
But that doesn't make them a Jew.
He's more Jewish than Randy McDickerson.
That's right. That's right.
I'm just saying, much like it's easy to claim you.
David, both my grandparents are Jewish. My dad is Jewish. My dad remarried a Jew. And I always tell my gorgeous mother, don't you think it's amazing that that dad, married a Jew, that was his destiny to have a soulmate who was Jewish? Hello? Cora, are you still looking for love in your life?
No, I don't need any more men.
You're not looking for love?
Well, that explains a lot.
There you go, El Normo. We solved it.
What are you talking about, Norm?
We solved it. We hit the nail on the head.
We're talking about the previous 3 sentences.
We put the camel turd on the camel head.
Or women in my life?
No, you seem bitter and angry and irascible.
No, I'm not.
Resentful. Well, you act that way.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, that's your perception of me because
no, it's not. It's the way you behave.
I know you are, but what am I?
You should think about
just
that.
Because I don't fawn over you, like
no, that's not just no.
Maybe in a naked light.
Listen to your
I
voice
won't
right now.
fawn over you and your fake ass fucking persona.
Oh, they ended the room. Holy shit! Somebody boomed it.
Or that binds people. Meet him.
Earth and deaf Earth. DC is to eat a watermelon show. Reason, be well aware of doing so. I am necessary to both of you. And what should I do without you? In order to be just, I need to know and to believe, but I must never confound what I know with what I believe. To know is to believe no longer. To believe is not to know as yet. The object of science is the known. Faith does not occupy itself with that, and leaves it all to science. The object of faith is the unknown. Science may seek it, but not define it. She is then obliged. Oh, actually, we read all this. It is to that of St. John, the almoner of St. Francois de Sales and St. Vincent de Paul and Fenelon and so many more.
Subnote, Levi was certainly never the dupe of this boudoir theologian. He accepted him without perusal as the Englishman accepts Shakespeare and Milton. Science. Admit that if religion has produced much good, she has also done much evil. Faith. When one kills in the name of the God who said, "Thou shalt not kill." When one persecutes in the name of him who commands us to forgive our enemies. When one propagates darkness in the name of him who tells us not to hide the light under a bushel. Is it just to attribute the crime to the very law which condemns it? Say, if you wish to be just, that in spite of religion, much evil has been done upon earth. But also, to how many virtues has it not given birth? How many are the devotions? How many the sacrifices, of which we do not know? Have you counted those noble hearts, both men and women, who renounced all joys to enter the service of all sorrows? Those souls devoted to labor and to prayer, who have strewn the pathways with good deeds, who founded asylums for orphans, and old men, hospitals for the sick, retreats for the repentant. These institutions, as glorious as they are modest, are the real works with which the annals of the Church are filled. Religious wars and the persecution of heretics belong to the politics of savage centuries. The heretics, moreover, were themselves murderers. Have you forgotten the burning of Michael Servetus and the massacre of our priests, renewed still in the name of humanity and reason by the revolutionaries who hated the Inquisition and the massacre of St. Bartholomew? Men are always cruel, it is true, but only when they forget the religion whose watchwords are blessing and pardon. Science, O faith, pardon me that if I cannot believe, but I know now why you believe. I respect your hopes and share your desires. But I must find by seeking, and in order to seek I must doubt. Reason, work, then, and seek, O science, but respect the oracles of faith. When your doubt leaves a gap in universal enlightenment, allow faith to fill it. Walk distinguish the one from the other, but leaning the one upon the other, and you will never go astray. Okay, part 2, philosophical mysteries, preliminary considerations.
I kind of liked when NFTs mess up the flavored ice.
Yeah, so I still drink milk simply because of the calcium. Like, I don't, as women get older. So, I just love, like, a good creamy chocolate milk. But, that's why I went on the rabbit hole of this whole cacao thing and ceremonial cacao. So,
What is a ceremonial cacao? I haven't heard of that.
Apparently, it's not processed, and it contains the cocoa butter also. So regular cacao powder, they remove the cocoa and it goes through a process. So apparently the ceremonial cacao has like most of the bean in it, and so it's like a paste. And I was gonna get some, but I ended up going with Brian Johnson's cacao for now.
Interesting.
They call it undutched chocolate.
The health benefits are related to like antioxidants and flavonols, right? That's like the big.
That's really good for your arteries.
Heart health, right?
Yes, that's why I take it. Yeah. So we'll see, but I'd rather have a cup of hot chocolate than coffee. I mean, I love chocolate. Like, but not just any chocolate. I like dark chocolate.
That's interesting. Like, can you just have like a cup of dark chocolate, which is just, I guess, purely fat, but like, I guess, healthy fat, you know?
Yeah. I do. And because I like the bitterness of it. So I don't, like, I don't have a sweet tooth. So I'll usually put like cinnamon in it, and that's enough for me. Like, that breaks a bit of the bitterness.
I can do up to a certain threshold. I think I like 80 to 90, but once it gets to 95 and up, then I think like a bit too bitter. But yeah, I can eat it.
Much, right?
Yeah, I can eat it, and it's like, it's not bad, but it's just not enjoyable either. Like, I don't think it's disgusting or anything.
Yeah.
It's more like medicinal, right?
Yeah.
Fish, like, is it like nasty to you? Like, you want to like spit it out or something?
No, I kind of like it, but it's a bit much when it's over 90.
Yeah, I agree.
I heard that Amazon is closing Fresh and Go stores.
I heard that too.
Yeah, and they're going to be doing more Whole Foods.
You know, I thought they merged all of those and it was just separate branding. I didn't know Fresh had like its own stores or something.
Yeah, they do.
I've never been to a store or seen one.
There's Amazon Fresh stores that are like their own store.
Yeah, see, Fish, isn't that shocking? I never heard of this.
Yeah, ours all comes from Wolford.
Yeah, no, not here. What's interesting is their pricing is all, and I'm sure Whole Foods is the same way. I just haven't been to Whole Foods in a while, but all their prices are computerized. So it's probably done through AI. So, like, you could be at one store, and this happened to me because, like,
Najes!
I tell you, I like the lamb.
Najes, I've been reading. I've been reading all morning and talking with Barth and others. It's all gonna be okay. The truth is the birth and death and earth. El Normo is coming to the room shortly. We're going to discuss the Iranian war and get a bunch of people upset, I'm sure. We don't know how long it's going to take, but they will come. They will come. Here comes El Normo. Welcome. Real raw. Damn, girl. What you working with? You ready for the truth of the earth? Damn, girl, look at that rose butterfly tattoo on that chunk of thick ass. And that thigh. That big, thick, beautiful thigh. Oh, she left us. She left us.
Ribeye steaks. We have some of the 3-bone and 4-bone ribs. We have strip steaks, sirloins, fillets, tri-tip, flank, eye of round, caveman steaks, strips for jerky, Thor's hammer, and a whole bunch of trim. That's the grain-fed beef. On the bison, sort of the same deal. Boneless netted chuck roasts, flat irons, Denver's, briskets, soup bones,
We have some chuck eye steaks, rib eyes, back ribs, stew, stir fry, short ribs, tri-tip.
Hello? Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
That person was trying to hijack your stage.
Allahu Akbar.
You're still there. I thought someone moved you.
Allahu Akbar.
Stop it.
Allahu Akbar.
That's the sound of an American oil cooler hard at work.
Allahu Akbar. Hello?
To paper us with a new poem. Speak, O glorious Caesar. Speak, you. Oh, yes, sir. Bring me a small liar. Small liar. I didn't do it. I wasn't even there. I was at a friend's house. The check is in the mail. Not that kind of liar. Dig him out. What? Dig him out of here. All be quiet. Yes, the boy you were telling me.
Someone has the priest, whoever they are under now. Let's say it was the Serbian or whatever Church of the East Orthodox.
There you are, El Normo.
You make it hard to find.
All you had to do is type in all.
Type in what?
All, A-L-L.
What, and then all rooms come up?
No, because look at my room title. All is in the title, and then you'll just see the room. Like, it's just all keyword search.
No, all is not in the title.
Yeah, is all going to be okay?
Oh, is all going to be okay? Oh, I put Isa in there. I guess I went to the house of Isa Watermelon that you made up, right?
Oh, I see. Okay, let's try to discuss the Iranian war.
So wait a second. So she boomed the room over there?
Yeah, she hates her guts.
I know she's very threatened. It was over nothing.
What she's
nothing.
She's is it Israel and the war? Is that what she's upset about?
She doesn't like the fact that I disagree with her on matters of atheism and sociology.
Yeah.
And she makes okay arguments, and I'm pretty insistent. So through force of character and intellectual domination, I mean, I'm not trying to be self-serving here, but I out-argue. She hates anybody disagreeing with her. I think, obviously, she's going through emotional things. You mentioned that she's getting, mastectomies, right?
Yeah. She was getting radiation treatment as we were talking to her. I'm like, you getting it right now as you're on Clownhouse?
Is that possible? How could you? I mean, maybe she's in the. I mean, that's bad news. So she's upset. So she's acting like an upset girl.
Yeah, but
right?
The thing is, I mean,
she's that kind of person that can like actually cause you, frustration. To me, I don't like to feel that way.
What's the frustration that she would cause?
Meaning, like, as you heard, she's the kind of person who can't actually have a conversation. She'll just like talk over you in like a manic, neurotic, obnoxious way. So if you want to have an actual conversation with her, the best way to do it is to like just actually let her exhaust herself, and you just have to have enough time and patience to let her just like talk endless.
She will do that while she's accusing you of doing that. But again, she's an emotional extremist now. I mean, we've just disagreed over atheism and city planning, and she just hates it if I come up with a different idea. I don't have much patience for this. She's probably freaking out because I'm sure her life is at risk, and she's claiming to not believe in God, which I don't believe. I don't believe there's such a thing as an atheist. And then she's got weird liberal ideas, and there's Israel and Palestine fit into it. She's got well, I don't want to bring up the name because I don't need to bring up Lashon Hara. But you'll do it anyway. Say again? But you'll speak Lashon Hara anyway. I do it all the time. Say that again? But you'll participate in Lashon Hara. No, I just said I don't want to participate in Lashon Hara. We're just having a conversation about somebody that we both know, yeah. So she's emotionally fragile anyway and undergoing these treatments and doesn't like it if somebody disagrees with her, especially if it's a man. It's that old liberal man-hating, oppression-hating, imperialism-hating, patriarchy hating. It's like from whatever, 10 years, politics from 10 years ago. It's sort of silliness. So there's a person who's going through radiation treatment right now and is very prickly and angry and keeps booming rooms. But I just came into that room and it died like immediately. Well, I find this as particularly true among women. When they get pissed off, they boom the room. I thought it was you. Huh? You thought I boomed the room? Just kidding. Oh, I don't boom rooms. My joke was you can participate in Lashon Hara even if you don't mention the name. Say it again? Nope. I don't want to get into it. Lashon Hara? Well, you can participate in Lashon Hara even if you don't mention a particular name. Yes, but I was not doing either. You can also not participate in not mentioning the name. It kind of sounded like you were talking about someone, but whatever. No, we were talking about an experience that we both had. We just had come from an experience.
Yeah. I see. Torah is always like that. They say it's prickly goos and gooey prickles, and it's like there's
what does that mean?
Meaning that like some, what the difference is between a BMW and a porcupine?
What? About $40,000?
No, with a BMW, the pricks are on the inside.
Did you ever listen to Click and Clack, the Tappet Brothers? What was the name of that NPR show? Click and Clack. That was the name, wasn't it? What was the name of that? That was their name. Oh, I thought that was the name of the show. So they had a people called in show on NPR. It was kind of funny. They were like these Italian brothers from the Boston area with thick accent. Anyway, they were always insulting BMW drivers. They hated BMW drivers. Kind of funny. Car Talk. That's the name of it. Yeah, thanks. It was on WBUR. I used to. That's the NPR station, or was. I don't think it's there. 93.9. I used to listen to it, or 92.9, something like that. I used to listen to it driving back and forth to Massachusetts. It was a nationwide syndicated show. You're right, but I used to listen to it on WBUR. I think that was their original programming that then they syndicated it to NPR. Anyway, they hated it. They hated BMW drivers. Huh. I'm not sure why. Maybe they were just annoying when they brought their cars into their shop. Who was annoying?
The drivers. Oh, you didn't fix it right. Yeah, like I've got this little sound in this thing. It's like, yeah, no, don't close the door so hard. You know. Oh my god. Oh my. What's doing?
That's a funny thing that Joe has there, Free America from Israel. That's funny.
Free America from Israel. I don't even know what does that even mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
Like
it's like there's a Muslim terror organization for every letter of the alphabet. A for Al Qaeda and Al Shabaab. B for Boko Haram. Somebody has to come up with a C. I think I once had one. D for Daesh. You get to H, you got a whole lot of them. They like H, the Houthis and Hamas and Hezbollah.
Right.
And then, but somehow Israel is the problem. The one parliamentary democracy in the region. It's like a bizarro world. It's funny, Joe.
You know, to date, I haven't, like, you can follow all the cash flows, you can see all the documentation for many of the terrorist groups that you mentioned, you know, that do their things here and there, but this I said the data doesn't exist.
It's not really bugging you as an patriot American that we've been controlled by a foreign agent?
I would love to see some data, yeah, but you know, there's just nothing to.
Wait, who's controlled by what?
Like a foreign agent?
Who
like
controlled by what?
Yeah, exactly.
Like Israel, you know, Israel, like
Israel is a country, yes.
Yeah,
there are 177 countries in the world. Most of them have.
There's more than that.
Most of them have lobbying groups in the United States.
Not like Congress. Not show me one.
Yeah.
Show me one congressman, like one congressman.
Yeah.
Getting money from a foreign agent.
We'll say one congressman who's a foreign agent.
Which lobbying group are you referring to?
There is no congressman who's a foreign agent.
It's like Israel lobby.
Which Israel? Let's be clear. Which Israel lobby?
I don't even finish my sentence, and everybody acting like
there's 17,000 lobbies in Washington.
Okay, let me repeat this question. Maybe you don't listen to me. I will.
I do listen to you. He said, "Name me one congressman."
No. Give me one name, one foreign lobby.
You said, "Name me one congressman who's a foreign agent." There are none. Zero.
They'd have to register first as a foreign agent. So there's none registered as foreign agents. So
no congressman who's a foreign agent. So what is your point?
Okay. Because you have to register as foreign agents.
Like, why you talk? Like, can you give me a one name? One name.
We can't. There isn't.
No congressman who's a foreign agent.
There's no senator.
Well, give me his name. Until
there isn't. That's the point.
Give him a name. He wants a name. Give him a name.
You're making stuff up now. We can't.
Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
So you have no point, correct?
Right. He wants something that we can't give him.
No, I don't think he wants something. I think he doesn't speak English.
It's
oh my God, this is very weak defense.
No, let him speak. But what was the lobbying group that you were referring to? You said a foreign lobbying group. Which lobbying group?
No. I'm talking about ABAC.
ABAC is an American lobbying group from American dollars. Look, I suggest you go to the Federal Election Committee, the FEC. They have a database where you can look at every single campaign dollars and the addresses from Americans, because they're only allowed to take money from Americans, okay? And you will see they're only Americans giving some places $36, some place $2,000, some place $1,500, some place less. You'll see it's a list of just Americans. It's not like, Yeshua ben so-and-so from Israel. No, those names don't exist because it's an American lobbying group.
But if Yeshua so and so from Brooklyn wants to give money, he's allowed to.
Sure, because he's an American.
Exactly. It doesn't mean there's like some grand conspiracy. Just because an American wants to give money to an American, there's nothing wrong with that.
Israel is not even. And guess what? Like the chemical industry.
Israel is not. Hang on a second. Israel is not even in the top 10 donors.
Yeah, there's so many. The chemical industry, big pharma.
Yeah,
big
like Joe DuPont giving money to the American government. How come you don't talk about him?
Yeah. There's I think they gave a total of 390 million or 470, some insignificant amount compared to all of the other all the other
Michael Pfizer. Why don't we talk about him?
Is that El Normo? Are you the one who defending Epstein? You don't think he's a pedophile? Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
You don't think. So you think he's a pedophile, right?
He's a horrible, disgusting, twisted, manipulative criminal.
The only thing maybe anybody could say is he needs due process rights. That's about it, right?
Well, he's dead. He doesn't get due process.
Well,
he already lost his due process the first time.
Yeah, exactly. But
okay, guys, don't call me anti-Semitic and that bullshit. Okay, can I ask
well,
a question?
you're on the trajectory to be anti-Semitic.
Anyway, why most the pedophile are Jews? Like, what's the secret?
Okay, hold on. Stop. Show me statistical data that shows per 10,000 population or per 1,000 population, pedophiles have a higher incident rates of pedophilia than non-Jewish pedophiles. Show me that data, and then we can have a discussion. But guess what, Bob? It doesn't exist.
In Iraq, the age to marry is 9 years old. So is it pedophilia when it's legal? If it's not against the law to marry a 9-year-old, can you really call it pedophilia? It's their culture. And I think it's wrong of you to judge their culture by our standards. If it's normal for a Muslim to marry a 9-year-old, it's wrong of you to judge them.
Didn't with all due respect, Ray, didn't he marry a 6-year-old?
Listen, you're using Western values to judge people, okay? And that's wrong.
Even amongst good point, Randy, but even amongst Western countries, Joe, show me the data, because you made this point that why are all pedophiles, what was your claim? Why are all pedophiles Jewish?
He doesn't know. He doesn't consider Muslims to be pedophiles.
With which to have, forget the Muslim versus, forget the underage. Just use Western democracies, Western governments where the age of consent is 17 or 18, whatever it is, and show me that there are more Jews doing this perverse act than non-Jews. When you have that data, come back and let's have
someone sent me a back channel asking about all the priests that fooled around with boys, and again, I don't think it's fair to judge priests by Jewish standards. That's their culture, and the point is we have to take each culture on its own and not judge it by the culture of other people. That's that.
Any response, Joe?
I think a lot of Arabian countries have ages of consent that are around 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, but usually comes with 12
was a teenager, Norm. 12 is a teenager.
The difference becomes reporting these kind of crimes. Like people say, "Oh, why is the infant mortality rate greater in Israel and in surrounding Arab countries? Why is it so high?" Yeah, it isn't because the reporting standards in the surrounding countries are so poor that if they had the same kind of reporting levels, it would be.
What does that have to do with the age of?
But they're
saying that data is based on how you report.
We were talking about the age of.
I understand. You just brought up something that's based on reporting. So
I brought up the age of consent.
Correct. So rape and other things requires.
I'm talking about rape. I'm talking about marriages.
Marriage, rape, anything that requires
rape, as far as I know.
Of course, but anything that requires validation of data.
Standards. A 9-year-old. First of all, Iraqi 9-year-old girls are very mature. Okay, much more mature than Americans.
I wouldn't say that, no, Randy. But
as long as they're chicks, though, it doesn't matter, right?
Dude, wait, I don't even know what does that word mean.
That's not nice.
Don't worry, Randy, you'll find out. You'll find out, right?
Yeah, what? When I go to Iraq, I'll find out?
When you do enter Israel, you'll find out.
When I go to, I've been in Israel many times. It's a beautiful place. Do you know that a quarter of all the doctors in Israel are Palestinian? How can the apartheid when a quarter of the doctors are Palestinian? You know how many doctors there are in Iran, Jewish doctors there are in Iran and the whole Arab world? Under 10. Okay? So who's the apartheid country? You tell me.
The ones that consider non-Muslims dhimmis or second class. The ones that expelled all the Jews and committed ethnic cleansing. The ones that
what about the ones that say convert or die? Those?
Yeah, so that's how. Yeah, that's the whole Middle East. But you know what I said to my Palestinian doctor? What? I said, doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. Damn. No pill gonna cure my ill. I got a bad case of loving you.
Who sings that?
Robert Palmer. Although I forgot who wrote it originally, but yeah, I'm singing it now. You know, I'll take all the emojis I can get. I'm trying to get to the 1% place. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Unfortunately, I can't react to myself. If I could, I'd be in the top 1%.
I mean, you live in the Upper West Side, so.
Come on, I said doctor, not doctor.
Sorry.
I didn't say doxer, you little maniac, you.
You live in
the maniac whose brother pays $40,000 in taxes.
Wow,
you have 5 brothers, don't you? You have 5 brothers, remember? I mean, Dox is right, baby. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
I was paying your
compliments. Okay? I'm gonna dox you, dude. I'm really gonna dox you.
You know, Norm, for the record, I invited Randy a couple times.
Oh my God.
But he never
how many times are you gonna say this? I mean, the ASPCA called. They gotta report someone's beating a dead horse. Please, brother. Oh, that was a good one, Randy.
Lord Kitover, I like your campaign videos, by the way. He's from Chicago. We gotta get a beer in Lakeview, right?
Joe's been awfully quiet. We silenced him. Joe's booking a flight to Iraq right now. He wants some of that 9-year-old. Once you told him about the 9-year-olds, he's like, yeah, he's on his way there, dude. He's like, 9-year-olds? What the here I come? Hopefully they're female too. Yeah. I mean,
is anything wrong with that?
Yeah, if your dad, if the only person you've had sex with is your dad, are you still a virgin, kind of, technically? Randy, come on. Okay, let's stop. I'm sorry. It's good to see all you guys, okay? I don't care what you say. I like you guys,
yeah,
right?
We get it. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah. You know what? You know, the Chicago accent and the Buffalo accent are the same. I don't care what you say. I like you guys,
yeah,
right?
We get it. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah. You know what? You know, the Chicago accent and the Buffalo accent are the same.
No, they're not. Are you
yes,
nuts?
they are. Oh my God, you officially lost
it. I'm trying to dig it into it. I was trying to do a hard Chicago accent.
No,
Buffalo.
I know a guy from Buffalo. He sounds like he's from Chicago. I said, you sound like you're from Chicago. I said, yeah, I do.
You're from Chicago.
Yeah.
I love that they say Chicago. Chicago. It's with the, so they do this with the A, you know, the
It's not pronounced Chicago. It's pronounced.
There's like 3 A's in it. Chicago. Like instead of you guys say tree or near they say it's somebody.
Wait, how do you say the thing on the top of your house?
Roof or roof? Is it roof or roof?
Roof.
Roof. Where do they say roof? I've heard of that once. I was like, what?
Rough or whatever the fuck.
I guess a Midwest someplace, excuse me.
It depends. like there's people that in St. Louis that have southern.
Do you want to live in Palestine?
Downtown, man.
I hope you're not gay.
What's with the Palestinian flag over there? Areas, does you know this person? Free America?
He's just full of like one-line, insults.
Oh, but like he doesn't have an actual game plan on how to do so.
How can you occupy something that's never been a state? That doesn't make any sense.
He probably doesn't even know that Jordan occupied the West Bank before Israel.
Did this guy ever talk, or he didn't?
He was talking. He was just babbling away.
Listen,
Most have to spend 30 seconds to say something before he's removed.
If it was never a state, then that applies to Jordan as well. I'm sorry. Let me be clear. Most of the so-called Palestinian Arabs are migrant Arabs who came to the area from other countries because of opportunities created by the Jewish settlements. Israel drained the swamps, turned the deserts into farmland. It wasn't farmland before. So these are people who came the same time as the Jews. If you look at the population growth, the Palestinian Arab population growth basically tracks the Jewish growth. More Jews came, they needed more laborers, more Arabs came for opportunities. It's not like there was some big Palestinian society with the king or
they outnumbered you guys by quite a bit. I mean,
at what point? When did they outnumber?
In the late 1940s.
No, they didn't. That's just statistically wrong.
Let me look it up.
It's statistically wrong.
What is the late 1940s? What year are you talking
I'll
about?
say 1947.
Okay, by the way,
hold on. Stop. What's the claim? What is the claim?
They had to go somewhere.
What is the claim?
850,000 Jews were kicked out of Arab countries. Iraq, Iran, Algeria, Yemen, Syria. They were sitting out there forever. They were kicked out. Well, you picked a random time.
How much did they outnumber you guys?
Why don't you go to 1949?
What's the claim?
Oh, that the Arabs that were living in Palestine and what is today Israel, they grossly outnumbered the Jewish population.
Listen, after every war, there is an exchange of population. Every war, Ukraine, Poland, Germany, Russia. After every war, there are refugees and people leave, and that's in every country: India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Why is this one country, the tiniest of all countries?
Did you say 47?
Yeah, 1947.
So I'm going to exclude Jordan because it was carved out in 1946.
Okay. Anyway, the point being, people had to leave India. The good news is that they weren't kept in refugee camps forever, and they weren't used as political pawns. They were resettled, like the Arabs should have been resettled in Jordan and Egypt and Lebanon and Syria. Instead, these countries kept them in refugee camps till today in order to...
you got a month
in their political pawns. Pepe. You have a lot to learn, Pepe. A lot.
No, I don't. I think...
Well, I just gave you some facts, and I haven't heard you comment on them.
Sure.
850,000 Jews kicked out of Arab countries.
Yeah, that was after 1947.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah, but the reason I point to 1947 is I don't think there's a population on this planet that if they got an influx of what they see as foreigners would sit where it would sit well with them. There would naturally be people that would revolt against them, want to war with them,
but they're not.
I wouldn't say they your words were grossly. What were your words? Grossly.
Like probably grossly outnumbered them. Like
so turn grossly into percentage.
Like 10 to 1, like 90%.
Okay, so you're wrong. It's 66% to 32%. There were 1,250,000 Arabs, and there were 625,000 Jews. So that was 65% to 32%.
Not for nothing. The Arabs were offered their own homeland. The Palestinians were offered a homeland. They said no.
But at that time, that's how it's going to work. They're
because they're murderers. So wait, do you want to revisit?
on my land.
do you concede that your point was a little bit exaggerated?
Yeah, it was a little bit exaggerated. So when did you have a lot of numbers? Did you have a lot of people coming in the early 40s too?
Well, I mean, if only they could have, then 6 million Jews wouldn't have been killed. If only the British had let them in. Instead, they were turned away.
Have you looked up the Etienne conference?
We act like the Holocaust never happened over here.
Yeah, have you looked up the Etienne conference?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
take a look at that.
It's so
Roosevelt
selective.
participated. Yeah,
It's outrage. It's so selective, you know?
Etienne
What about the fact that the Arabs destroyed all the Jewish synagogues and built mosques there? I mean, your outrage is so selective.
What did they do to the nice cathedrals in that are now Turkey?
But then you talk to the Turks about that.
I know.
That's a different room, Pepe. You bring your anger to the Turks, but you don't do that because the Jews are easy picking. It's easy to pick on Jews. A Turk would kick your ass. A Jew will actually engage you in conversation. A Turk would kick your ass and say, "Get the fuck out of here."
No, I beat the shit out of it in real life.
Yeah. I'll take things that never happened for 1,000.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Alex, was that like a game show reference? Things that don't happen.
Yeah. This guy, okay, he's a Philadelphia lawyer over here.
No, here's the part, and I don't know. Maybe it's because.
Well, that's the most honest thing he said. You don't know. So
yeah. Hold on, Randy. Calm down.
I'm calm, buddy.
I mean, I don't.
Miss, I am very calm now.
Do you think there's anybody that would be if they were in the Palestinian situation they would sit well with them? No.
Well, tell me this. There's been you know this is the only place where terror is tolerated. Do you think American Indians have a right to blow up buildings in New York City? I mean, since their land was taken, do you think they should be doing terror in New York 100 years ago? Would you justify that? Would you say, yeah, Native Americans have a right to do violence all over New York City?
You're talking about them challenging the Israeli state literally within the same year that it was founded. I mean,
I'm talking about 2023. I'm talking about 80 years later. Would you, that we're talking about right now, not then. We're talking about right now. There's still terror.
Yeah, they're going to do it.
Right. So do you think American Indians should be blowing up buildings in New York? Do you think they should? Because their land was stolen, right, Pepe?
There's some of them that feel that way. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think it's justified? Justified, but the Palestinians aren't. It's a double standard.
No, I think that like I said, I think there's always a real.
Listen, I stumped you. You can admit it.
They often have like a real grievance.
This is so annoying. Why do you listen to him?
I don't know why he's here. He likes to bait Jews. He's got a problem with Jews. He should be kicked out. He's not tolerant. I don't know why we tolerate him. The Turks were tolerating him.
I find it quite funny. Tucker asked a question to the other, the guy, I don't know, the idiotic who was in Israel, who's the ambassador of Israel. But if you look at the historically of European, Irish have their own language, Welsh have their own language, the Scottish have their own language. There's no such thing called English. It doesn't make like the European Jewish had Yiddish. So it doesn't make any sense. It was.
What about Hebrew, Riri?
Yeah, but the Yiddish is defined like European.
What about Hebrew though?
She's
European have Hebrew.
No, I'm pissed off.
So what? Hey, friends, you're anti-Semitic.
I'm so fucking angry with the Irish piece of shit. I'm pissed off because he was like, oh my god, why are the Jewish? You're Polish, you're fucking Eastern European, no, bitch, shut the fuck up. No, it doesn't make any sense.
What? We don't understand you.
I know. All right. All right, guys. Shabbat shalom, everybody. It was good catching up. I'll be around all week, all right? I'm going to run for now. Take care.
Don't forget to tip your waiter.
That was awesome.
So welcome back, everybody, to Iran War, Israel, Palestine, USA. Absolutely no terrorists allowed, because we know there's a lot of terrorist sympathizers and promoters floating around this app. Pepe, you're not a terrorist, are you?
I would just say this, just like how you can look at the Basque, you can look at the, I don't know, the Corsicans, they would do it. You had the IRA. You had people that would assassinate officials, blow shit up, usually aimed at fucking with the federal government.
Or like the mafia.
And so, like, I'm not going to say that, like, I would say that the same feelings any of these groups would have, they obviously are going to have them. And I definitely don't. I think what they did was just like a very disgusting form of terrorism. They just went and terrorized and butchered and kidnapped, innocent people. But I mean, I can't say that it's illogical, for them to, rebel.
David is a Hebrew Israelite, and so is Camille.
Well, who are you? First of all, my name is not David, but you think I'm a Hebrew Israelite? This dude is irrational.
What are you, Dave?
Yeah,
What are you, Dave?
So the last room I was in, the Persian people were begging for Israel and the United States to intervene to throw off the shackles of the occupying Iranian genocide regime in Iraq. These people do not want to be oppressed by their government. And there is literally a guy from Tehran saying that please come bomb these people so we can finally be free. We don't even like Islam. We're Zoroastrians. We don't like Islam. That's what they said in the last room I was in.
Yeah, I've heard that before too. Most of the younger people are atheists because, I don't know, the country's backwards.
Can I tell you when it happened that I did not identify as a Shia Muslim anymore?
Go ahead.
I was 15 and I was arrested for chewing gum on Ramadan in Iran.
Well, that's understandable. Chewing gum on Ramadan.
Yeah, that's kind of you should be doing that, man.
What flavor was the gum?
Banana, man.
Banana?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
You get 9 years for that.
Yeah, that's an enhancement right there. Banana, gum and banana is like a double effect.
And you're walking and chewing gum at the same time? Oof.
Were you walking and
I
chewing
just
gum
put
at the same
handcuffs
time?
and then I took another one.
What's that?
They put handcuffs on me, yeah. They were threatening me. They said just spit it out or something. And then I started chewing another one.
How could you if you were handcuffed? Your story is
I was handcuffed in front of me, not to my back.
Okay, which pocket did you have?
That was probably the religious police. They don't know how to lock people up good.
No, it was the regular police.
Which pocket was the gum in?
The left side.
Left side. I see. So you were able. You were able to get the gum.
He's probably telling the truth. I mean, why would anybody make that up?
Well, we got to check the details here.
Okay, you can go through the details.
So you were walking, you were chewing gum, and it was banana gum. So that's like 3 offenses. And then you reached into your left-hand pocket. Left is bad, by the way, in Iran, as far as I know. They hate the left. And you put another piece in your mouth. Did they hit you with a stick then?
No. Then there were some old guys. They came. They said, why you're doing this or something. It's a kid and stuff. And then they said if I spit it, they will let me go. And I did. And I went. But I took one extra before I spit it.
Another chew?
No. Look, they said spit it. I took another one, yeah. Then these old guys came. It was like...
Okay, I'm going to spit you to the goo real quick. Sorry to interrupt, but we have Buttercup, a beautiful little cup of butter who really is a subject matter expert on the topic. I'm wondering if we can all, encourage Buttercup to come up.
Account from what that man was saying. Yeah, I think his government just blocked him.
You think his government sent him down?
Yeah, he shouldn't even be on club. I mean, I think that's what happened. Yeah, they're censored.
It is Ramadan.
We also have the beautiful Bima, my favorite begonia in the house, who is a vocal free Palestine and the United States of America with Palestine caught in the crossfire. There's no terrorists allowed here in this room. We're trying to draw up those from below who we think could make excellent contribution to the discourse. That could be Buttercup or Bima. It could be to the discourse. That could be Buttercup or Bima. It could be other individuals, but we want to give room for everyone to speak, including him and Camille and Love.
Can I make a suggestion? We should all raid Prince's room where they think Turkey and the Arabs are going to carve up Iran after the war, or after a coup or revolution, or whatever they want to call it. These guys don't know history.
Why do you say why do they think it's Turkey and not Saudi Arabia?
They just said Arabs / Turkey, or Turkey / Arabs.
Turkey has the big army.
Turkey's the only.
But they have no forward projection of that army. They have no logistics. They have nothing. They're so far away.
Does that mean that everyone's betting now that the regime will fall if there's a war? Because it sounds like they're saying it's a sure thing.
The longer it goes on, the less likely it is to fall, is sort of my take, but hopefully it will.
But I'm surprised that those guys think it's going to fall. Like they've been kind of
the whole thesis of their argument was, if it does, will it balkanize? And
I didn't hear them say if. I heard them say they will.
It was definitely if it falls, will it balkanize? It has the highest potential to balkanize, but it's been integrated since Cyrus the Great for so long. But no, they're never going to do that.
They do seem to have a strong sense of national unity, but there are dissident groups like the Kurds and the Baluchis and the Assyrians who feel oppressed, never mind the Yazidis. You're supposed to say the Yazidis, and then I'm supposed to say, I told you, never mind the Yazidis.
Yeah.
Still, it's like I guess it's a little ironic because I didn't expect those guys to be so optimistic about regime change.
They fucking hate it. Like people.
They like the regime. I'm surprised.
Hate
Iran.
I'm not convinced that they like the regime.
They don't like the regime.
No, they don't like the regime. No, not at all.
The Jews in America more.
I feel like it's like a.
They're oppressive. Look, they see Muslims getting shot in the streets. Whether it's the Israelis or the regime, they don't like it. So
they see a bulwark against the Israelis, though. It's like
but they're also all Sunni. And they think they don't have a positive opinion of
Israelis are not shooting people in the street. That's the IRGC, the Iranian genocide.
No, I'm saying whether they perceive, as in Gaza, Israelis are
I'm talking about a pro-Pali room that's optimistic about the regime falling when they've been saying this whole time that if intervention fail. Yeah.
It's in their mind that they see.
Well, their fallback position is that there's a new caliphate led by Turkey, which seems pretty ridiculous. Remember, we just was third. I mean, they've just been taking one loss after the other, so they have fallback position after fallback position in which somehow they're going to win in the future. Someday, somehow, Israel will fall, the U.S. will fall, and the caliphate will rule once again. It's a little far-fetched. It's a lot far-fetched.
Yeah, I mean, Iran has definitely got to go.
It's a coping mechanism. As they see the United States, even though they say, oh, now the world's waking up to Israel's blah, 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 gay pride, blah, blah. But then they see that the world's greatest superpower is formed a indelible partnership with Israel, both militarily and in terms of intelligence and geopolitically and even economically. And they're like, well, the caliphate's going to come. This is like people who lost the Civil War saying the South will rise again. Is that ridiculous? What they do is they've done this over and over. The more they attack Israel, the more they strengthen the Jewish people's resolve. And the more they make it clear that our defeating them is necessary and justified. So they sow the seeds of their own doom. Israel's never been stronger than it is right now, ever.
Yeah, I mean, America and Israel is like best friends.
They are. They just recently recalibrated our alliances, and they deemed Israel the most capable ally, the best and most capable ally.
Yeah.
What did you say, Ruchel?
I said that's a great take. We're besties.
Why isn't Israel part of NATO?
What's that?
Then why isn't Israel part of NATO?
I don't know. What does that have to do with the conversation?
I don't know. They were such a capable ally. Yeah, you think
it's the most capable ally. Do you know what NATO stands for? Any thoughts?
That's the North Atlantic something.
So is Israel in the North Atlantic?
You don't necessarily have to be in North Atlantic.
That's the basis of the alliance. It was to oppose Russia in the Soviet Union in Europe.
Isn't Georgia part of NATO?
North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Isn't Georgia part of NATO?
I don't know. Georgia is allied with Russia.
No, part of South Ossetia is aligned with Russia, but Georgia proper isn't.
Georgia is under de facto Russian rule. They've become like Russia reestablished its dominance over Georgia.
All right, I'm trying to do the math. You're a mathematician, Yaakov. How many places is this conversation currently being beamed by Lord Kitover's many accounts? Because he has 70 phones.
I don't know. There's too many variables. I have no clue. How many phones? How many channels?
And also, who cares? That's not the subject of the room.
Yeah.
It's a fun math problem because there's so many.
So you can do that look, you know basic math. I do, but this is basic math. You know basic math.
I think it's the number of Kitovers to the power.
Let's not go off the topic of the room.
Stop muting me, you fucker.
Don't call me that.
You can call me that, I guess. Anyway,
I prefer you not call me that.
Thank you. Annoying, foul-mouthed child.
Yeah, don't you know we're on secret 10?
Wasn't it the argument that, like, you know, using a foul language says more about you than it says about me?
I think that's true.
So how many empires do you think lasted more than 3? French did. Nope. Sorry for the French one.
The Roman Empire is actually distinct from the...
No, the French Empire still exists now. French territories outside of mainland.
Dude, Rome got dominated by Christianity. Like, it's crazy.
Did that help?
Well, actually, Rome got dominated by the barbarians, the German army, or Germanic.
Well, the French was like large part. It was mostly part of Rome. But what do you? I don't get it. What do you mean they got taken over by Christianity? They've been Christian for centuries.
Yeah, it changed their whole structure and kind of ruined everything.
Starting when?
What did it ruin? What do you mean?
Well,
the reason why I think it's like less than 20. The number. It's a finite set of countries. And
oh, dude, America.
The question is, will we remain?
I want to know how Christianity ruined everything.
Because it took away their native religion and their whole foundation of their society was
their native religion
erased.
Wait, hold on. What native religion?
They're pagans.
They're pagan religion, you know. Who is it? Jupiter?
Okay, and so
Mars.
How the pagan religion helps people.
Wait, what do you mean? Like
peacefully.
King Louis had a priest as part of his council. What do you mean?
Speaking of pagans, where's pagan bread?
You could talk about how powerful they were, and even like advanced at times. Like you look at the Greeks and the Romans, and how good some of the warriors were. But I mean, obviously after they became Christian, they became more less barbaric.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't part of the, the papacy, but they had priests. They had as their advisors and as their council. So you can say that the French Empire.
What did the French Empire do to the Christian Catholics in Lebanon and Syria?
Nobody cares.
Well, they weren't bad.
They made it better, and they made Beirut look really nice. That's what they did. You're welcome.
Yeah, but they were given that area. They didn't conquer it.
They weren't given that area.
Look at the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
They took over after the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, that means they were given it.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
The British beat the Ottomans, and the Sykes-Picot Agreement said, "Hey, you get north of this line, we get south of this line."
What did the French do that was so bad to the Lebanese?
They turned it into Monte Carlo.
I never heard.
Moved to America. How about that?
Huh?
They turned into the Paris of the Middle East.
You guys didn't flee. The Lebanese didn't flee because of anything the French did.
And are you Lebanese?
Yes, I am.
Huh? Also tough.
When's the last time you were in Beirut?
No, I haven't been. I would like to go one day, but not the time.
No, I highly suggest you don't.
But I heard that it was absolutely beautiful in the pictures. And
it was beautiful.
Yeah, it's a shithole now, dude. It's like really deteriorated.
Yeah. That's
no, but Lebanon is not a shithole. It's beautiful.
Well, Somalia.
Yeah, that's an improving shithole. That's an improving country.
Yeah, it's not a shithole. It's improving.
It's a goddamn dump.
No, it's not Somalia. It's Somaliland. Correction, Lebanon. Hello.
Yeah, Somaliland is an improving shithole. Somalia is a complete shithole.
That's like Manhattan versus the Bronx.
Yeah.
No,
both of them are going on a downhill trajectory now. But we're rooting for Somaliland.
So check this out. So the Roman Empire lasted for 420 years with paganism, and it lasted 80 years with Christianity.
But that was when they had their empire had greatly expanded, and so that was kind of part of their downfall.
You have to also include the Byzantine continuation of it. So it's like 1,480 years.
It's a very complicated history.
I mean, didn't Napoleon even say that he recreated the Holy Roman Empire? Wasn't that Napoleon's whole, shtick?
I don't know, but I know that Christianity was created to conquer the world, and it did.
I'm not too sure about that, but yeah.
Well, didn't the apostles conquer the world?
I think it also depended on which colonial powers conquered you. I mean, the Spanish definitely were forceful about it, but like the French, for example, weren't too forceful.
Yeah, but to be fair, when the Spanish, when they came to the New World, they wanted to help the people that were in the New World to be better.
Oh yeah. Yeah, by starving them. And
ask the Iroquois how they thought about their help.
The Spanish were by far the most sadistic of all the European.
I don't think that's not a fair.
No, it is absolutely no. This is even in college. They say the 3 C's. I remember
everything.
It's like they came for commerce.
Learned in college.
Sure. So the French came for commerce. The English came for colonization, and then the Spanish came to conquer. They made
the French also came to.
No. Where were the Spanish nice to anybody? They literally took all your fucking resources. If there was ever a famine, anything like that, they ate first. They were just like, they were nasty people. I don't.
Well, Pepe, is that an opinion or is that a fact, Pepe?
Oh yeah, the Spanish you really did not want to be rolled over by them.
Well,
I respectfully disagree.
what year is it? Can everybody please just give us a quick diagnostic and tell us what year it is?
2026.
5786.
All right, we got 2026. We got 5786. Pepe, Mako, what year is it?
I wasn't listening. What's up?
Yeah, I was asking you, Mako, what year is it?
I mean, to be fair, the Spanish, they also like slaughtered Europeans that weren't Catholic too. That happened on a number of instances.
Well, the Italians did that as well. So
where were the Italians in?
Yeah, Italians were in North America. Wow.
No, he was saying about in Europe.
No, I'm talking about here.
Well, what made this? What made Spanish?
Who killed the most people in the New World was the British. With all due respect, the British and the French did the most.
The French barely had any land in there.
The French and Indian Wars. You know how many people died in those wars? What are you talking about?
You know, I will point out that I've read that the British Empire was able to expand to every part of the globe for one reason and one reason only, because of the mechanization of the rifle and the ability to automate, you know, the discharge of bullets at high scale, high velocity at scale. So, you know, without that ability to say STFU or we're going to give you a Gatling gun, you know, that's real power.
Gatling guns until the Civil War.
Well, you see my point about the ability to deliver a high volume of
a single barrel.
We actually had
Sorry, John.
I think it was called the repeater. I think it was called the repeater rifle. The repeater rifle, I think, is the big stage in warfare.
We actually had a superior rifle. What was it? Best, the BESS, I believe. But I think it had slightly some rifling in the barrel, but it was a little bit more accurate out to a longer distance. So
it was more about the war tactics on the ground that gave America the edge over the British and the French and the Spanish.
Well, I'm looking at an interesting historical document. It says the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. And that's, you know, a British Kabbalist. Now, Pepe thinks that the Spanish were the most merciless conquistadors. But what was the philosophy of the Spanish conquistadors, Pepe?
They were probably just like they just got done getting ruled over for how many fucking 7 or 8 centuries by a bunch of fucking Muslims.
I think you're being over negative towards the Spanish Empire.
No, I don't think I am at all.
Well, can you give evidence that you're not?
And they were absolutely the most religiously intolerant.
But there's nothing wrong with being. The English. And with all due respect,
they were a lot worse than the English.
Well, that's why we had people come to America is to escape.
Yeah, they weren't slaughtering them upon contact.
They were. Okay, but
wait.
Don't say that the British weren't. Being
no, the Spanish were, dude. They were like
negative to people who don't believe
like
in
jihadists.
things.
They were Catholic jihadists, dude. I don't know how else to put it.
They did genocide on Tunisia, so I think you have a point.
So again, I ask you, what year is it? 2026? Is it February 21st on a Saturday? Are you all here right now? Hello?
I like the fact that we've attracted many Anons to the room. They want to know what we're talking about, but they don't want to let us know who they are.
They're all John.
Well, we were talking about the who's worse, the Spanish, the French, or the British Empire?
In the Americas, it was the Spanish, hands down. There's no denying.
No, I said more people died under the hands of
the British Empire.
David, why don't you give us? David, why don't you give us?
Actually brought in more slaves than the British.
Well, actually, the British were actually against slavery.
I want to point out that this is a little bit like David arguing whether vodka, gin, or whiskey is better, than the other one. But the point is, ladies and gentlemen, we want peace in the Middle East and we want peace in America. But unfortunately, a lot of people want to break the law, and those people are called terrorists or people that need to be brought back into compliance or possibly destroyed. Now, Pepe has walked us through a history hypnosis lesson. Hello? David, what was that?
Is that part of your platform?
Part of my as a writing candidate for Congress. Yes, Dr. David, absolutely. So we have to be strategic in our communication. We have to be strategic in our militarization and what we're going to do with our focus and our concentration, because this room has grown to a very large audience, and you can see there's a lot of Persians in the audience who are very concerned about a possible war. And I just want to say in Farsi, Dilam barat khiriteng shode.
I think Texas should be its own country, man.
What did you just say? What did John say in Persian?
I said, I missed you. I said, I missed you, my beloved. Dilam barat khiriteng shode.
Can we get someone to confirm?
So I'm just curious, if we bomb the shit out of Iran and there's no change in leadership, what is actually gained?
Well, I think that's an unlikely hypothetical. I think the change in leadership is part of the whole point.
Yeah.
We've already dropped 2 massive bombs on Iran this year alone. We've already detonated 2 of our largest bombs on their nuclear facilities. We've already done it. We've already crossed the fucking threshold. Hello?
You're talking about the bunker busters.
Yeah, but that's a different thing.
Right. It's my understanding the fear is that, okay, let's say you do take out Khomeini or whatever, that there's still higher GCs who will be able to remain in power, and then they're not going to, they'll still have their military that's going to be armed. They'll still shoot a bunch of thousands of people in the street, whatever.
Yeah, but that's what happened in Venezuela once the person...
It's not Venezuela.
Well, I'm just telling you.
The government of Venezuela still stands. It's just the president was taken out. The generals are still in command. The vice president.
There isn't mass hysteria. Yeah.
Pepe, are you asking if this affects the Jews?
Pepe, are you an apologist for the Khomeini?
No, I think it's. I don't like the IC, but you have to think the people, and it's somewhat, I think, the West's fault. They were saying, hold on.
The people made their opinion. Oh my God. They're in the streets and they're being killed.
All right, dude, can I finish? Holy shit. So, it's kind of the West's fault. We were like, yeah, guys, revolt. You can do that for nothing. And I want, I want to see, if anything is done in Iran, I would want to see them no longer having to be ruled over by the ISIS.
He's not Jewish.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm not.
Jews?
Yeah, this has nothing to do with.
He probably has Jewish ancestors.
No, what is it that you're saying doesn't affect the Jews? Bombing Iran?
Yeah, well, Khomeini being replaced or not.
Well, sure, it affects the Jews.
Well, I mean, when Khomeini says death to Israel,
they're leading. They've hijacked their own country and made it into the big enemy of Israel and surrounded Israel with this ring of fire with the Hezbollah to the north.
Get over it.
Wait, haven't finished. Hezbollah. It's not a slogan. They attack Israel. Hezbollah to the north and east. Right, with Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hezbollah in Syria until we kick them out. The Houthis in Yemen supplying Hamas. That's not just a slogan. That's an active campaign to exterminate the Jewish homeland, the Jewish state. So, of course, it affects the Jews. Your reasoning doesn't conform with reality.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, without a gun to the head, if you ask, a typical Iranian, what do you think of Israel, they'd be like, I don't care, I just want to live. That's all they care about.
They love Israel.
But it's the head, it's the Ayatollahs that was like, that's Israel all the time. But the regular Iranian, they don't care about Israel. They just want to live.
Can you just say, instead of saying Khomeini, can you say Khomeini? And instead of Iranian, can you just say it like a normal American?
Why do you want him to mispronounce these words?
Nothing, because he's trying to sound like he speaks Persian, like with one word in an English sentence.
Respectful of the
Well, he's faking the funk. It doesn't come out.
Ask him to say Michelin restaurant. Michelin.
Well, he goes to a lot of Michelin restaurants.
Well, that's how you pronounce it.
And 99% of the English-speaking words says, hey, I went to a 3-star Michelin restaurant.
Yaakov, with all due respect, having been to a few Michelin-star restaurants, that's how you pronounce it. I'm sorry.
And people look at you like you're nuts.
Yeah, actually, my brother did say that when he tried pronouncing one of the things they say where they actually, it's not so-called being the loud, obnoxious American, but it is the people who try to be fancy, schmancy, and act like they're an expert on French culture and say their fucking words and butcher them, and that is I guess more irritating to them. It's being sophisticated.
Okay, I'm not gonna apologize, but
it's just the one word
my friends who go to these restaurants, we all pronounce it the same way, so I'm used to
if you're hanging out with fine.
Okay, Yaakov, if you come into my group of friends, then
you hang out with douchebags, David.
That's not nice.
I didn't say that, David. Okay, finish with Khomeini.
And you don't have to respond to anything, David.
Of course not. It's all it's fine. We're all friends.
I hung out with Rabbi Nick Dickerson, known as Randy. So, I mean...
Docs!
Yeah.
Because she's a woman that she doesn't have intelligence?
Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking, most people on this app don't have their own personal intelligence service.
Everybody always says that they're out there gathering information, and I think everyone here would agree that everyone is out there gathering information. That's typical human behavior. We're all addicted to information, and we love it, and we gather it because it's valuable, and that's where we get...
Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
She's the worst example you could have brought up.
I'll be honest.
Not to be confused with Jackson Brown.
Women are not.
Not to be confused with Jesse Jackson, God rest his soul.
Hello, any woman. David's a woman, no. No, women are not good drivers, figuratively and literally.
Never said that.
I said that. Because that's the truth. Women are good at some things and men are good at
A woman might be a fool and stupid, but she still could have better intuition than a man.
Yes.
What does that mean?
True.
Yes.
And as we know, a fool and their money are soon parted.
Well, who said that? That sounds famous.
That's not famous.
That's cute, dude.
So I want to thank everybody for coming here today to the Iran war, Israel, Palestine, USA, no terrorists allowed. Because in other rooms right now, there are chronic complainers, people that have a beef with the J word, with the I word, with the Z word, with the K word, with all types of words. And they want to argue with you till the moon appears and the sun sets 24 hours a day about what words mean what. And all I can say is none of these people are intelligent because they are not part of any type of meditation, any type of concentration, any type of focus on love or intelligence. All they do is complain. Hello?
And in the words of Lenny Kravitz, let love rule.
Wait, is that a famous... Wasn't that famous thing?
Okay, I have an answer to a fool and his money are soon parted was most commonly attributed to Thomas Tusser in his 1573 book, 500 Points of Good Husbandry. And the original wording was a fool with an E at the end, F-O-O-L-E, and his money be soon, S-O-O-N-E, at debate, which after which sorrow repents him too late. Okay. There you go. Oh, man of Old English.
Was he a good guy?
No. Was he a good guy? My friend David, was he a good guy?
No, really quick. I was at a dinner party and I mentioned like a quote, and my friend told me that the person I was quoting was a bad guy. I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
So it also says the next time you're at a dinner party and someone says a fool and his money, that quote, it's commonly misquoted to William Shakespeare, but does not appear in any of his plays or writings. So you can say, it does not appear in any of his plays or writings.
Well, William Shakespeare was kind of not a good guy, so.
What do you mean he was not a good guy?
History,
I want to know how he knew about Denmark
and
Venice.
Who was an English major, and she told me the whole history of the idea. Well, actually, he wasn't a real person, or maybe he was, but she basically told me the history of William Shakespeare, and kind of like not a good person,
Norm, do you think he was an amalgam?
Like in 2026, he would have been, Me Too'd. He would have been, not a good guy.
My question, how did he know about Denmark and Venice and all these different far-flung places when he never really left his own city, as far as we know? From just people talking about it?
You can always read in a book.
Oh, you think he went to the downtown library? That's a relatively modern invention.
Everyone, can I speak? I'm an Iranian person. And I saw the title of this room, and I just came to. Actually, I'm curious to know what I consider you guys to be mostly Americans. So I just want to know what's your idea about whether the United States should attack the regime in Iran, or you do not support?
Well, the IRGC has been a problem for many decades, and I think the world agreed long ago that at minimum they should not be allowed to have nuclear weapons, and at maximum they should not be allowed to threaten the rest of the world. And diplomacy has been tried repeatedly without much success, and now we're trying diplomacy by other means, namely war.
As a Sunni Muslim, the U.S. should dismantle, Iran.
Well, hopefully they see, all the stuff we're doing in the water, and they say, okay, we give up on a very simple terms. But yeah, it's I think it's very simple. I was just making a joke, but yeah, like all the what we're doing in the Gulf with bringing all our aircraft carriers and our battleships and shit like that. You would think they would be like, okay, let's make a deal. But I don't know. We'll see.
You said okay, make a deal about what? The nuclear program or what?
Well, yeah, that was
you desire that they want their nuclear ammunition or what?
They went to a negotiation, and America said, like, 100% give up a nuclear program, and they said no, right? Norm, is that what the stipulation that they decided to say no to?
Bring their own people, and they don't seem to be willing to move on it. Missiles are up there as well.
You would think, so guns to the head, they would say, okay, we won't do Hezbollah, we won't do, the only thing what the sticking point is now, right? In your opinion.
Yes, it's definitely a sticking
Actually, I, as an Iranian person know that the nuclear program has always been cut off for their main deterrence policy, which is the ballistic missile. The main thing is actually the ballistic missile, not the nuclear program, but they never negotiate over it. And the missile has the power to infiltrate from all the air defense system of Israel and also European countries, just like at 12-day war.
They can have a ballistic missile, but as long as it's not nuclear.
I think the initial question was, do you think the United States should come in and evaporate the IRGC? Wasn't that your question? Hello, Velvet?
And whether you
was that your question?
Yes, I answered.
There should be any deals negotiated. I think they crossed the line when they started murdering people, and then they threatened constantly on a daily basis to want to murder Israeli citizens. And as well, the President of the United States, they want to murder him, and they want to cause harm to the USA and Israel. I think there is no negotiation. They say they don't want to make weapons today, tomorrow. I think they're moving too far. That's like negotiating with a pedophile, David.
What is the resolution?
Death.
So we should just bomb all the
because today they're going to say, okay, we agree. Well, tomorrow they're going to dig a tunnel and build their bombs under the tunnel. You don't change from wanting to murder every Israeli citizen and the United States of America to being a good person. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I'm actually very happy to hear that, because in mainstream media, I hear a lot that there's people make these comparisons that the United States attacking Afghanistan and Iraq, and they compare it to what will happen in Iran. So there are fundamental and conceptual differences between Iranian society and Afghanistan and Iraq. But the point is that's so true. So as an Iranian person, from age of 7, I have been trained to chant death to England, death to America, and death to Israel. And despite 47 years of this oppressive regime, Iranian people have never hated America. Actually, we love America and we love Israel. We consider that as opposed to all other Muslim countries in the region. So look at the society of, for instance, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, even Turkey. Unfortunately, they hate America and they hate Israel, but Iranian people don't, because we have to share same values. During the past 26 years, from 1999, for 6 times we have been fighting for this regime. For what? For democracy, for freedom of speech, freedom of thinking, equality between men and women, because Islam is a gender apartheid regime, and separation of religion from power. All the values that the Western countries, including the United States, are meant to defend them or not, whether we negotiate with them or not, they consider Israel to be little Satan and ISIS as great Satan. That's what they teach us. But I'm so happy to hear first that. And second, when I hear that let me see what is your name, Blessed. When I hear that Blessed was saying that they slaughtered their own people, that gives me such a, you have no idea how relieved I am that you also care about, Iranian freedom lovers that have been fighting with their bare hands with this regime for so long. And the fact that you're concerned about the massacre that this regime has made. And again, let me remind you, this was not their first time. This was their 6th time. I mean, just look at 2022 during the Women Life Freedom Movement. They literally blinded. I'm not making the numbers. Just look at the, United Nations substantiated statistic. More than 500 protesters during the 2022 movement, Women Life Freedom Movement, got blinded. They did comparison. So, for instance, 2 people in Minnesota. I'm not going to downplay what happened in Minnesota. I know it is triggering. Even every single person counts, and every single casualty, even if it is one individual, it's a lot. But when you're speaking about tens of thousands of people being massacred by this regime, you cannot make that comparison. Or the fact that care about the human rights abuses by this regime. And by the way, those people who got blinded and got killed by this regime were not people who were fighting for Islamism, extreme Islamism, terrorism, all those things. We happen to have the same values as you. So yes, we should care about our safety and our human rights, because at the end of the day, we will be your biggest ally in that region alongside Israel. Just as it was the case under Shah regime, under Shah reign, Iran was, even if you might not know that, was as an Iranian person, I know that. 47 years ago, up to 47 years ago, Israel was not your biggest ally in the region. Iran was, right? But after the Islamic Revolution, you had to, turn to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the countries that are literally funding terrorism, Islamic terrorism. But Iranian people are not, a majority of them are not Muslims, and we don't hate you. So yeah, I'm so relieved that I hear those remarks. Thank you.
Well, those are some beautiful remarks about some beautiful remarks. Thank you for those beautiful remarks. Well, we have so many auspicious and interesting people in the audience. Oh, our good friend Kitover is here, straight out of Yerushalayim. Still hasn't paid his brother back the money he owes him, but Rabbono Shel Olam Hashem is going to make it all. Rabbono Shel Olam. And let me ask you a question. Would you marry a wealthy, handsome Jew if he proposed to you and you two fell in love?
Who's that directed to?
Forehead.
You shouldn't ask that question.
Did you get the ashes put on your forehead, David?
I'm not going to ask that question.
I did.
Well, everybody, you're in the Iran war. This is the Israel-Palestine-USA conflict, but no terrorists allowed room. If you want to hear terrorists, just go to Amir's room in the World Affairs Forum or in Amir's house, or you can go to Prince's room. There's a whole litany of rooms you can find, I'm sure. But in this room, no. No terrorists allowed.
What's up, Normal? Hey, what's up? So what's the word out there? What's going to be with Trump? Last I heard he's allowing the Iranians to have some kind of symbolic nuclear stuff. Oh, I didn't hear that. He wants to let them save face? Huh? He wants to let them save face? What's going on?
I mean, he's giving him a couple days to decide, right? My understanding. I mean, it's better than what Obama did, which is give him a bunch of money. I mean, that's...
Did he give them money, or did they return the money that was frozen?
Well, I mean, unfreezing money is the same as giving money. I forget how many billions.
Yes, and Obama lifted up the sanctions, and that's what they did. They made deals with that regime, with our operators. And again, just so you know, the same kind of protests were happening in Iran in 2009. We call them green movements, in Persian, right? People not if you read several months, we're on the streets, and actually we chanted a specific slogan. In Persian, we said, Obama, Obama, Obama. It meant Obama, either with us or with the Islamic regime, or with them, right? The point is, Obama chose to turn a blind eye on the statements that we stand with Iranian people and they should have to peacefully protest. But those statements, empty word statements, mean nothing. They don't help us. We need real action. Because we're empty-handed. So Obama made deal with them and lifted up the sanctions, and the regime simply massacred Iranians, and not just in the streets, but also in the prisons. There's specifically a horrific prison that you might have not heard about it. Its name was Kafizak. They tortured people in Kafizak during the Green Movement in 2009. But that's what Obama did. So yeah. But hopefully the United States will not make a mistake again. Because at the end of the day, Donald Trump made a promise. They said to Iranians that go and take your institutions, we will come to your rescue. And in another remark, he said, if Iran shoots the protesters, as they always do, we will start shooting as well. He made those remarks. And yesterday, Donald Trump already acknowledged that 32,000 Iranians over a short period of time during this round of protests were massacred by this regime. So he has made a promise and he has the responsibility. But even if he didn't make that promise, still we would have considered United States as a leader of the free world to come to our rescue, because with power comes responsibility. Because at the end of the day, first of all, we are all human beings. So if you see someone that is fighting for the values that you also share, democracy, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, all those values that a progressive society of Iranians stand for, you should help them, right? But even if you don't want to, you don't care about other people around the world, you just care about the United States, still you should be wise enough to understand that this regime wants to destroy your country. Not just this regime, by the way. Not just this regime. Islam itself. And, political Islam specifically.
Velvet, you need to feel good about something. We're 3 branches of government, and our other branch of government, especially our Senate, has been steadfast in trying to support the people in Iran and to end this regime. And you need to look at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. You need to look at the leadership there, the statements that they've been making. This is not only from the executive branch, but on our congressional level as well. And that's really important. Also, with respect to the funding, look at our House appropriations on military as well. I mean, it's people seem to forget we have that other branch of government that also put the squeeze and amplified the sanctions. And although had to fight the Obama administration tooth and nail on this, was able through these strong leaders within Senate and House to squeeze that regime. So don't forget about that aspect of U.S. government. I just wanted to add that. They just listen to people like Tom Cotton or Lindsey Graham. They're very strong on the subject.
Lindsey Graham, yeah, we love Lindsey Graham. We call him Amu Graham. In English, it is said Uncle Graham. We love him, but again, I would say it is not something that United States is giving us a favor. It's not like that. We are not begging for other people's support. It is part of the United States benefit, because
but they see that, Velvet, they see that. It's an executive branch. But we've seen, look, we can go back to when our hostages were taken, and some of us were alive to experience it, and then experience every time Iran has had their fingers in murdering Americans abroad, as well as threatening our ambassador, not only our ambassadors, our president, the ambassadors from Saudi that were in Washington, the ambassadors from Israel that were in Washington. I mean, we just go through the litany of what they've had their fingerprints in. So we've known that as a nation for a long time. And we're protecting our nation from an enemy, and it's been an enemy. So I don't think that's anything new. But, again, my point was just, it's also in our legislative branch, a very strong awareness of it.
Here, you and we are true friends and we are allies, and I'm so happy that you people are actually you exist in the United States, and we are fortunate that the majority of Senate and Congress is currently with Republicans, because unfortunately the Democrats that are supposedly meant to stand for human rights and humanity, they have always compromised and appeased the mullahs in Iran. But right
whoa. I'm going to stop you on that one, because I got to stop you. And I'm a Republican, but there are Democrats that stand firmly on this position as well. I'm not going to say it does cross over party lines. There are some very strong Democrats that have been against they were against the Iran deal. They went up against Obama on it. Not all of them, but there were some. And there are Democrats that are very loud and vocal on this. So it does cross over, and I'm not going to get political on it, because I would look at members of Congress like Josh Gottheimer and Jared Moskowitz, and I mean go through the list. Richie Torres, Susie Lee, they're strong about this. So let's not take that away from some of our better members of Congress. Also, my own senator, who is a Democrat, is absolutely strong on this, Jackie Rosen. So just you need to be fair on that one. Sorry, I had to jump in on that.
But what do you mean by being strong? I know that they're individual voices.
They sponsor legislation. They support the sanctions. No, look at the records, their voting records, and there's support of stronger sanctions, and there's support.
No. I know. Do they support a war? Do they support a war against the regime? Because
has a war on the regime been brought actually in front of Congress? Have we had a vote on that yet? I mean, tell what we've had a vote on. They've supported. But I'll post some voting records if you want to see.
Well, yeah, I would like that, but I don't want to bother you. But the point is, even in the verbal stances, it doesn't mean if they just condemn the regime. Action, real action is
sanctions. Is additional squeezing and sanctions something that shows support?
Sanctions help. Yes, sanctions help, but how it is going to make a difference if you leave the Iranian protesters to their own. I mean, what will sanction do? It will make the regime's hands, the regime's work harder, of course. So it helps us, the Iranians. But at the end of the day, if a regime is going to change, we have to, confront with this. And we are empty-handed. You don't have any weapon, and they simply massacre Iranians. So the final answer, the ultimate solution, is military intervention. And if the Democrats, I know that there are individual voices, so I don't know his name, but there's sorry, just if I 10 seconds, if I finish what I was saying. So I know that there is a Democrat congressman, I think, or perhaps he's a senator. He's old, right? He doesn't have hairs on his head. I don't know what his name is. But yes, he has been very vocal in supporting Israel and supporting the Trump administration. But most of Democrats are anti-war, unfortunately. And so their support almost means nothing.
Actually, Velvet, you don't understand all of the dynamics in Congress. And no, not all Democrats, and the good majority of them that are voting bloc have voted for the sanctions. Again, I just found the statement from the senator with respect. So, I mean, again, I'm not going to bash the other party when they, excuse me. I'm not going to bash the other party when they have actually, some of them have stood up and voted on this. John Fetterman is a good example of it. Listen to Fetterman's comments.
Right. I mean, here's the thing, Velvet. Like, Iran has to be destroyed so Israel can be safe.
No, Iran has to not have nuclear power.
Okay? You understand?
Israel can take care of itself. Iran has to not have a nuclear weapon. That's the bottom line. It can't have a nuclear weapon.
I agree.
They can take care of themselves. They have taken care of themselves.
Yeah, I agree.
This isn't about Israel. This is about the U.S., guys. It's about us.
It's just milking the U.S. right now, and then
Who's milking the U.S.? Who's milking the U.S.? Iran is milking the U.S.?
Edom has to be destroyed. It has to happen. Right, Al Normo? I don't know what you're talking about.
I would urge everyone to differentiate between a country. Guys, someone, please be quiet for a moment. You should, in verbal speaking, you should be careful when you say Iran should be destroyed. Iran is our homeland, is my homeland, my country. You cannot say Iran should be destroyed. But the terrorist bunch of groups that are occupying our country, the Islamic regime, yes, that regime should be destroyed, but Iranian people and Iran as a country should be preserved, and we should always respect a country no matter what is its name. So you should speak respectfully about Iran. And to the point that Adi was saying, about the points, Adi, again, I would need to know you to know sanctions help. They are much better than making deals with this regime, just as was the case under Obama administration and Biden administration. But at the end of the day, it is not the ultimate solution. The ultimate solution is military intervention. Because at the end of the day, Iranian people are empty-handed. We don't have any weapons. And whenever we take to the streets, we take courage to take to the streets.
Okay, let's make room for more speakers. When I hear repetition or redundancy, I'm going to mute you. We're moving on. This is the Iran war. Israel, Palestine, USA. No terrorists allowed. In the Issa Watermelon Fan Club house, everybody. Shavua Tov.
Velvet, you're Iranian?
Yes.
You're Iranian? No. Okay.
Yeah. Someone. And
John, you don't have a chat, so I can't post the voting records.
This is
anyone can look them up.
I really just want to be Jewish because they're so good at making people hate their own people. It's like it's overpowered war tactics. Just propaganda.
What question? I'm Iranian. Okay, basic.
All right, remove them from the room because no terrorists are allowed here. And if you're going to lie and besmirch the good Jewish people, you're going to get kicked in the tuchus, either to the goo or to the hallway. Shavua Tov. Also, noise trolls who are working in their bathtubs or kitchens will also be kicked to the goo. So, Abby, your main contention is Iran should not, cannot, must not, will not get a nuclear weapon. And we've already dropped 2 massive bunker busters on their nuclear program. What's next?
Okay, can I read you something, John? If that's okay. So we've got something like 150 plus strike capable planes stacked up to hit Iran right now with the arrival of the second carrier group. Israel used about 200 planes during the 12-day war. So that's close to about 400 planes right now that are there. Iran has an estimated stockpile of about 3,000 ballistic missiles. That's what's left after at least probably close to 50%, somewhere between a third and 50% were destroyed during the 12-day war.
Thank you so much.
Let's say a third of them are short range, 10 sorties that no longer have a ballistic missile program. It can get a little messy. The U.S. operates 72 B-52 bombers that can fly anywhere. So if Iran starts playing games in the Gulf, the U.S. can start to, at that point, do carpet bombing. I mean, just look at what war power is there now, and what they could possibly act up and do. And your military, you probably understand that better. I'm just reading some of the stats on it. And with respect, Velvet, I put in a bipartisan bill by Rosen and McCormick from Pennsylvania, Rosen from Nevada. So just to give you an example, but I'd look at John Fetterman's statements also.
I think John Fetterman recently just cast a vote which turned the tide, right? He seems to always be like a linchpin.
He is a linchpin. He's kind of the new Manchin. But call out the Democrats when they should be called out, but on this one, the majority have are not.
You think there's a 50-50 chance that there's going to be a regime change, or do you think it's 20-80?
I think he dies. He's old. But, not all of the Gulf, they've come out with statements that they're fearful of regime change because of what will take its place. I mean, that's a really important consideration. Have you talked about that? What if it does change? Who comes into power?
I mean, doesn't he have heir apparent, like his sons or something?
Again, I might have a better perspective on this. That's what will happen if the United States attacks the regime. So one little thing I would urge everyone: when you say Gulf, the Gulf is a term that Arab countries use to refer to that sort of ocean. We call it Persian Gulf. It is its historical name. So please refer to that as its real name, Persian Gulf. But anyway, the point is, if the regime changes, so the majority or a significant part of the opposition support the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to be their king. But even myself, I, as a person who opposes the Islamic regime, I'm not necessarily a monarchist, but I am united behind Reza Pahlavi for now. But in a voting, in a ballot box that it will happen after the revolution, after the regime change, I would probably vote for a republic. And my leader is, Masih Harinejad. She's one of the opposition figures. But for now, the majority of the opposition are behind Reza Pahlavi. So Reza Pahlavi will emerge after the regime change. But I would urge you to know that it's
also what Reza Pahlavi's path is. He's not saying keep me in and keep a monarch. He's saying let's do a just election, and then you can pick if you want to have a monarchy or you want to have not monarchy. So I think that's why people want Reza Pahlavi in place, so he can create a clear path to a better future for the Iranian people, right? He's not necessarily saying, I want to be in power and it's only me. He's saying, listen, I want to be able to help, and I have a portfolio put together on how I can help with the conversion to make it an easy transition to make it better for the Iranian people. So it's not like what happened in Iraq.
And even if it is a monarchy, the result of the ballot box, it will be a democratic monarchy, just as most of European countries, just as United Kingdom, that the king has just a constitutional stance, but the real power is in prime minister's hand. So in any way, Iranian people are fighting for democracy. We want democracy, but it could happen in a republic form, or just as United States, or in a monarchy form like United Kingdom.
What's the bigger rivalry, Saudi Arabia and Iran, or Israel and Iran? I mean, do these Sunnis and Shias, the princes and the potentates, somewhat of a shared culture between Persians and Arabs because of Islam, even though they've got this separation? What role is Saudi Arabia either going to play in diplomacy or aiding stability and peace as opposed to war.
I mean, I just got back from there. I listened to them talk about it in a diplomatic way. And they made it, I mean, this is the foreign minister there, made it very clear they're not pushing for regime change. They have a fear of what will come after. But they're also extremely clear, and they don't hold back on this, that the Muslim Brotherhood is their enemy. And that the enemy has attacked their soil, via their proxies. They've taken fire from the Muslim Brotherhood, and they're not supporters of it. They'd like to see the Brotherhood gone. So they take a pretty strong position about that. But they were very clear to say that they're not advocating regime change. So it's interesting how they position themselves on that. I think they see themselves as a economic force in the Gulf region, as they have been. And, I'd also look at some of the squabbles they have with the UAE right now and how that's playing into it. But, they're hell-bent on developing the train lines and the fiber optic lines and, getting out of the petrol business. So they've lots of positions with respect to their Vision 2030 and where that's taking their nation and where they see themselves as a regional player as well as a world player. But with respect to Iran, that's definitely their position. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what the guy said, and that's.
Well, you say they want to get out of the oil business. Do you know what the market cap of Aramco is? I looked it up the other day.
Yeah, but Aramco, but they're very clear in their Vision 2030 to diversify and get into tech and get into these other industries. And, they're handing out money to companies coming in that want to build infrastructure in their nation, doing that. Hospitality being one for sure. And they're spending a lot of money on it. But there's other industries that they've invested in, including, by the way, shocking, but the green industries, even though it seems counterintuitive to being in the oil business. But green energy is something they've also pursued. But I would just take a look at it's easy. You can just Google their Vision 2030.
I know, I've heard of it. This is the Saudi Arabian oil company. This is known as Aramco. This is their vital stats on the stock. Their market cap is 6.22 trillion. PE of 17. Dividend is 5.2%.
John, are they under Apple? They were the biggest.
They're the
in
biggest.
the world. And then Apple overtook them. So I didn't know.
No.
They are?
No, Apple's not as big as Aramco.
Yeah, but again.
Apple's 3.9 trillion. Aramco is 6.2 trillion. I mean, that's incredible.
Just look at the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Look at that Vision 2030, and I'll tell you how.
Invested in Elon Musk's XAI in a private equity deal. I think it was like a $2 to $4 billion deal with Elon Musk, because XAI merged with SpaceX. And, it does Elon Musk at like almost the trillionaire level. It's unbelievable. But, I think historically, wars and debts and all this chaos is really, I'm more worried that there's going to be a war because it's going to shift the attention. But, it just seems to be convenient when a war happens to break out. And I've heard so much chatter that I'm pretty concerned. And the buildup, is basically potential energy. And so what's the flow going to be?
Lord, we're sitting in the hub of AI, right? Chicago, Great Lakes area. You know that.
Yep. AI's everywhere, though. They're estimated to build, I think it was I read 3,000 or 5,000 more AI data centers in the United States. I'm like, what? How can we already, we're already doing it. Like, everybody's already online. How many more data centers do we need?
Where they're being built to crash and burn what's out there, what's threatening us.
So you think the buildup of data centers in the United States is a geostrategic move?
I think it's what's going to make us dominant.
Yeah, but how so? In what ways?
Oh, we're going to be well over-equipped in comparison. I mean, they can talk a bunch of crap, excuse my French, but delivery is going to be what counts.
You don't think the AI is making people lazy and stupid? Huh?
No, that's a different kind of AI that I'm focusing on. It's really more about weaponry.
Well, if you're a Star Trek...
Drones? You're talking in weaponry, the use of drones?
All of it. Talking about? All of it, Abby. I mean, drones.
She's talking about warfare, basically.
I mean,
yeah, thank you. I was looking for the word. Thank you. It is warfare.
But so much has changed with drones coming into warfare.
No, but it's everything. I know what she's talking about. It's talking about hacking, shutting a country down, turning off the lights, drones, missiles, defense systems, how AI can be utilized in all of that.
Electricity. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You know, we just had a hack this a few days ago in one of our casinos. Just had, I forget the name of the company that came in and held them ransom. They paid it. They paid the ransom. It's pretty crazy.
What systems did they have?
One sec.
We already know the name, Abby. It's El Normo Green.
No, wait, one sec. Let me pull it up.
There's not a statue of El Normo in Vegas.
Yeah, right on the strip. That's the hell. Saying I got you.
Yeah, if I can say something, getting back to the question that Lord was asking about, what role Saudi Arabia would play in Iran.
Hold on, before you jump into it, because you have so much beautiful energy, I just don't want Abby to be like, I want to hear what you have to say about the hack. But don't forget what you're going to say, just because then we'll forget it. Abby was looking up something.
Hold on, the name of the hacker is it's Shiny Hunters. Shiny Hunters pulled off a massive data heist against this particular property. It holds more than 800,000 records containing personal employee information. It issued a final warning on the dark web. It gave the particular luxury resort until February 23rd before releasing the data to the public. The pressure on the company and the threats to release the data was likely to mean the company had broken off negotiations. So now the gang is desperate, and that's not uncommon with the extortion attacks. This particular property is extremely high end. I'm just reading the article about it, and then I got a note that the estimate was 1.5 that they paid. That's the name of the hacker. Oh, and the same hacker had hacked, the same gang had hacked Canada Goose, the company. They had hacked Mercer Advisors and Beacon Point Advisors, and a few other companies in the past. The Bumble Match, the internet match company, Bumble, that has Hinge and Match and OkCupid. They had hacked them, Panera Bread, and a couple others. So that's what I mean. Yeah. But, the player information, that stuff, that's the lifeblood of the properties. So it's just like getting a pretty bad take at a table. It's $1.5 million.
Do not know it. Do you pretend to be
Is that really a big like loss for them?
We not stop to take
So if they have to pay out $1.5 million at the table, yeah, it's a big number.
No, I mean so that actor, like how much do you think they profit a week like a casino?
Well, it matters what property. That happens to be an incredibly successful one. It has more of the high limit take than the others, but I mean, it can vary, and it matters what weekend. I mean, if it's Super Bowl weekend, it's a little different than a weekend, in August. So I don't know. It's, but that's still a big number to have to pay out. Have you ever heard of that hacker? That I did?
No, I never heard of him.
Shiny, no. Me personally, no.
What's his name?
Probably knows them.
I mean, it's, what did I say the name was? Shiny Hunter.
The Shiny Hunter.
Sorry, you can go back to Iran.
Yeah, sorry, Velvet. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, I think the good. Can I just say that the good news about Clubhouse and the Iranian agents here, like Soren, etc., is if that's the best they got, I don't think there's that much to maybe worry about.
Do you think he was in a re-education camp for a while?
Soren?
Yeah.
I saw him back on the app the other day.
Yeah, he's back in strength.
What do you mean by a re-education? Yeah.
It was a joke, because in the Chinese re-education camps,
Well, I, for one, would love to go to Iran, go to the Grand Bazaar and enjoy the incredible food. Because to me, Iranian food is like some of the best in the world. The music is great. The women are beautiful. I mean, can't we just live in peace? Can't these people just say, you know what? The era of the Shah, I mean, not the Shah, the Khomeinis, or this Muslim radical group that took over this embassy and is extended to 2026. Can't they just put it all behind him and say, guess what, everybody? We're gonna have the biggest dinner you've ever had. It's gonna be the best, shawarma you've ever eaten. And just enjoy life and have joy, actual joy, true joy in life, great joy.
Here's my prediction, Abby. If it turns western and they open a casino, it'll be in this wonderful island in the Gulf, the Straits of Hormuz called Keshem. It has everything. It is like, it's where the decadent people go. I mean that in a good way. In Iran, it's got like water parks. It's got
the island of
Keshem. QESHM. Just look at all the different attractions it has on it. It's in crystal blue waters. It's got caves.
Red sand.
I don't know if it has red sand. I'll be honest with you. I just know it has just so many wonderful attractions, and it's right across from Abu Dhabi. So like it'd be like a little puddle jumper away. Like literally. All the Emiratis could go there.
Well, the Emiratis are getting a casino in about a year.
I know, but for whatever, if they wanted to.
There was one, Jeff. There was the Shah during the time of the Shah. It was a very successful one in Iran. Isn't there? It's kind of like what happened to the Cuban ones.
Where's
He lost them in Cuba.
So we could you could go to Keshem, and then you could fly to Tehran and have dinner, and then go skiing, because Tehran's right around there's a mountain range right around Tehran that's just wonderful skiing.
Say it,
Q. It's in Q. It's near Bandar Abbas. QESHM.
It was sort of considered like a free zone. The way like Hong Kong was a little bit different than China, but they kidnapped a guy there, and they've kept his remains for years. He was out of Queens. I think his name was Levine or something. I have to go look it up. But the FBI has often wanted to at least get his remains back.
If you type Bandar Abbas, BANDAR space ABBAS, it's right next door. It's an island.
I'm looking at
nice. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's beautiful.
So, regarding the question of culture and Iran and any other Arab country, including Saudi Arabia, because they're inherently Muslim, but Islam took over Iran. We were originally not Muslims; we were Zoroastrians, and also we don't have the same language. We speak in Farsi, Persian. They speak in Arab, and our cultures are quite different. And they have nothing. I would just ask everyone, when you refer to the quote unquote that Gulf has a name. Arab countries call that Gulf, but the historical name of that body of water is Persian Gulf. So please name it as such. But
Velvet, you speak eloquently, but Americans are sick of dying to free other people from their oppressive regimes. We're willing to fight a war. Please let me finish. Don't interrupt. Americans are willing to fight a war to destroy the nuclear capability, but no Americans are willing to die to free you from your oppressors because, and I'll land my plane here, a shitload of Americans died in Afghanistan and in Iraq, and we got no fucking gratitude from anyone. So Americans are not dying to rescue you. If you want us to die to rescue you, please fuck off, respectfully.
First of all, you are a very rude person, because there is no need for you to language. We can speak respectfully to each other. So what we demand from not just the United States, but the whole international community is not boots on the ground. People will overthrow the regime if there is an equalizing factor in place. So all you need to do, not just for the benefit of Iranians, but for your own benefit. Because Jin wants to destroy your country, whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not. If you don't act now, in sometime in the future, in a few years, they will talk in either nuclear language or ballistic language. You cannot just ignore that fact. From age of 7, they teach us every single day to school, in new schools, to chant death to England, death to America, and death to Israel. It's part of their ideology to destroy your country. And about the comparison that you are making, and I'm actually sick of hearing it in the propaganda and mainstream media, that people are making false comparisons between Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran. There is a contextual difference. In Afghanistan, people were not against Taliban. The United States attacked Afghanistan. In Iraq, people were not against Saddam Hussein when the United States attacked Iraq. Even now, Iraqi people are speaking highly about Saddam Hussein. But Iran's society, as I keep repeating it, Iran's society is a progressive, freedom-loving people. We want democracy, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, separation of religion from power, all those progressive values. So you cannot make that comparison. And for 26 years, you have been fighting with our with this regime. But you do not beg your support in any way, demand, and not just yours, the whole international community, because first of all, it is a humanitarian issue, and second, it is for the benefit of the global safety and security, because this regime is an extreme terrorist funding regime which are using our wealth, our oil, to fund terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah, Hamas, Hashd al-Sha'bi, Fatimiyun, Zainabiyun, Houthis in the Yemen. All those terrorist organizations are not only being funded by this regime, but also are being weaponized by this regime, and you cannot ignore that. And please, again, don't use that language to me, because if you repeat it, I will use the same language as you. It is in your own benefit to fight this regime and take the Iranian people's side, because Iranian people are the true friends of America. We don't hate America.
Man, just as Iran. Nobody gives a fuck about
This is the biggest
conversation
I've ever heard. You're saying you want to bomb Iran to free the Iranian people, where masses of Iranis don't want to be bombed or have regime change. This is this same Bahawist and Israeli rhetoric you hear on Clubhouse for the last when Masa Amini happened. It's been happening forever. So the only thing that's changed is now, after multiple CIA attempts to overthrow the regime, and it still had support from the people. Now what's happening is the Fifth Fleet is going to stand and bomb the crap out of Iran, take out Iranian leadership, and then what's going to happen is proxies and militias like the Kurds and the Baluch from Jindala from the south, which has already been funded by CIA, is going to come break Iran into pieces. That's the reality. And there are people sitting here that are happy that this is going to happen. That's the sad thing. The nation is going to get destroyed.
Iran is not going to be broken into pieces. It has such a long history of being one.
There is not one unifying factor. The Azeris and the Kurds want their own independence as minority. The majority in the south, they want their independence. So what's going to happen?
Look,
Iran lives in its own bubble.
Look, there are outside forces that do not want this to happen. Look, the Turks don't want the Kurds to get independence because that'll put pressure on their Kurds. So they're going to prevent that from happening. Let's take the Azeris. If the Azeris joined on, they would disrupt the demographic profile of Azerbaijan because there's more Azeris in Iran than there are in Azeri proper. So that's going to mess up the current president. So he's not going to want that to happen. And he'll hold on.
Sir, he's talking, sir. He's talking, sir.
Wrong. I'll just give you a fact. When Masa Amini riots started happening, Kurds were doing an armed rebellion in the north.
And if you look at the surveys at the time, they still wanted to be part of Iran. Like if they didn't care, they wouldn't do anything. Like they honestly. Look, it's been such an integrated country for centuries. They're not about to break apart. It has the highest potential for balkanization, I grant you that, but it has the least likelihood to actually do so.
For instance, I'm an Azeri myself. I come from a city in Azeri parts of Iran, but we all love our homeland, Iran.
The president is Azeri. The president is Azeri right now. The president of Iran is Azeri. So if they didn't like the Azeris, he wouldn't be president. Everyone is included. It is this myth that everyone's just gonna like run their separate ways. No, it's just not gonna happen.
Hello, can I have a mic, please?
Honestly, people like Velvet, the only reason they have a spot to talk in is because they hate Islam. That's the only reason. They're not.
This is a political discussion.
I won't deny that I'm not only Islamophobic, but I have Islamic trauma. We have suffered under Islam.
Islamic trauma. I never heard that before. He's got Islamic trauma.
Marco, he has the right to feel that way. He has.
It's because of the United States. And
why did that happen? Why was it put under sanctions?
It was a cool thing to take a bunch of American citizens and hold them hostage. That was
a cool thing to call for the death of America and the death of Israel and to export terrorism.
Marco, 444 fucking days they held us hostage. You think that was okay? You think that was okay? God bless Ronald Reagan, man, for getting them out.
They were put under sanctions. I'm saying they were put under sanctions by the United States, and their economy went to shit.
Right? Maybe if they played nicely in the world community, they wouldn't have been put under sanctions.
It's fucking ridiculous, bro. You're fucking insane.
You're looking at one side of the equation. You give them a
Americans died
pass.
as a result of Iran. Shall we talk about all the Americans that died?
Bombs that went off
Let's talk about Hezbollah. Let's talk about. Let's see. We can go down to South America. We look everywhere where they funded Hezbollah. They funded Houthis. I mean, you think that
how many Iranians were wrongfully punished because of all that?
I don't know. You tell me. No, the Iranians, if they suffer due to sanctions, 100% of that's first. And the second reason, the sanctions are irrelevant because no matter how much income this regime has,
you're stupid. That's the slogan for operating. Otherwise, they have no regional power. It's just a fucking slogan.
No, it's not just a slogan. It's not just a slogan. If it is, why do they fund Hashashari, Hezbollah, the Hezbollah itself, Houthis, all those terrorist organizations in Syria? They were keeping
It's the only way they have power in the region. It's the only way they operate. Sounds like that. What are you talking about?
You are contradicting yourself. You are victim yourself. So
I'm not contradicting myself.
Because that's part of their seat to confront the United States in the region, because there is no way for them, for the technology that they currently have, to confront the United States in the U.S. soil itself with their ballistic missile. But the way they can confront the United States. No, it's not just a slogan. They are simply confronting the region by funding all those terrorist organizations. But my second point that before the point that I wanted to make is that sanctions are irrelevant for the economic situation in Iran, because no matter how much income this regime has, it will use it for three purposes: its nuclear ambitions, ballistic missile program, and funding terrorist activities. Look, just 1 year ago, Hezbollah itself acknowledged, and also the Treasury Minister of the United States, I don't know what is his name, but American people know and say whether I'm they can fact check me, whether I'm true or not. Just during the past year, they have funded $1 billion, although the country is under financial misery. Even in this circumstance, they have funded $1 billion to Hezbollah, because that's part of their survival strategy, and they want to export terrorism to the world. They don't care about the welfare of Iranians. So sanctions are irrelevant, first, and second, it's not just about economy. Stop downplaying the Iranian people's desire to have a better future to just economic matters. It's not just about that. We want democracy. The so-called supreme leader, the dictator of Iran, Ali Khamenei, has been in power for 37 years, and he has absolute power over everything, and he has never been elected by us in that position. We, as a nation, demand democracy. It's not, we are not animals that we just care about food or water or have a roof on our head.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a voice? Yes, sir. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. About your perspective, you call the regime of Iran as a terrorist, and you didn't talk about what is angry or mad about Iran because it defends on the weak people.
Oh, wait. So Iran is okay because... Are you kidding me, what you're saying?
Defending the...
Why don't we talk about, let's see, the England attacking France, or maybe the Danes coming in and the Vikings attacking? I mean, what other world events are so troublesome that it justifies Iran being the absolute pig that it is, in terms of the IRGC attacking and wanting to kill Americans? So because there's been crises in the world before, we justify Iran? That's what you're saying?
No, I think he's saying it's laughable to think the United States would make Iran any better than what it tried to do with Afghanistan.
You have to bring out the real tourists.
They're different issues. And Israel has nothing to do with this, so to bring that in just shows where his bias is, but keep going.
Okay, I have just a little bit.
Unless you want to talk about October 7th and the butchering and raping and murdering of innocent people at a concert.
Yes, what is related to the Palestinians, to the children?
Yeah, what happened to the children on October 7th and our friends that were murdered? You want to talk about that, shall we? Let's talk about our friend from Clubhouse that was shot down and murdered on October 7th. Should we talk about him? Or our other friend that was taken hostage? Would you like to hear about him?
Palestinians. What Hamas?
Yes, let's talk about what Hamas does to Palestinians. Thank you, Velvet.
Okay, no, wait. So you blame Iran to defend the weak people.
I blame Iran for taking its money and supporting its proxies like Hamas, like Hezbollah, that murders Americans. I believe. Oh, really, Michael? I think you're just ignorant. I will dare defend the fact that. No, my dear, you're wrong.
Just a minute, please. Why don't talk about USA when it support Israel to kill?
Yeah, it should support Israel because Israel is an ally and it helps the United States with intelligence and it's a democracy. Unlike Michael, I think you're a belligerent asshole.
Trump just said that he supported that guy from Syria called Shah when he was in this guy was in ISIS, was in that terrorist groups, and he supported him. So why don't talk about this? Why don't talk about when USA supported ISIS to kill innocent people?
USA eradicated ISIS. Maybe you didn't read the news? You might want to read the news on that one.
Wait, Iran, their freedom in Iran more than USA.
Let's talk about Hezbollah in Latin America. Would you like to know drug running that Iran is behind as well with Hezbollah? Or you just want to know about how many Americans were murdered by Hezbollah? Or maybe it's okay that Iran decided to try to kill American ambassadors and our president. That's okay. It's okay that IRGC wants to take out the U.S. president. You think that's cool? Do you? Do you think that's cool? Do you think that's okay? Yes or no? Assassinate our president. That they had a plot. Is that okay?
What?
Is it okay to want to kill the U.S. president? Yes or no?
Please try again.
Is it okay to want to try and kill the U.S. of A president? Yes or no?
People like Melvin have their way.
Is it okay to want to kill the U.S. president? Stop interrupting, fuckhead. Is it okay?
He knows exactly what you're saying. He's just playing dumb. Which he is.
Doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden. Doesn't matter if it's Trump or you retarded. Is it okay to kill a president? Is it okay? Fuckhead. Is it okay to want to kill a president of the United States of America? Yes or no?
Yes. To kill Trump, yes.
Okay, you're retarded. Honestly, fucking dummy.
Well, I hope this app is monitored. I pray this app is monitored. They say they're doing
it. It is. And I just read a report too.
Wow.
Homeland Security, piece of shit. So, Mako, on to you. Is it okay to kill a U.S. president?
Suck my dick.
Okay, both of you guys are dropping. Later. Fuckheads. You guys are such scumbags.
And there you have it.
Why did we give them airspace?
I don't know, but when you actually ask that question and they're boxed in and they give you their honest answer, it's frightening. But that's what's out there, and that's what's come on to social media. If you go on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, this is what you get.
You notice a lot of these terrorist supporters are all into like homosexual activities. They all want you to suck their pee-pees. Why is that? That's what they resort to right away.
No women will do it.
Question right away. They're like, "Give me fellatio. Give me head." Who does that?
People not getting it.
I'd like to point out that I'm wearing is Gucci. This is Lord Pepe. I got this while shopping at one of Abby's luxury Vegas casinos. The first time I went to Vegas, I stayed at the MGM for 2 weeks, and I went with about maybe $10K in the bank, and I think I left with like $1,200 in the bank.
Well, that would work out.
That's like usually the way it happens. You should just write a check when you get there.
You know that after, what is it, 70 times? Remember how many hours, if we have you in the city, we're going to take your money. There's a statistic on it.
Yeah, it's just, you might as well just write a check. Unless you're going for the entertainment value, there's no way you're going to make money.
But you helped pay my mortgage, so thank you.
Hold on. What is this? Pepe's been cloned? There's 2 Pepes now?
I'm the more professional Pepe. I'm the higher IQ Pepe in a suit. Ha ha! Read it and weep, Pepe.
Suck it, Pepe.
No, 2 Pepes. Shit. Abby, go clone yourself. We need.
Where is there another Pepe? I didn't see a second Pepe.
John's is Lord, and he's in the upper left, and Pepe's second row on the right.
Pepe, are you there?
Yes, Lord has Pepe.
Yeah, I'm here.
Quiet. He's unusually quiet.
Yeah, Lord has Pepe's picture, so,
Yeah, I upgraded
I need
it.
you to clone yourself.
I'm in a suit now. Look how professional Pepe can look. Only if his demeanor was more professional. He didn't Tourette syndrome out with the N-word and other K-word, J-word, Z-word, profanity-laced, low IQ hate speech. If only he was in a suit and maybe working at a bank or somewhere and looking good, and everybody was like, look at that guy in a suit. You'd never know he was such a low IQ racist schmuck.
Amazing. He's probably one of the smarter people on the app, Lord. I hate to break the news to you.
Well, I'm wearing the Gucci. He's wearing the Guido. So welcome back, everybody, to Iranian War. We've been listening to individuals discuss what could possibly be the regime change moment of the 2026, historical event. Because I got a history book here, and I was reading yesterday about how this British ship capsized from a U-boat attack, and 800 British soldiers lost their lives. And I was like, God, what a tragedy, and if you think about how many people that impacts, that's like if each person who dies is 3 close people, that's 2,400 people destroyed. Those relationships, super traumatic and great tragedy. And so I'm just wondering, if the Iranian government is shooting protesters with machine guns in the streets, and those piles of shoes are real, and they're just indiscriminately murdering people in the distance with rifles, that's pretty fucking crazy. And I gotta say, if I lived in a city like that and the police, and I saw it with my own eyes, and the police were indiscriminately murdering people from a distance with rifles, well, god damn, that's fucking crazy. And there's repercussions for that, with the law. And attorneys and lawyers and other police and federal agencies, and those people who murdered those people would be arrested, photographed, booked, put in the news, and there'd be repercussions for those murderers. So
yeah, man, when your grandparents left you a good system, it's like that, somebody come and support you from the system. But for ours, it's just systematically we get killed. There was the snipers involved also. Do you know the gun Dragunov? They have hit people with that, man. Imagine that. There is actually footage from Iran that they were like smoking meth before shooting people. There is actually the proof of that. I can send you the link.
Storm into hospitals and shoot, release fire to the injured protesters who were actually being treated by the doctors and nurses. There are several footages and videos that the protesters have been shot on their head while still they have medical instruments on their face. So it exactly showcases and proves that they have been shot in the hospitals. So doctors and nurses, a lot of them have testified for this. So yeah, you have no idea about the atrocities of this regime. Yeah.
But Velvet, were you just like expecting this kind of brutality? We have seen it like a few years before that. We know they're going to kill people. But even us, we're not expecting this much brutality from them. It's like we were shocked for a few weeks.
Exactly. So we as Iranians, we know the nature of this regime. So this is the regime that stones women for act of adultery. I can name lots of women that have been just imagine it. Just imagine how much brutality it takes. And Taliban also in Afghanistan have that practice. They stone women to death for act of adultery. So, for instance, Soraya Min, and there has been a movie actually for her. She has been stoned to death. So we know the brutality of this regime. They, blind people. I swear to my honor. Perhaps you would say, "What if you don't have the honor?" But I swear to whatever I hold dear. Personally, saw a woman 3 years ago during the Women Life Freedom Movement. I was on the streets, and back then I was in Iran 3 years ago, and I was protesting against the regime. Persis, I don't know whether you have lived in Iran, but I was in Argentine Square, right? I was with a woman.
I was born and raised there. It's just a few years old.
Okay, so the woman had been shot in her eye. The non-Iranians might not know that, but the regime intentionally shoots at protesters' eyes. I raised this point a few hours ago in this room, and I just asked everyone to go and see the substantiated statistic by the United Nations that during the Women Life Freedom Movement, over 500 protesters were shot intentionally in their eye, because that's the nature of this regime. They don't want to just kill you. They want to terrorize you and other protesters and make you as a lesson. Sorry, it might disgust you, but they also shoot at people's genitals, right? I don't know Persis whether Persis has seen the records.
My uncle works in a hospital. And he told me there were like 50 person got blinded there. And after they were doing this operation on the eye, these police officers, intelligence officers, were taking them to prison. And they were taking antibiotics. They were giving them these guys, these guards, I don't know from which intelligence agency. There's a ton of them, But they were not even taking the antibiotics that they were giving them. Directly
and not just in their eye. Not just in their eye.
Yeah.
Have you seen the evidence? Evidence that they have been shot in their genitals, in their sexual organs?
There is footage of that, that we cannot send a link here, but there is a guide online. I think there is a lot of footage.
In the guide online, exactly. So women have been shot in their sexual organs. So that's the nature of brutality. But as Persis is saying, we know the nature of this regime. We fucked in this round of protests. And then we hear someone like Arthur that unfortunately in a very disrespectful way, that's saying no, fuck off, and without me saying anything harsh to them, because we consider Americans and Israelis as our real friends, and we are allies, as opposed to any other country in the region, including Afghanistan or any other country. So I was a bit annoyed by that remark. Given that trauma in our head.
One of my classmates got both of his eyes out. They had to take them out. It was like too many pallets in the face, and he's blinded now. It's just crazy. I haven't talked to him yet, but our friends said that both of his eyes are gone. And, I've been thinking about a solution how to fix this. There isn't any. You wanna just do something for a person, but at this point, both of the eyes are gone. I have no idea what to do,
Let me put a link. I will search it for it. The name of the people who had been blinded regime during the Women Life Freedom Movement. But by the way, again, for non-Iranians, the Women Life Freedom Movement started because a woman named Mahsa Jina Amini got murdered in custody of the so-called morality police because she had not worn enough hijab. So that's the nature of this regime. They imprison women for not wearing enough hijab. So when Mahsa Amini got killed, the people across the four corners of the country took to the streets the streets and chanted against the regime. And so it showcases how progressive Iranians are, and they are fighting for women's rights, for instance, as opposed to other Muslim countries in the region that they don't care about women's rights. So, for instance, in Afghanistan, Taliban precludes women, to go, even girls, to go to the schools. But, Iranian society is a very progressive society. But during that round of protest, I will put a link that you can see the people who have been substantiated by the United Nations, that they have been shot in their eye. They have been blinded. And you can see the evidence.
Most of the women, after they detained them on 8th and 9th January, they were seeing them as it's horrible. They were seeing them as slaves in this Islamic rules and stuff. It's normally practiced over, not just the people of your own country. When somebody is Muslim, they have raped them so much. Most of them, after that, they were killed. That in this cemetery, when the families were going to take the bodies, they were saying, no, we have to open the uterus. They were taking the uterus out because there was evidence inside, It's just, even us, I was beaten before in Iran. I got injuries back in home, but I wasn't expecting this much. I just hope they see the fucking justice in a few days. It's just, it has been 2 months, nothing has happened yet. But I just hope that they see the fucking justice someday soon.
John Kitover.
Yeah, I'm here.
The chat on the group is disabled, but I sent the link to Lord to your private to your direct message, so you can perhaps share it in the groups. So that's
John.
Yeah, what is it, Blessed?
When do you think? Okay, hold on. 2-part question. Do you think USA and Israel is going to attack Iran, and when do you think it'll happen?
I don't know. I mean, they're probably observing them and trying to, figure out, because this is all high-level negotiations taking place. So you never know. They could have some type of breakthrough, negotiation. You never know. It's just so hard to predict because, that statement, rumors of war, it's like a mind virus. And but when it happens, I remember when October 7th happened. I think on October 8th, I was at the dentist, and my dentist is Jewish, and I was, it was it was very sad. But I said to the dentist, I was like, those fuckers are gonna find out what JDAMs are. And he's like, what's a JDAM? I was like, it's a bunker buster. They're gonna fucking level Gaza over this. That's it. They have opened up Pandora's box by attacking the Supernova Fest, killing all these innocent people and taking hostages. Imagine if they didn't take hostages, and it was just I guess you don't do a raid unless you're actually trying to take hostages as well. But anyways, all I'm saying is, in this reality, war is the status quo. It's not the other way around. However, even though we know that, we meditate on peace because you never know, because history is full of situations reversing with just the touch of a feather. It didn't take much, apparently, to prevent, horrific bloodshed. So there's always breakthrough moments, but there's also breakthrough bombs, and terrorism sucks. And in my opinion, the Iranians don't have it in them. To me, they're pretty smart and wise, and they have been taken over by a mind virus. And if they were smart, they would find a way to essentially access the wisdom of Rumi and find an equilibrium and a balance. But when war crimes are happening, it's, this is wild. So we'll see what happens. it's possible that there's higher levels of intelligence in Iran that can prevent internal bloodshed and external conflict. It's possible. Those things are possible.
Thank you, John. Do you got time for 60 seconds of Tanya?
Do you, Rabbana Shalom, have your Tanya nearby? Because there are followers of the Rebbe who say Rabbana Shalom is extremely useful. If you don't know what you're doing for Purim, you might not want to go to Iran and look for Mordecai or Haman or Ahasuerus. You know, how do you say that guy's name? The king of Iran back then? What's his name? Ahasuerus, or how do you say it?
English people call him Cyrus, but in Persian we call him Kurosh. In Persian it is pronounced Kuro, but in English you would call him Cyrus.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Mordecai whooped his like executive's ass, right? What was the bad guy's name? Haman, Tashin.
That was a few centuries after that.
He made a cookie out of him, put him in a triangle.
Yeah, he made a Tashin.
He took a little piece of apricot and stuck it in a cookie. And then, do you guys know the story of Mordecai and how he, beat Cyrus and his, executor?
I would love to hear it. I'm not lying. I would love to hear it.
It wasn't Cyrus, actually. This story happened a few centuries after that.
Ribono Shel Olam, there are those who say that Mordecai can teach us everything we need to know about how to defeat the terrorists in Iran, or the killers, or the assassins.
I have no idea, but I would be happy to listen. What's the story? Tomb is located in Hamadan, inside Europe. That was King Darius, not Cyrus the Great.
King Darius. But Haman it's actually a very funny story, because you think Mordecai is like this amazing prophet and really nice guy, but he even makes fun of Haman to his face and like double insults him, kicks him. Like Haman helps put Mordecai on like a horse or something, and then Haman kicks him. It's just like so funny. It was because no matter what Haman does, he's screwed. But he's also a prick attempting to assassinate Mordecai. So it's like, who's the asshole here, Mordecai or Haman? Haman's trying to fucking assassinate him. Like, you can at least kick him a little bit.
The asshole. Yeah, the prime minister is the asshole.
Well, some people don't read books anymore, but in the back of a book, sometimes they have what's called an index of names and subjects, or what could be called a glossary. So we're going through and looking for Mordecai. And Mordecai is not an anagram for Mordick. Mordecai. Here we go. Book of Esther, 15253. 15253. Here we go. The promotion of Haman. After these things did King Ahasuerus promote Haman. Promoted him! That's in Esther 3:1. Rabbi Levi said Haman was promoted only for his downfall. Why then bother to promote him? The answer will be provided by the parable of a common soldier who cursed the king's son. The king said, if I put the scoundrel to death, everyone will say, the king has executed a common soldier. I will first promote him and then execute him. So he made him a tribune, then a general, and after that he cut off his head. Likewise, the Holy One said, should Haman be put to death when he sank so low as to advise Ahasuerus to stop the building of the temple? No one will know who he is. Let him therefore be promoted and then be hanged. So he first set his seat above all the princes. Esther 3:1. And after that, they hanged Haman. Esther 7:10. This shows how the enemies of the Holy One become great only as a prelude to their downfall. And so Scripture says, though the wicked bloom, they're like grass. Though all evildoers blossom. Psalms 92. What follows at the end of the verse, it is only that they may be destroyed forever. Similarly, it is said, he exalts the nations, then destroys them. That's the promotion of Haman. Haman. Ham and an Ann. A man ham. Well, it looks like we've exhausted the room for the day. Looks like we did another mitzvah for the Lord. This is Lord King Pepe in the Clown House Adventure Room with all of you. I hope you're having fun. This room might go all day, but I don't want to have to run it all day. I want to go to the gym and have a nice dinner. What do you say? It's the Lord King Pepe way here on Clown House, the adventure. So it looks like all of my accounts I'm the only one left. The show's over, apparently. I'm all alone. So we're going to play a little music. This has been another Lord Pepe production in the Lord King Pepe Clown House Adventure Room, starring your Lord Pepe. Lord Pepe. So just remember, everybody, the law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. Man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will. Oh, my friend the Sheikh is here. to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will, to burp as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will.
You said wisdom is an old man's hands. Joy is a child in the pouring rain. Beauty is your mother humming in the kitchen. Peace is breathing through the stream. Knowledge is the question you still keep asking. Courage is a tremble as we take the step. Morals are the lies that you draw and shine. Virtue's what you got, nothing left. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love. Character's the promise you make at midnight. Affection is the crack where the light gets in. All these broken pieces on the table between us turn to something holy when you call me friend. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Every scar, a little stained glass window. Every failure folded into prayer. If heaven has a face, I know it looks a lot like mercy here. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I said wisdom is an old man's hand. Joy is a child in the pouring rain. Beauty is your mother humming in the kitchen. Peace is breathing through the ache and the strain. Knowledge is a question you still keep asking. Courage is a tremble as you take the step. Morals are the lines that you draw in the shadow. Virtue is what you got when you got nothing left. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky. Just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Character's a promise you make at midnight. Perfection is a crack where the light gets in. All these broken pieces on the table between us turn to something holy when you call me friend. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky. Just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Every scar, a little stained glass window. Every failure folded into prayer. If heaven has a face, I know it looks a lot like mercy here. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky. Just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Teach me the heart of God in a human hand. I was chasing flawless, straight lines, clean hands. Try to polish every moment into something it could never stand. But wisdom came quiet, like rain on dry ground. Said you're not a finished statue, you're the clay I'm shaping now. I'm a perfect work in progress. Every scar, every step, every breath held inside your kindness. You're not asking me to impress. You call this beating, breaking heart, a mirror of your love. I was chasing flowers, straight line, clean hand. Try to polish every moment into something that can never stand. But wisdom came quiet, like rain on dry ground. Said you're not a finished statue, you're the clay I'm shaping now. I'm a perfect work in progress. Every scar, every step, every breath held inside your kindness. You're not asking me to impress. You call this beating, breaking heart. Little cracks in my halo, coffee stain on my white shirt. Still I'm tracing every shadow for a hint of how you were. I keep tripping on my questions, set my heart on every doubt. Yeah, you're writing in the margins, lines I still can't figure out. You're the wisdom in my life, joy inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the courage in my shaking. You're the way my will grows kind. Perfect love, perfect perfection, drawing heaven through my life. Virtues, all the ways I had to shine, but you're patient with my mistakes, turning rules to living light. Every scar becomes a teacher, every failure fertile ground, slowly shaping softer edges, till your kindness shows in mine. Your wisdom and knowledge inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. Your courage in my shame. Tracing every shadow for a hint of how you were. I keep tripping on my questions, stir my heart on every doubt. Yeah, you're writing in the margins, lines I still can't figure out. You're the wisdom in my heart, joy inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the colors in the shaking. You're the way my will grows kind. Perfect love, perfect reflection. Drawing heaven through my life. I was taught a list of virtues, all the ways I had to shine. But you're patient with my missteps, turning rules to living life. Every scar becomes a teacher, every failure fertile ground. Slowly shaping self-awareness, till your kindness shows in mine. You're the wisdom in my heart, so inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the courage in the shaking. You're the way my sends you, but a heart that learns to stay when it's hard to offer mercy. You still meet me in the when my strength and fear collide, making something bright and holy from this ordinary life. You're the wisdom in the wonder, so inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos last. You're the courage in the shaking. You're the way my will grows kind. Perfect God, imperfect daughter, walking daily by your side. Perfect love, perfect reflection, till your glory fills my life. Your traces circle on the window, breath on the glass turns to light. Ask me what are we made for? I say more than just getting by. Little flashes in the mirror, patience, laughter, quiet.
Or freedom or a normative framework. If not, you have to borrow from my normative framework as I know it to like instantiate something like freedom or rights that are like you would just have a different way of doing it. I would say that's like granted by God, but I'm asking like what would you say that's ingratiated or granted by?
Well, it's granted by us ultimately. I mean,
so the state of affairs are completely contingent on what the meaning of freedom is. and that can change. So it like freedom is just like optional at the end of the day in your worldview. So then I mean, it's not even an argument. It's not even an argument that you like your beliefs in freedom. Like you can't even instantiate them because it's circular. Like no offense, I'm not trying to be rude.
I mean, yeah, it is circular. That it is in our best interest to be able to be free. That free agents do desire to be free. It is circular, but essentially, it's like it seems to me that you're stuck with a circle, whether it is that a God exists or does not exist. Is that it's, but either way, it's either God does value our freedoms as,
and reverse engineer either which way, and then I'm just going to get up at like God at the foundation of that. Now you can reject that and say not God, but then I'm going to ask you like what in the not God worldview is going to like instantiate this value that you have. Why is it valuable, and why do you get to manifest it and express it in this way? What would be the foundation of that?
We're free agents who benefit from the ability to be able to make choices.
Yeah, but you don't even know if we're free, if we're like literally locked into this closed system of like, if you just get 1% more, like the 51% versus the 49%, I mean, is that really freedom? But then you have the issue, hold on 1 second, and then you have the issue of like, the induction fallacy, like on the secular humanist worldview, where if you're using statistics and science and sense data and gathering like hypothesis, you do come up with new ideas, but then you don't get enough time to test them. You can end up with like an induction fallacy. And usually, like one of the examples I point is the COVID issue, like locking people in their houses and forcing them to take vaccines.
Yeah. So, I mean, are you suggesting that, we can't have any sort of discussions about where do our freedoms begin? Like, what are the, basis by which, what are the limits to what we can do? What is it that our freedoms allow? Because essentially, you have one side of the debate that is, or at least it seems to be on both sides of the debate. Both of them are arguing from freedom. One of it is freedom of individuals' right to not die, to not be subjected to a disease, and the other person's freedom.
The challenge I'm trying to have, like one side saying, I don't have a foundation for a moral framework, and then you have another one that does, and that can explain normativity better than the other can. So it becomes a problem of like, don't atheists and secular humanists interdepend on like Christian benevolence to just not wipe them out, just on the sole basis that they can't tell you what instantiates a right, how they believe in it, because they don't believe in anything. And it's like, well, now you have to interdepend, because it's like, why would I believe you? For in other words, like, why would I believe that you think you're a free person when you can't even tell me why? You're just claiming, well, because I'm an agent, circular reasoning, like that doesn't tell me anything at all.
I just admitted that it's circular, that we value freedom as agents that are rationally self-interested. So, I mean, if you think that that's, if you want to say that that's like a gotcha ultimately, but to me, I think if you want to do that, then I think you've essentially, that I think really
it's not gotcha. I think that's actually kind of sad from a Christian perspective. But the thing that's interesting is like why, like the thing is like, why ought I believe you is like now the problem, right? And then like the people you call literally crazy that believe in a magic sky daddy that like that hallucinate Jesus, they think they get the Holy Spirit by it. It's kind of strange that we actually have like a foundation, a good reasoning, instantiations behind it. And these are things that are just not invented. And like in my view, I think that you as a person, whether you believe in God or not, deserve dignity and to be treated with respect and human rights in the same way that I treat other Christian people. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I understand that, and I mean, we have a pretty good sociobiological explanation for why is it that we do value that specifically. Now, you might say that, you know, God is the person who directed that or things like that. You know, you may not accept, you know, but that has, to me, yet to be seen ultimately. Is that, to me, I think it's evident, though, from our biology that we have, that it's not something that simply adding God is really just adding an unnecessary step, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So, like, when you remove that step, then you have nothing objective thereby to adhere to. And secondly, when you talk about, like...
If I can interject here. I mean, this is kind of the thing. I always hear the term, like, objective. I don't see why, essentially, we have to, like, debate about whether or not morality, like, why can it not just be morality? Like, why does it matter, basically?
I'll tell you why. Because in order for us to have a conversation right now, for us to determine what's contradictory, what's not, and what we're identifying, and what it can be and what it can't be, you have to use logic objectively. You have to agree that there's some kind of objective truth of some kind that exists. The second, wait, let me finish. No, dude, you have to let me finish.
You're moving on to something that's completely different. I just want to address it.
No, just answer the question.
I was talking about morality, not logic, not truth. You know, because those are two completely different things from morality. So can we please stick on morality?
Well, you don't realize it, but for us to have a tangible conversation, right, we have to agree that on what the three laws of logic are, right?
I mean, yeah.
And that's objective, correct? Okay. On my view, I'm going to say God instantiates that, therefore I can start taking these relational, personal, revelatory claims and start applying them prescriptively. Like I would have reasons for that. Now, when I ask you if it's not that, then what is it? You're not going to have no basis of saying it's all objective. It's all purely subjective on your basis, and then language becomes selective and preferential. Even the normative framework becomes preferential, and yeah.
Okay, so anyways, I mean, essentially, logic is something that we ourselves created, and I know you might say, well, you know, then what basis? And the reason is because, you know, it works, or at least according to our thought pattern, it's something that does work, but it's not something that, you know, is like fixed as a universal absolute. It's something that, you know, we that's purely descriptive, because that's just the way that our thoughts work. It's like, and it's why logic, you know, has changed ultimately, and like, and that's kind of why really I wonder if you really want to make God the arbiter of, you know, our moral our cognitive faculties, when we know how faulty it is, essentially, because that essentially means that God is responsible for creating a faulty system.
Yeah, but this is kind of like, let's back up a little bit, because you were saying biological and sociological things tell you what exactly?
Yeah, they tell us about essentially how our moral intuitions forms. Why is it that we value, you know, justice? Why is it that we value the dignity of other human beings? And we see that specifically is that if we create a society in which we value, if we don't value our kin, we're going to cease to exist as a social species.
Oh my God, there you are.
That we're not going to flourish.
Show me where that emerged in evolutionary biology.
I mean, if we want to talk about this, I mean, we're like, Gary, do you really want to divert to a lecture about sociobiology?
I mean, you have an unbroken chain of evolution and people who, well, let's just say organisms that fight for survival, and they always want the best mate to have the strongest kin. So it's not about protecting the kin, so to say. It's for survival. That is the mechanism.
Okay, so I mean, do you know of any species in which essentially they can function, in which it's okay for you to kill your own kin?
Cats, dogs, animals do this all the time.
Really? Really? So
yeah, they do.
You have
there are dozens of species of cats that don't even depend on their kin to like survive.
So piranhas, you see them eating each other all the time.
Do I have to take the colloquial use of what I'm saying here and narrow it down heavily? Is there like something you're having trouble understanding?
Well, yeah, because I understand it's like it happens, but like usually like those people, like those species, it's like tags as if the species is okay with it happening when it goes against like how is it that they're going to survive then if the species is going to be okay with them killing their own young?
I'm just saying they're built more so for survival, not to care about their kin.
Well, that's just, to me, like, I mean, if you look at sociobiology, I mean, there's essentially animals put a lot of investment into their young, ultimately. It's not just innate to humans.
We have a promise of Romans 5:20 that was sin increase, grace abounded all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven, each and every one of us as well. But our sins and our pride is a relative to keep the grace away from our soul. So let's pray for the grace to accept the grace. Today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of grace that God is raining down from us. We have this biblical promise in Romans 5:20 that was sin increase, grace abounded all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. But our sins and our pride is a relative to keep the graces away from our soul. So let's pray for the grace, to accept the graces. Today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of grace that God is raining down on us. We have this biblical promise in Romans 5:20 that was sin increase, grace abounded all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well.